Planet Vegeta. Wah wah wah. A baby's cry came from the nursery pod. Then he looked at the battle power scanner showing a prompt. Bardock angrily yelled, "Damn it. A useless piece with a battle power of only 2. Then he placed the newborn Kakarot into the infant pod and turned away, leaving the other children to an ordinary Saiyan for power measurement. After measuring most newborns' battle powers, that Saiyan's eyes were full of excitement, except for Bardock's son who had only 2, the others were around 10 to 100. There was even a freak with a battle power as high as 100,000. These are the future of the kingdom. How could this Saiyan not be excited? Then he looked suspiciously at the last infant that hadn't been measured, froze for a moment, such a powerful pressure. Then the pressure vanished. How could I with a battle power of 5,000 feel pressure from a child? Then he measured and his face instantly darkened, the scanner showed 3. His good mood vanished instantly. If it weren't for the fact that the first child with battle power 2 was Bardock's, he would have strangled it already. But for this one, just as he was about to act, he remembered his own birth power was 4, so he gave up. He put down the scanner and took a deep breath. Then he left the nursery. From now on it was not his concern. He didn't notice that shortly after he left the scanner suddenly cracked, flashing a number for an instant. 30000. Clearly the scanner didn't malfunction, it was destroyed because the power was too strong. Then a female Saiyan entered, arranged everything and left. Then various Saiyans came and went, obviously picking up children. After tens of minutes only 3 children remained. At some point, wah wah wah, cries filled the air. That child was Kakarot. On the left Broly with battle power 10000. On the right Reno with battle power 30000. This scared Kakarot, whose power was only 2, awake from sleep. Wah wah wah, he cried loudly. Reno heard the cries in a daze, and when he opened his eyes the sound became clearer. Reno angry shouted, yeah. Being just a baby he couldn't do anything but shout. So annoying. Soon the child on the left was also awakened by the crying, making Kakarot cry even louder. 3 hours later a burly figure appeared, it was Bardock. He stared at Son Goku for a complex moment, then took him away. Reno finally breathed a sigh of relief. The annoying cries were gone. But he was so hungry. Night fell and a black-clad figure crept into the nursery. Reno was about to close his eyes when the black-clad figure rushed over and stabbed Broly twice. What the hell? Reno, who was about to sleep, was stunned. Sleepiness vanished. The black-clad figure also froze, but when he saw the name Reno with a power of 3 on the tag he relaxed. Then he picked up the half-dead Broly and left. Indeed, because of his high power Reno had awakened consciousness early, but it seemed he had seen something he shouldn't have. Scary. Around dawn a female Saiyan silently took Reno away. Walking while sobbing, sorry Reno. Babies with battle power below 5 can only be exiled. Rather than letting those barbaric men exile you to a Death Star. Rather I will exile you to a planet with life. Then she fed Reno, replenished supplies, placed him in the spaceship, set the destination to a random life-bearing planet far from planet Vegeta. High-tech spaceship. Watching the ship slowly drift away, Jimmy crouched down and sobbed. Only a mother could understand the feeling of sending her own son away. Inside the spaceship Reno hugged his fluffy tail and cried. He understood that the female Saiyan was his mother. He understood everything she said, but as a baby he could do nothing. It seemed that Jimmy could hear Reno's cries across the stars. Her heart ached. If she weren't afraid that following him would endanger her son, she would have fled far away. After all, the scanner could easily track her. Then she saw another spaceship take off. Jimmy wondered who was on a mission so late. Just as she was about to leave, another spaceship took off. Jimmy frowned deeply. 1 could be explained, but 2 meant something was wrong. Then she piloted her spaceship in pursuit. After several hours of fruitless search, when Jimmy returned to planet Vegeta, she was stunned. Outside the planet countless warships filled the entire starry sky. Then with a terrifying energy wave, planet Vegeta was erased from the universe. Jimmy, who witnessed the whole process, took advantage of the fact that the enemy hadn't discovered her star region yet and piloted her spaceship quickly away. Boom. After an unknown time a spaceship tore through Earth's atmosphere, crashing heavily into a misty forest. As the ship landed smoothly, Reno poked his head out from inside. The surrounding trees were tall and straight, most reaching dozens of meters in height with only a faint amount of sunlight barely penetrating through the canopy. Dark and damp, that was Lei Nuo's first impression of this place. He turned his head and saw a pack of wolves, drool nearly dripping from their jaws. So weak the creatures on this planet. That was Lei Nuo's first impression of the wolves. 10 years later. In a cave, a muscular arm slowly stretched and a face hidden in the darkness gradually lifted. He had a handsome clean-cut face with wild thick hair standing straight up. His upper body was bare, every muscle showcasing his strength, and his limbs were proportioned, long and lean. He wore only black pants below. The combat suit came with the spaceship, but Lei Nuo's strong physique found it extremely uncomfortable and ill-fitting. So he simply tore off the upper part, leaving only the pants, the black pants he now wore. Just then he sensed a cry for help. Trapped in this godforsaken place for 10 years, it felt like being lost in a maze. The food in the spaceship had long been exhausted, so he usually hunted for himself. Besides, he had no idea how to fly the ship, so he couldn't leave. Now encountering another living person, how could he not be excited? He instantly dashed toward the source of the cry like a mad beast. "Sister, you go quickly." A boy was desperately fighting a 3-meter-tall gorilla with his bare hands, so anxious he was about to curse. "No. You're my only family, if we die together." The girl's stubborn words were cut short as the boy was sent flying by the gorilla's arm, crashing onto a pile of rocks nearby. The girl rushed forward and quickly helped the boy up, despairingly awaiting their tragic fate. The next moment the gorilla's aggressive gaze swept over Lazili's beautiful face and her long waist-length hair and slender figure. Drool had already pooled on the ground. The gorilla reached out and grabbed the struggling Lazili in its hand. She struggled desperately, but her strength was too small to make any difference. "Ah! Let go of my sister!" Labasai roared in helpless fury. Watching his sister about to be taken by this ugly creature, he felt utterly useless. Thud. Lazili closed her eyes in despair, believing her innocence was about to be taken. But when she didn't feel the gorilla's next move, she opened her beautiful eyes and was stunned. The gorilla's head had fallen off without anyone noticing. Its body didn't even react yet, and Lazili was still held in its grip. Ugh. The next moment Lazili fell to her knees and vomited. The stench of blood and the intense smell of gore overwhelmed the inexperienced girl. After a long moment she finally recovered. Turning her head, she saw a sturdy teenage boy carrying her brother on his back, staring blankly at her. "This girl is so beautiful," was Lei Nuo's first impression of Lazili. But Lazili, clearly not noticing his gaze, hurried over to Labasai. "Brother, how are you? Are you badly hurt?" Lazili leaned close to Lei Nuo, asking her brother anxiously. "Sis, I'm fine. Thanks to this friend. Who saved us." Just after saying that, Labasai clutched his arm and hissed in pain. It was clearly broken. "Ah." Lazili then noticed the man who was carrying her brother. He was at most 15, with thick black hair standing straight up and a handsome face that was now flushed, even his ears were red. Lazili was stunned. This handsome guy seemed to be blushing. Sister, your clothes." "Ah." Lazili then realized that because of that damned gorilla her upper body was almost exposed. She quickly used the remaining fabric to cover herself. She glared at Lei Nuo with shame and anger. Cough, cough. Labasai, still on Lei Nuo's back, let out painful coughs. "Ah, handsome, do you have any medical supplies?" At this moment Lazili no longer cared about her body being seen, she only cared about her brother. Follow me." Having received the answer, Lazili urged Lei Nuo to lead the way. Seeing that Lei Nuo hadn't moved yet, she immediately became anxious. "Can you hurry up? It's a matter of life and death." Can I carry you?" Lei Nuo asked awkwardly. Could this guy be a pervert too? But thinking of her seriously injured brother, she could only grit her teeth. Seeing Lazili nod, Lei Nuo wasted no time, grabbed her and instantly turned into a red blur darting through the dense forest. Her heart was in turmoil. You call this human? No wonder he could punch a gorilla's head off. Lazili felt the wind roaring in her ears, which blew off the last remnants of her upper garment. Her face flushed crimson. Little did she know the gears of fate had already begun to turn, and Lei Nuo would decades later break through his limits because of her. But she was smart, and apart from the initial scream, she didn't act rashly, which earned Lei Nuo's respect. In less than a minute Lei Nuo returned to the base. He took medicine from the cave and gave it to Labasai, after which his condition improved. If it weren't for the spaceship that had stopped operating due to lack of energy, Reno would never have moved into this uncomfortable cave. The damp cave was nowhere near as comfortable as the ship's cabin. In the end he smashed the cabin door and took out the supplies. Alien products were indeed good, more durable than Earth's, and they hadn't expired yet. Now they hadn't expired yet. Seeing Lazuli sitting on the ground, Reno approached. Actually, don't worry. This kid's injury will be fine in a couple of days. Anne. Reno began to comfort Lazuli carefully. Instantly Lazuli, as if finding an emotional outlet, hugged Reno and cried bitterly. Reno was at a loss. He could only gently pat Lazuli's smooth back, but his eyes couldn't help wandering. This made Lazuli both embarrassed and angry. She could only turn her head away and sulk. Suddenly Lazuli thought of something and looked up. How did you kill that monster? Reno thought for a moment and said, I just ran over and punched it. Saying that, he gave her a demonstration. He slowly walked to a boulder, gathered strength and punched it with a loud bang. The boulder instantly shattered into pieces. Lazuli's pupils suddenly contracted. Such powerful strength. What's wrong? The weak Labasai heard the loud noise and thought something had happened. When he saw the scene he was stunned. His sister and the man who saved him were topless. What were they doing? Ah. Brother, you're awake. Yeah, sis. You'd better put on some clothes. Labasai closed his eyes and tossed his worn-out shirt to Lazuli. This made Lazuli blush. She had gotten used to Reno's occasional glances, but now being seen by her own brother felt awkward. The more she thought, the angrier she got. After putting on the shirt, she pinched Reno's soft flesh. Reno helplessly waved his hands. It didn't hurt at all. Then the two began chasing each other. Labasai. How long had it been? His sister was already won over. A few days later. Night fell and a round moon hung high in the sky. The full moon hung high. Suddenly Reno, who was teasing Lazuli, felt the moonlight drawing him. When he looked at the moon, his whole body trembled. Then he covered his head in pain. Ha! Endless waves of air surged. A powerful aura burst forth. Lazuli stared at the Reno before her, stunned, and hastily wrapped her arms around his waist, only to touch something furry, a tail. When did he grow a tail? She had never noticed it before, but now there was no time to dwell on it. Reno, what's wrong with you? Run, run. At that moment Reno felt as if the moon above was emitting a strange influence over him. That feeling again. Sister, let's go. Brother-in-law is out of control. Brother-in-law. Before she could think further, she was dragged away by her brother. The next moment Lazuli, who had not run far, turned back and witnessed a sight she would never forget. There stood Reno, now transformed into a gorilla about 20 meters tall. His aura was violent, turning him into the very gorilla that had once filled her with despair. Over the past few days their bond had grown closer and their affection had steadily increased. But now you're telling me he is the very gorilla I detest. Even Lapas's pupils contracted sharply. A person suddenly turning into a giant gorilla. Roar. The transformed Reno seemed to have lost all reason, constantly destroying everything around him. As if sensing something, he charged off into the distance. Every step he took made the ground tremble. Meanwhile, inside a fortress, another gorilla looked in a certain direction with terror in its eyes, as if something horrifying was rapidly approaching. Without looking back, it turned and fled. On the ground, Bulma, Puuyamucha and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Just moments ago their companion son Wukong had transformed into a giant ape upon seeing the full moon and nearly killed them. Before anyone could react, the giant ape that Wukong had become fled in terror. A few minutes later an even more oppressive giant ape chased after Wukong's direction. Bulma and the others, feeling their worldview shattered, hesitated for a moment before following. Clearly Wukong was terrified of this other being. The giant ape that Wukong had become hadn't fled far before Reno, having taken a shortcut, punched it in the face. Ow! The giant ape son Wukong felt that punch nearly cost him his life. Then came a barrage of blows. Now Wukong's giant ape form was crouching on the ground like a convict. Admittedly, this tactic worked if a transformed Reno stopped attacking. Even Reno himself didn't know why he had to come and beat up this giant ape, only a subconscious sense that it was extremely annoying. Before he could act further, he felt something strike his chest. It didn't hurt. Bulma, who had chased after them in a plane, fired a missile without thinking. She couldn't just watch her companion get beaten. The missile that could injure Sun Wukong now felt like a mere tickle against Reno. Bulma was momentarily stunned. Just as Reno was about to wonder what that was, he felt a sting on his tail. Turning around, he saw a blue cat that had transformed into a pair of scissors trying to cut off his tail. This enraged the giant ape Reno, who was about to kill the creature that dared to sever his tail. But the next moment the moonlight was blocked by clouds. The giant ape Reno felt his body rapidly shrinking. Sensing the change, he hurriedly rushed into the distance. Shortly after, Reno collapsed weakly against a large tree. Rustle, rustle. The nearby thicket stirred. Lazuli and her brother Lapis emerged. Lazuli said coldly, "I never expected you to be an ape man. Why didn't you tell me?" Lazuli shouted at Reno in anguish. Reno was startled. Ape man? And why was he here? A thought struck him. Every full moon night he lost consciousness, and there were huge footprints near his home. Each time he regained consciousness he was utterly weak. Finally Reno understood. He had become an ape man. Forget it, let's just be strangers. Lazuli, receiving no answer, struggled inwardly. She didn't want to part either, she just wanted an explanation. Seeing Reno silent, she turned and left in anger. Lapis sighed and followed his sister. But how could Lazuli know that it wasn't that Reno refused to explain, but that he was too weak to speak? Watching Lazuli leave, Reno smiled bitterly, then fell into a daze. He was the very ape man Lazuli hated most. Staring at his wagging tail, he gave a bitter smile and collapsed from exhaustion. Morning sunlight bathed Reno. He stretched, then sprang up like a fish. Feeling a chill all over, he realized his clothes had been torn apart during his transformation. After all, Bulma wasn't a scientist yet, and no one had developed specialized battle suits. Fortunately no one was around. He covered his lower body with leaves and sat there in a daze. Remembering how Lazuli had left without looking back, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. After a long while he noticed that he had left the forest he was in before. Then he let out a childlike laugh. Recalling his plan, he decided to travel the world, explore mountains and rivers, and experience things he had never seen before. 20 years later. Above a pile of rubble a figure hovered. Reno's golden hair blazed skyward, crackling with lightning. Even in his Super Saiyan form he emitted the lightning aura unique to Super Saiyan 2, showing that he was now infinitely close to that level. Yet his aura was completely contained, a testament to his incredible control. Sigh. 20 years. You're probably married by now. I won't look for you anymore. Over these 2 decades, for reasons unknown, Reno had inexplicably mastered the Super Saiyan transformation. His great talent also allowed him to learn the flight technique and the use of chi. After all, his combat power at birth was 30,000. Such a high starting point made him a natural genius with both exceptional talent and remarkable insight. He even developed a unique technique, Magic Burst Rush. This was a skill he had inadvertently discovered through the use of chi, a technique brimming with explosive power. When it struck an opponent, it also caused spiritual damage. Compared to 20 years ago, Reno now exuded an even more oppressive presence. At 187 centimeters tall with a robust physique, he was a daunting figure. Suddenly a familiar aura made Reno's heart jolt. Lazuli's aura. Without a second thought he sped toward the source. On a small island, Android 18 stared in shock as number 17, her brother, was absorbed by Cell. Beside her, number 16 had been beaten to a wreck. Cell, now in his second form, sneered at number 16 and crushed him underfoot. I've succeeded despite your interference. I'll evolve into my perfect form, conquer Earth, he. He then approached number 18, extending his tail with its sharp tube. Number 18, I've read number 17's memories. If you merge with me, I'll help you find that man. How about it, ha. Touched on her sore spot, number 18 lost her composure and charged at Cell. Cell smirked, leaped into the air and shouted, solar flare. A buzzing sound, number 18 closed her eyes in pain, unable to open them. Ah, my eyes. Panicked, she flailed her fists, but Cell easily dodged. It was the same trick that had allowed him to ambush and absorb number 17. Number 18 realized she had fallen into the same trap as her brother. The next moment, haha, got you. Taking advantage of her temporary blindness, Cell grabbed number 18. Ah. Let me go. Cell, stop. From the distant sky a young man with golden hair suddenly burst with energy and fired a ki blast at Cell. It was future Trunks in his Super Saiyan form. Startled Cell immediately opened the tube on his tail and swallowed number 18. After all this brat had been obstructing his absorption of the androids and was quite formidable. But thanks to his luck he had already absorbed number 17. Ha ha ha. He was about to become perfect. He. Just as Cell was imagining how to torment Trunks after his perfect transformation, a streak of light flashed and Cell's tail was severed. Number 18, covered in an unknown green liquid, tumbled out. Wah. What? Cell's mind went blank. He was 99% complete only to fail at the last moment. Even the patient Cell lost it. Ah, damn it. I'll kill you. Cell immediately charged at Reno, who had cut off his tail. The next moment Trunks intervened and kicked Cell, sending green liquid spilling from his mouth. You're... When number 18 saw the newcomer her emotions surged. 20 years she had thought of that figure every moment. Then she fell into memories. The next day she regretted her actions. When she rushed back to the spot he was already gone. Afterward Lazuli traveled far and wide searching for that person, only to end up being captured by Dr. Gero and turned into an android with her brother. Now seeing her beloved again she found all the words she had prepared stuck in her throat. Gazing at the disheveled Lazuli, Lei Noa was momentarily stunned, a surge of nameless fury flooding his entire being. Long time no see. Finding that Lei Noa did not disdain her appearance, Lazuli threw herself into his arms weeping bitterly. Ah. You are. The arriving Talon Kusi immediately became vigilant upon spotting Lei Noa. In the next instant Lazuli stepped in front of Lei Noa, shielding him. No, Talon Kusi, he is my boyfriend. This declaration left Talon Kusi dumbfounded. Even Lei Noa showed a flicker of astonishment. Lei Noa politely extended his hand to Talon Kusi and said, "Hello friend. My name is Lei Noa. How could this be? Why was there no such figure in the future timeline?" In that moment Talon Kusi questioned whether the butterfly effect of his own time travel had rewritten the history between his future timeline and this one. Nevertheless he shook hands with Lei Noa and said, "Hello Lei Noa, I am Talon Kusi from..." Before he could finish a displeased voice rang out from nearby. "Talon Kusi. Didn't I tell you to let Sha Lu go?" A figure appeared in everyone's sight. Vegeta roared at Talon Kusi. Lazuli, also known as No. 18, glared at Vegeta with fury. It was because of his mercy that Sha Lu had absorbed her younger brother. She even prepared for battle at any moment. Vegeta however remained indifferent. "Wait. Sha Lu." At that moment No. 18 sharply turned to where Sha Lu had been. Damn, he had escaped. Saiyan. It was then that Vegeta noticed Lei Noa standing beside No. 18. "Ho Talon Kusi, you've given me a surprise. You kid must be a Saiyan exiled here like Kakarot, right? Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Saiyan Prince Vegeta. Follow me and I will make you strong." With that Vegeta smiled confidently, already certain he would claim Lei Noa as his subordinate. In his eyes this was nothing more than a low-class warrior just like Kakarot. "Sorry, I don't know you." Lei Noa shook his head bluntly. "What? You insolent fool." Humiliated Vegeta immediately wanted to teach this wild Saiyan a lesson. But Talon Kusi stopped him. "Father, a stranger is not worth your anger." Talon Kusi hurriedly explained. Though he had no idea of Lei Noa's strength, he tried his best to prevent his father from developing murderous intent toward Lei Noa. "All right father. Sha Lu is dealt with, let's go." "Humph. Boy, thank my son for pleading on your behalf or else you'd be finished." Lei Noa raised an eyebrow. What an arrogant fellow. Lazuli also wore a dark expression, her eyes fixed on Vegeta. Just as everyone relaxed, the ground suddenly trembled. A tail emerged from the earth and instantly latched onto the unprepared Lazuli. Then before anyone could react, it fled underground. What? Lei Noa was the first to react, enraged as he prepared to give chase, but Vegeta blocked him. "What are you doing? Let it go. I want to taste the perfect Sha Lu." "Hey! Didn't you hear me?" Seeing that Lei Noa ignored his words, Vegeta blocked him again. Lei Noa could no longer tolerate this self-righteous fool. In an instant he punched the unprepared Vegeta. "Ah!" Vegeta was instantly doubled over like a shrimp. Restraining the urge to cripple him, Reno hurriedly chased after Xiaolu's escape route. Damn it! Talon Kusi helped his father up and Vegeta's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Seeing his father still like this, Talon Kusi let out a long sigh. If not for the fact that this was his father, he would have wanted to punch him himself. Having such a father was truly exhausting. Sensing Xiaolu's power growing stronger, Reno in desperation accelerated his flight. Soon he landed on a hidden island. Now in his perfect form, Xiaolu resembled a handsome man, no longer possessing the grotesque sausage lips. Feeling the immense energy within his body, Xiaolu believed himself invincible. Xiaolu covered his left eye with one hand, revealing a cruel smile. Ha ha ha, you must be the human No. 18 has been desperately searching for. Don't worry, I'll reunite you two soon. Ha 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 ha. Before Xiaolu could taunt further, Reno could no longer suppress his fury and punched Xiaolu. You absorbed my girlfriend and still dare to show off. That's just pure nonsense. After all, Azili had told Talon Kusi that they were now boyfriend and girlfriend, right? Xiaolu had initially thought Reno was just a strong human like Colin. But when Reno's fist landed on him, the overconfident Xiaolu was punched so hard that green fluid spewed from his mouth. He was then sent reeling by a swift spinning kick that followed. It's over. Reno gathered a magical blast in his hands. Feeling death so close, Xiaolu was frozen in a daze, forgetting even to flee. In his second form, only Vegeta could suppress him, but even he couldn't be so relaxed against him like this human. And this was his perfect form. Boom. Xiaolu felt half his body blown away. Ah. Please spare me. Xiaolu begged in despair. He had finally obtained his perfect form, he couldn't lose it now. Bowing his head occasionally was nothing. Still alive. Senior Xiaolu has the Namekian super regeneration ability. The arriving Talon Kusi shouted loudly. Talon Kusi, you mother. You. Xiaolu, who thought he could catch his breath, instantly broke down and cursed Talon Kusi. Talon Kusi didn't indulge him. He raised his hand and fired a powerful energy wave. The already severely injured Xiaolu was instantly reduced to a near-death state. Whoosh! At that moment a senzu bean was thrown from the air into Xiaolu's mouth. Feeling Xiaolu recovering, Talon Kusi was stunned. He turned to see his father standing with arms crossed, looking disdainfully at Reno. Hey, you're strong, but Xiaolu can only be killed by me. And Xiaolu, who possessed Saiyan genes, after being brought to the brink of death, his power instantly surged from Super Saiyan full power to Super Saiyan 2. Ha ha ha, thanks Vegeta. Xiaolu slightly boosted his aura, and the golden lightning dancing around his body made his expression instantly ecstatic. Even his breathing became rapid. Just then several more auras approached. The Super Saiyan forms of Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan, who had returned from training in the hyperbolic time chamber along with all the Z fighters, arrived. How? How can this be? Vegeta, sensing the immense power radiating from Xiaolu, was filled with disbelief. Vegeta could no longer remain calm. Having just arrived, he had seen Xiaolu being beaten and had assumed Xiaolu was weak. At the very least he couldn't defeat Reno, and Xiaolu couldn't either, but he himself had a chance to beat Xiaolu. But now. This was completely different from what he had imagined. What happened? Wukong stared at Xiaolu dumbfounded. How had he become like this? Talon Kusi, seeing Uncle Wukong had arrived, quickly recounted the entire sequence of events. In an instant everyone glared angrily at Vegeta. Even Vegeta's face was tinged with confusion. Reno had no time to settle scores with Vegeta. Xiaolu's power had already surpassed his own. Ha ha ha. Let's start with you. Xiaolu instantly burst his energy and charged at Reno. Reno dared not be careless. He also raised his power. Instantly Reno's jet black hair turned golden and a powerful aura surged. You're also a Saiyan. Xiaolu said with some surprise. Reno ignored him, letting his tail slip out from his pants, casually waving it in the air. Yes, normally Reno kept his tail inside his pants. After raising his power to its peak, he walked slowly to Xiaolu, facing him, staring into each other's eyes. Xiaolu raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at Reno, whose aura was no weaker than his own. Vegeta. Did you notice? Although this Reno is in the Super Saiyan form, his aura is no weaker than the current Xiaolu. Sun Wukong squinted, staring at the battlefield. Vegeta gritted his teeth trembling as he looked at Sha Lu and Reno. Both of them possessed the power to easily defeat him. This was unbearable for the proud and arrogant Vegeta. Ha! Sha Lu struck with lightning speed, but Reno did not dodge. He took the punch with his body. He had intended to test Sha Lu's current strength, but the result was far beyond his expectations. Reno immediately coughed up blood from the corner of his mouth. Gaining the advantage, Sha Lu attacked again, turning his hand into a blade to chop at Reno. So fast. Unable to dodge in time, Reno could only struggle to block Sha Lu's attack. Ha 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 ha. Why aren't you arrogant anymore? Sha Lu was now like a madman going all out. Aya. At this moment Reno really wanted to strangle Vegeta. The battle was already won, but he had squandered it. Under Sha Lu's relentless assault, Reno could only barely defend. But even this was enough to astonish Sha Lu. After all, his current boost was 100 times his base form, while the Super Saiyan form was 50 times. As the first to reach this form, Sha Lu could easily sense the gap. The difference was like a chasm. How had this man crossed such a heaven-spanning divide? No, he couldn't be allowed to continue existing. Something might go wrong someday. With that thought, his attacks became even more ferocious. I have to help Senior. Talon Kusi, seeing Reno about to lose, quickly burst his power, but Wukong stopped him. Talon Kusi. If we go, we'll just be dying. Better to pray that Reno wins. Seeing Uncle Wukong's determined gaze, Talon Kusi calmed down. Being suppressed by a green cockroach was an insult to Reno. In an instant his power rose again. This startled Sha Lu greatly. This aura was already infinitely close to Super Saiyan 2. In panic, Sha Lu let out a furious roar. Aaaah! Instantly Sha Lu's muscles bulged, his power multiplied. Now Sha Lu's mind was completely focused on killing Reno, utterly oblivious that his speed had already fallen behind Reno's. Facing Sha Lu, whose power had surged, Reno, whose speed was not particularly outstanding, found his speed forcibly matched by Sha Lu's. Sha Lu grew increasingly frantic as they fought, suddenly letting out a fierce roar. The roar knocked Reno back. In an instant he gathered a Goe Pai Qigong powerful enough to kill everyone present. Die Reno. Reno instantly unleashed his pre-prepared mystic explosive rush. The two energies collided in an instant. The surrounding world instantly changed color as if it were the apocalypse. Ah! Ah! Both of them poured out everything they had. They both recklessly poured all their energy into their respective techniques, trying to overpower each other. But the struggle between the two energies lasted too long, and finally, unable to bear the pressure, they exploded. Amidst this terrifying clash of energy, natural disasters struck the earth frequently: 100-meter waves, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and other calamities. All the Earthlings who did not know the truth believed it was the end of the world. The entire planet was like a hellscape. Desperate cries and prayers arose from every corner of the world. Finally both were utterly exhausted. Without the support of Qi, their techniques instantly exploded. Ah! Both screamed simultaneously. The blast wave sent them flying, crashing onto a nearby hill. Reno lay on his back beside the small hill, feeling a strange daze. As if his consciousness was being drawn by something. Soon his eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and he fell into a deep sleep. Sha Lu also closed his eyes, appearing lifeless. Seeing that the great battle had ended, the Z fighters dared to step onto the battlefield, otherwise even the residual waves from the two could have killed them many times over. Vegeta looked toward Reno with a complex expression. Not long ago he had mocked him, but now that man had thoroughly slapped his face with his strength. Great Wu Fan. Sha Lu has been defeated. Baikou was so excited that his face turned green, and he quickly hugged Sun Wu Fan tightly. Yes, Uncle Baikou. Senior, are you alright? Only Ko Lin ran over to Reno and fed him a Xian Do, letting it slide down his throat. Soon Reno's fingers twitched, but there was no sign of him waking up. Ko Lin looked puzzled. Usually, no matter how severe the injury, a single Xian Do would restore one to perfect condition, but this situation. Just as everyone was celebrating in joy, Baikou did not notice a tail extending and approaching him from behind. It had no trace of Qi, so no one noticed it. Suddenly, Baikou let out a scream, instantly drawing everyone's attention. It's Sha Lu's tail. Tianjin Fan pointed in shock at the tail that pierced Baikou's back like a straw. Ko Lin instantly reacted and used his Qianzhen to cut off Sha Lu's tail. But it was too late. Sha Lu had already drained almost all of Baikou's Qi. Thud. Baikou fell to the ground with vacant eyes, disbelief still in them even in death. Sun Wufan was stunned, kneeling in despair and shaking Baikou's corpse. Uncle Baikou. Wake up. I'll kill you. Sha Lu. Sha Lu wiped his mouth with a disdainful expression. Trash, you only restored 30 of my power. But the smile on his lips was impossible to suppress. Good heavens, that smile was harder to suppress than an AK's recoil. Indeed, after another near-death experience, Sha Lu had grown even stronger. His power far exceeded their Super Saiyan 1 level, and he was infinitely close to full power Super Saiyan 2. Tragic Vegeta. To thank you, I'll send you off first. Hee hee hee. Ha 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 ha. Watching Sha Lu's arrogant smile, Vegeta clenched his fingers into his palms. Even as blood oozed out, he could not hide the despair in his heart. Aya. A powerful aura made Sha Lu pause slightly in his move to kill Vegeta. Sun Wufan, who had broken through to Super Saiyan 2 in his rage, stared at him as if looking at a dead man. His golden hair stood up even straighter with a strand of bangs falling down. This instantly sent cold sweat down Sha Lu's back. Before Sha Lu could react, Wufan threw a punch straight into his stomach. Oof. Taking advantage of Sha Lu's brief daze, Wufan beat him mercilessly, leaving him no chance to fight back. With another heavy kick, Sha Lu, severely injured, spat out no. 18 and no. 17. Colin quickly fed Xian Do to no. 18 and no. 17. Opening her eyes, no. 18 suddenly remembered something and urgently asked Colin, where is Lei Noa? Colin pointed to Lei Noa lying unconscious on the ground, then to Super Saiyan 2 Wufan, who was thrashing Sha Lu. At this moment Wufan's entire body was crackling with lightning and his youthful delicate face was filled with anger. Sha Lu was no match for Super Saiyan 2 Wufan to begin with, and having returned to his first stage form, he had no room to fight back. Sha Lu saw the mocking gleam in Wufan's eyes, knowing he was doomed to die and would still be humiliated. His gaze instantly turned resolute. It seemed he would use his final trump card. Sun Wukong shouted anxiously, Wufan, stop playing around. Finish Sha Lu quickly. But Wufan remained indifferent, casually firing another energy blast that blew off Sha Lu's right arm. Father, it's still early. I want to torment him a bit longer. Wufan was still brimming with confidence. Facing the urgings of his father and Talon could see, he didn't even lift his head. However, Sha Lu, possessing the super regenerative ability of the Na Mei Kuxing people, soon had his right arm restored. But the speed had slowed considerably. After all, regeneration requires using one's energy to restore damaged parts each time one is injured. During Sha Lu's peak this was not apparent. But now Sha Lu's regeneration was extremely weak, taking several seconds to regrow a severed limb. Moreover, this was a passive ability, so Sha Lu could neither live nor die. He could only watch helplessly as his power waned. Insulted again, Sha Lu gritted his teeth as he looked at Sun Wufan's smug expression. Then let's die together. As soon as the words were spoken, Sha Lu's body began to swell. Only then did Sun Wufan realize he had taken things too far. Wufan wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Ha ha ha, the power of my self-destruction can blow the entire earth into pieces. By the way, it will automatically explode in 1 minute, but if it is attacked it will explode immediately. Sun Wufan stared blankly at Sha Lu's soon-to-explode body. Suddenly Wukong used instant transmission to appear beside Sha Lu, gazing tenderly at his son. Wukong was proud and honored by his son. He had become a Super Saiyan 2 before his father. But the mistakes made by his son, let him as a father make amends. Wukong placed his hand on Sha Lu's round belly. He took one last look at his comrades. Instant transmission. In the moment before Sha Lu's explosion, he teleported with Sha Lu to the Bei Jie Wang Xing. On the Bei Jie Wang Xing, Bei Jie Wang was leisurely lying on a recliner looking content. The next moment a huge ball of flesh appeared before him. Ha! What's this? Bei Jie Wang adjusted his sunglasses in confusion, thinking he had misseen. When he saw clearly, his face twisted with fear. Wow, Wukong, are you crazy? Why did you send him here? This made Bei Jie Wang and his two pets jump around anxiously. Boom! The next moment Sha Lu exploded instantly. Bei Jie Wang, Wukong and the two pets suddenly had halos appear above their heads. On the Shi Dao. Bei Jie Wang had been cursing all the way, hurling all kinds of profanity at Sun Wukong. Damn it! What did he do to deserve this? Everything was dumped on him. Wukong feeling guilty explained, Lord Ko, I couldn't let the earth disappear. After thinking it over, only your place was suitable. But you. Before Bai Jia Wang could say more, Sun Wukong broke out in a cold sweat and said, Lord Ko, I can no longer sense Xiaolu's energy. Ha! Bai Jia Wang also carefully sensed it. Xiaolu's energy was not in the underworld. Father. Wukong. Wu Fan knelt in despair because his arrogance had caused his father to die together with Xiaolu. It seemed that in that instant Wu Fan had grown up. Just as everyone was about to console him, a beam of light shot out from the smoke and pierced through Talon Kusi's body. A beam of light from the thick smoke directly pierced Talon Kusi. Wah! What? Talon Kusi. Bai Jita stared blankly at Talon Kusi lying on the ground. When everyone saw Xiaolu reappear, they were all intimidated by his terrifying aura, unable to lift their heads. Just now Xiaolu had not died in the explosion, relying on the core in his brain to survive. Moreover, he had learned Sun Wukong's instant transmission, allowing him to quickly return from the underworld. Sun Wufan on the other hand was not surprised but delighted. Xiaolu also smiled, your father is dead. And you can still smile. Now I can personally avenge my father. Don't you think I'm happy? Xiaolu laughed heartily, and in an instant an overwhelming aura enveloped the entire scene. It had reached a level close to Super Saiyan 3. He had directly reached the peak of Super Saiyan 2. Before Wu Fan could launch an attack, Bai Jita, who had been repeatedly robbed of credit and now suffered the pain of losing his son, was instantly filled with rage, losing all reason. Despite his usual arrogant demeanor and refusal to acknowledge this son from the future, after all he had called him father, and it seemed he had been influenced by the future Talon Kusi's sunny and cheerful nature. This had made the usually cold Bai Jita reveal a rare smile. But Xiaolu had killed Talon Kusi right before his eyes. Unforgivable. Instantly he unleashed the final flash, blasting at Xiaolu, who didn't even bother to move. Then he fired a series of prince's attacks, countless energy blasts raining down on Xiaolu, raising a huge cloud of dust. However, it was wishful thinking to defeat Xiaolu with that. Xiaolu instantly thrust a foot out of the smoke, kicking the defenseless Bai Jita. Ah! Bai Jita was kicked to the ground by Xiaolu. The intense pain instantly brought the proud Saiyan prince back to his senses. He thought bitterly, damn it. What kind of monster have I created? I'm sorry. Wu Fan. Bai Jita struggled to his feet and apologized to son Wu Fan. Wu Fan, not far away, stared at Bai Jita in shock, thinking, Bai Jita. Apologize to me. Go to hell. Bai Jita. Xiaolu grinned ferociously and fired a powerful energy sphere at Bai Jita. Bai Jita even closed his eyes, waiting for death. Suddenly Sun Wufan burst out with energy, blocking the fatal blow just before the energy sphere hit Bai Jita. Nanny. I, the proud Saiyan prince, have become a burden to others. Bai Jita looked at Wu Fan, who had lost an arm to save him, and fell into deep self-doubt. At this moment Wu Fan looked at his bleeding broken arm with half-closed eyes. The light in his green pupils had dimmed and fear quickly overwhelmed him. Now Wu Fan had completely lost his will to fight. He stared blankly at Xiaolu with wide eyes. Was this Xiaolu really someone he could contend with? Seeing that Wu Fan had lost his fighting spirit, Xiaolu's vanity quickly filled his heart, and he chose not to eliminate the root of the problem. He then explained, there is a core in my brain. As long as the core is not destroyed, I can't die. Ha 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 ha. He looked into the distance at Ba Hao, who was sitting on the ground, and Lei Noa, who was still unconscious, lying with his head on her lap. La Zili saw the greed in Xiaolu's eyes and gritted her teeth, but she still did not give up on Lei Noa and ran away. He. Since you care about him so much, I'll absorb him right before your eyes. Ha ha ha. As long as he absorbed this guy, his power would skyrocket. In Lei Noa's consciousness. At this moment Lei Noa's consciousness seemed to cross time and space, witnessing with his own eyes the destruction of planet Bai Jita by Fu Li Sa, and also seeing the spaceship carrying Buluoli land on Wanpa-Xing. Just as Lei Noa wanted to touch the scene, suddenly all the images shattered into countless fragments that entered his mind. This made Lei Noa cover his head and wince in pain. Then a seemingly endless road appeared before Lei Noa, and he followed it. After a long time a figure that made his body tremble appeared before him. Mom. Mom. Lei Noa pinched his own cheek, trying to determine if this was a dream, but the pain told him it was not. At this moment before Lei Noa stood his mother Jimi. Hearing the call, Jimmy turned her head in confusion towards the source of the sound. The moment she saw Lei Noa, she instantly broke down, her eyes reddening. Jimmy, who had been sleeping in the spaceship, never imagined she would meet her son again in this manner, even though she thought it was a dream. But even after 30 years she could still recognize him. After all, he was her own flesh and blood. That face she could remember for a lifetime. Jimmy tremblingly reached out her hand to touch Lei Noa's face. The next moment she froze. The sensation from her hand instantly made Jimmy realize that this was not a dream. Being well-traveled, Jimmy instantly realized she had entered the consciousness space. She had seen her real son. She had been searching for her son in the universe for 30 years, and now heaven had finally opened its eyes. Back then she had randomly set the coordinates to a planet, only knowing that life existed there. But afterwards, no matter how she searched, she could not find it. Yet unexpectedly heaven allowed her to see her son. This instantly brought tears to the eyes of the usually strong Saiyan woman. The mother and son were now joyfully talking face to face, each recounting their own hardships. Then Lei Noa told his mother about his experiences over the years. At first it seemed like ordinary daily life, but when Jimmy heard about his fight against the artificial humans Xiaolu, she fell silent for a while. Then Jimmy asked, "What is your current battle power?" Lei Noa scratched his head a bit sheepishly, indicating he didn't know. "Then raise your ki and let me see, I can probably estimate it." And then, a violent surge of ki erupted like a wild horse breaking free, rising uncontrollably. Facing Lei Noa's skyrocketing ki, Jimmy felt as if she would be crushed by the pressure. Wait, Lei Noa. Stop." Hearing his mother's command, Lei Noa stopped raising his ki, muttering to himself, "I haven't even transformed yet." Seeing that her son seemed to have not even used his full power, Jimmy was even more astonished. Even the legendary emperor of the universe Frieza was far from possessing such an aura. Let alone the former King Vegeta, he could probably crush that old man with a single finger. "Wasn't your battle power at birth 3? How can you have such a powerful ki?" Lei Noa curled his lip and said, "It's indeed 3, just with 4 zeros added." This statement left Jimmy speechless with shock. A battle power of 30000 at birth. The entire universe had never seen such monstrous battle power. It goes without saying what this implies. Broly, with a battle power of 10000 at birth, was exiled by that damned King Vegeta to the desolate Wampa Star. He was marked as the strongest warrior of the Saiyan race at birth, but was seen as a threat by King Vegeta. What a battle power of 30000 signified needed no further explanation. "Then have you done any training or potential activation?" Jimmy asked hurriedly. "No." Jimmy's answer was still as expected. "Then come here, let me activate your potential." Hearing that his mother could help him activate his potential, Lei Noa was momentarily stunned, then instantly became excited. There were many races in the universe, but those with this skill were pitifully few, and each one was highly sought after. He never expected his own mother to be a master of such a hidden profession. Then Jimmy placed her palm on Lei Noa's forehead. Instantly Lei Noa felt as if some power was awakening inside him, and as time passed the feeling grew stronger. The process was very slow, and Lei Noa did not impatiently shout or yell. Instead he quietly enjoyed his mother's blessing. Hours later a surge of energy burst from the top of Lei Noa's head. A vast aura enveloped his entire body. At this moment the strongest single warrior was officially online. Jimmy was also excited. A mother would naturally be proud of her son's strength. Lei Noa clenched his fists, feeling the endless energy surging within him. Now he craved battle as voracious as a wolf encountering a sheep. Suddenly Lei Noa felt his consciousness waver. Jimmy quickly asked where he was, because she knew time was almost up. Then Lei Noa uttered the word "Earth" and returned to his senses. "Ha ha ha. From now on I Xiaolu am the strongest warrior in the entire universe." Xiaolu's face was full of excitement. His arrogant demeanor was just like Vegeta's in the past. The tail behind him turned into a straw-like shape, ready to absorb everyone present, thus eliminating all threats. Kulin desperately swung a Destructo disc. Swish! The sharp disc instantly struck Xiaolu. But now the once invincible Destructo disc could not cause any damage to Xiaolu. Seeing that even Kulin was like this, the Earth's defenders naturally had no intention of shrinking back. After all, death was death, whether sooner or later. These people really saw through life. But their successive attacks failed to shake Xiaolu. Instead they were knocked unconscious by the aura Xiaolu emitted. Kulin shouted, "Damn it! Number 18th run." With that, Colin, enduring his injuries, forcibly hugged Xiaolu, trying to give number 18 a chance to escape. Impatience flashed in Xiaolu's eyes and he raised his hand to finish Colin, but suddenly a violent energy burst out from Lei Noa's body. At some point Lei Noa opened a pair of sharp eyes. Tian, who was guarding beside Lei Noa, was so startled that he did a somersault. After all, this guy was not weak, he was already the strongest combatant besides the incapacitated Sun Wufan. But he never expected a miracle to actually happen. When Lei Noa saw Xiaolu pressing number 18 down, he could no longer suppress his anger. His ki surged instantly, and before Xiaolu could react, a fist slammed into his chin. Oof! Xiaolu was sent flying and then punched hard into the ground. How can this be? I can't possibly lose. Xiaolu let out another desperate roar. Then what greeted Xiaolu was a pink energy wave shot from Lei Noa's forehead. Xiaolu felt his mind being severely attacked, his head buzzing incessantly. Indeed, thanks to his already remarkable talent and his mother's potential activation, Lei Noa had mastered the spirit wave. It was as if suddenly mastering the Kamehameha while using a ki blast. This reversal instantly brought a glint of light to the eyes of Sun Wufan, who had lost his will to fight, and Vegeta, who was still immersed in the pain of losing his son. Lei Noa was not like Vegeta or Sun Wufan, who would play around. He gave Xiaolu no chance at all. At the same time, he used Xiaolu as a whetstone to adapt to his new power. Xiaolu's intestines were turning green with regret. If only he had eliminated the root, cause he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. This time Xiaolu was clearly humiliated even more than by Sun Wufan. He was simply treating Xiaolu as a whetstone. With a furious roar from Xiaolu, the two wrestled once more, but this time Lei Noa was already able to suppress Xiaolu in his base form. Moreover, Lei Noa's energy was still rising exponentially. Everyone was stunned, such formidable combat talent. The more he fought, the stronger he grew, as if an inexhaustible well of power surged within him. Damn Saiyan! I'll kill you! Breaking through his defenses, Xiaolu gathered a Kamehameha in his hands. At that moment Xiaolu elevated his energy to its peak and unleashed a final strike. Lei Noa did not flinch, he also raised his energy. He condensed a mystic blast. The two beams clashed, but soon Xiaolu's energy wave was swiftly devoured by the wave radiating from Lei Noa. Terrified, Xiaolu poured even more energy into his attack, but it could not change his fate. As Xiaolu's energy was consumed completely, everything was sealed, until Xiaolu was engulfed by the blast. This time the core within his brain also vanished in the explosion. Excellent! Xiaolu is finally defeated. The Earth's defenders cheered jubilantly, but then fell into a profound silence. The Earth had lost too much in this battle. Goku was dead, Piccolo was drained dry, and natural disasters had left the planet scarred and devastated. Nevertheless, everyone turned to gaze at Lei Noa. The shock in their eyes lingered. This sudden man had first suppressed Xiaolu, and if not for that blunder of Vegeta, would things have come to this pass? In the end, he had slain the nearly invincible Perfect Cell in his base form. Vegeta's face alternated between pale and flushed. Before they could finish marveling, Lei Noa's eyelids in the sky began to droop. Even his tail seemed to sag. I feel so tired. Whoosh! Then he plummeted rapidly toward the ground. The next second he was caught securely in Lazuli's arms. Lazuli was equally shocked, only now did she realize that he was also a Saiyan, not some so-called ape man. Saiyans were simply born with that ability. Remorse churned in her heart. She then looked at Dend. Dend understood at once, trotted over to Lei Noa and began healing him. After a moment Dend said to Lazuli, Android 18, Mr. Lei Noa is just exhausted. He will recover after some rest. Hearing Dend's words, Lazuli finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was terrified of losing Lei Noa, whom she had just met again forever. Just as she was about to leave, Krillin called out, Android 18, we're going to use the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Can you come? The departing Android 18 paused, nodded, and followed the group to the lookout. Soon they summoned the Dragon Balls, which had already been gathered. Roar! In an instant a colossal green dragon materialized above them. State your 2 wishes. Shenlong's ethereal voice echoed. Krillin spoke first, revive everyone who was killed by Xiaolu on Earth. As the words fell, Trunks and Piccolo were resurrected on the spot, leaving Android 18 utterly stunned. She had never seen Shenlong before. Unsurprisingly, Goku was not revived. Shenlong explained that those who had already been revived once could not be brought back. Then Den said, we can use Porunga to revive Goku. Through observation from the North Kai, Goku immediately transmitted his voice, don't think about reviving me. After all, the enemies came to Earth because of me. Earth might be safer without me, so I'm not planning to come back. The Kai has granted me some privileges, I can keep my body after death and continue training. After a few more words of advice he cut off the connection. Gohan bit his lip hard, holding back his sobs. Piccolo stepped forward to comfort him, but Gohan threw himself onto Piccolo and wept bitterly. Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, I'm sorry, it's my fault you died. Wah. Piccolo sighed and patted Gohan's back gently to console him. After all, Gohan was only 10 years old, he had endured too much that a child his age should not have to bear. After discussion, the second wish was to have Shenlong remove the bombs inside the androids. After all, androids like No. 17 and No. 18 had only been modified to possess infinite energy. Everything else about them was normal. As Shenlong departed, Tenshinhan announced his intention to train. Gohan followed Piccolo back to Mount Paozu, where Chi-Chi, now widowed, needed comfort. Soon everyone left the lookout. No. 17 followed No. 18, who was carrying Lei Noa on her back. Krillin watched the retreating figure of No. 18 with Lei Noa wanting to say something but unable to utter a word. He could only squeeze out a few tears and then return to Kame House crying. 3 days later, in the dead of night, Lei Noa opened his eyes. Startled by the pitch-black surroundings, he groped around instinctively and touched something soft. Then came Lazuli's coquettish grunt. The next moment the room was illuminated. Lei Noa shaded his eyes until he adjusted. When he saw Lazuli in the same bed and under the same blanket, his brain seemed to short-circuit. Seeing Lei Noa's flustered expression, Lazuli teased him playfully, do you know what you said when you were asleep? Wah. What? Lei Noa asked nervously. Lazuli covered her mouth and giggled, you said so many times how much you missed me, and you kept calling my name, confessing your love to me. With that she flicked her short yellow hair and gazed at him tenderly. Seeing Lazuli at her most enchanting, Lei Noa couldn't help but swallow. Beautiful. So beautiful. But then, as if recalling something, he said weakly, don't you hate ape men? Lazuli huffed, you're not an ape man. You're a Saiyan with Saiyan blood like Vegeta and Son Goku. With the barrier gone, he lunged at Lazuli in a surge of passion. Startled, Lazuli cried, my brother is in the next room. It's fine, he was calling me brother-in-law so glibly back then, I bet he's eager for us to be together. And so they began an intimate exchange. Because it was their first time, both were in pain. Initially they fumbled awkwardly, but with time the gradually adapting Lei Noa took the upper hand. Morning sunlight streamed into the room. Lazuli opened her eyes wearily and looked at the sleeping Lei Noa with a hint of resentment. Last night had been wild. Lei Noa's stamina was like a beast's, endless. Despite her repeated pleas for mercy, he didn't stop, but the pleasure was something she had never experienced before. This made the usually aloof Lazuli blush, but the look she gave Lei Noa was filled with tenderness. Around noon Lei Noa finally woke up. Rubbing his nose and yawning, he went to the living room where he saw No. 17 and No. 18 playing games. No. 17 quickly put down the console and said, brother-in-law, what are our plans from now on? Lei Noa stroked his chin. Honey, I remember you said yesterday that Bulma is a genius scientist, right? Lazuli nodded. Lei Noa activated the air dance technique, turned around and sensed Vegeta's chi. After locking onto it, he sped off. Hey sis, now that brother-in-law is gone, should we still play? Lazuli looked at the game console 0-win 5-loss record in honor of kings. Lazuli also looked at her own 2-win 6-loss record. Silently she put down the console. Just as she was about to leave, she heard angry cursing from the game. You two noobs, why are you playing if you're so terrible? Already in a bad mood, Lazuli immediately turned on the mic and became a trash talker. Clearly that uncivilized player couldn't out-argue Lazuli, and then the opponent actually sent their location. Lazuli rolled her eyes at her hot-headed brother, ignored him, and after searching for Lei Noa's chi for a moment followed him. Actually, androids have no chi, but they can sense the chi of other living beings. However, they produce chi during combat. Having infinite energy does not mean androids lack pain or sensation. So Lazuli was still limping a little as she walked. Lazuli clicked his tongue in wonder, involuntarily admiring Lei Noa's ferocity from yesterday. Then he went to find the civilized guy according to the sent location. At Bulma's residence. Vegeta, who was training hard in the training room, suddenly sensed a very powerful chi approaching rapidly. Could it be that man coming to settle scores? Frightened, Vegeta quickly turned off the equipment and went out to greet. Soon after, Bulma also came out and looked at Vegeta with concern, afraid that Lei Noa would take revenge. After all, the entire battle had been clearly seen through Baba's crystal ball. Not long after, Lei Noa landed in front of Bulma. "Hey! Lei Noa, I alone am responsible for what I did. If you have any issue, take it out on me, don't harm the woman and child." Vegeta shouted loudly as he saw Lei Noa walking toward Bulma. Lei Noa didn't even glance at the tense Vegeta. Under Bulma's nervous expression, Lei Noa directly placed his left hand on his chest and said respectfully, "Honorable Miss Bulma, I've heard you are the greatest scientist. May I ask for your help?" Bulma was stunned. This Saiyan was so polite, far better than the arrogant Vegeta. She then agreed. After receiving the affirmative reply, Lei Noa excitedly put his hands on Bulma's shoulders. Under Bulma's astonished gaze, he said, "Miss Bulma, I owe you a favor. If you ever need anything, just call." He turned and walked away under Vegeta's murderous glare. Just as he was about to leave, he felt a chill behind him. Slowly turning his head, he saw Lazili smiling at him, and that smile was clearly abnormal. Instantly Lei Noa felt guilty and could only smile apologetically. "Honey, I just asked her for a favor." Before Lazili could flare up, he gave her a princess carry and flew off into the distance. Misty Forest. Lei Noa and Lazili slowly descended. Lazili said in surprise, "Isn't this the place where we first met?" Lei Noa nodded, found the original spaceship, and couldn't help but feel a whirlwind of emotions. He sat on the ground and asked Lazili, "Do you want to know my story?" Lazili raised her beautiful eyebrows, indeed curious. Lei Noa smiled gently and began his story. "I am a Saiyan. At birth I was in the same incubation pod as Kakarot and Broly. The funny thing is, newborn Kakarot had a power level of only 2, and he was scared to tears by the powerful power levels of me and Broly, hahaha. But newborn Broly had a power level of 10000, which aroused jealousy in some people. That very night he was stabbed twice and then vanished without a trace." Lazili was also shocked. "Then what about your power level?" Lei Noa said, "I had a power level of 30000 at birth, but the low-level scouter couldn't detect my power, so they thought I was a waste and exiled me to Earth. Then I lived in the Misty Forest for years until you and your brother arrived." Even after Lei Noa finished his story, Lazili was still immersed in shock. Having a power level of 30000 at birth, what that meant was obvious. Wait, Kakarot. Yes, what's wrong?" Lei Noa looked at Lazili with some confusion. "Kakarot is Son Goku and Son Gohan is Son Goku's son." Lazili explained thoughtfully. "What?" Lei Noa leaped to his feet. He rapidly sifted through his memories. It seemed that when he was sent away by his mother, there was a spaceship on the same route as his. Then his thoughts went back to the battle against Cell. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity when he saw Gohan. He must have been unconscious at the time and didn't see Kakarot. No wonder. Then he became gloomy again. He was not bloodthirsty, and he couldn't bring himself to harm a child of over 10 years old. After some thought, he let it go, since it wasn't a big deal. At worst, he would just beat him up a couple of times later. Then he lifted the spaceship, which weighed dozens of tons, and headed to Bulma's residence with Lazili. To avoid being discovered, Lei Noa deliberately chose remote places and flew very high. About half an hour later, Lei Noa arrived at Bulma's residence. With a loud crash, he placed the spaceship on the ground. Even though Bulma was mentally prepared, her eyes lit up instantly. She walked over to the spaceship and touched it left and right, examining it quietly. Vegeta's eyes were also filled with shock. After all, this kind of spaceship had never appeared since the destruction of planet Vegeta. If it were anyone else, they would have just snatched it, but the problem was it belonged to Lei Noa. Right, it wasn't because it was Lei Noa that he didn't dare to steal, it was because stealing others' things was bad. Vegeta comforted himself in his mind. Lei Noa thought the spaceship would be repaired quickly, but he ended up waiting for half a month. Little did he know that Bulma had secretly printed a copy of the spaceship structure materials and so on. Even if Lei Noa knew about Bulma's little trick, he wouldn't care. After all, one who accepts favors is obliged to be lenient. When Bulma found out that Lei Noa didn't know how to use the spaceship, she handed him the instruction manual. This greatly increased Lei Noa's goodwill toward Bulma. Then Lei Noa gathered Lazili and Labizi and asked, "Can you two still suppress Vegeta individually now?" La Bizi shook his head. After Vegeta entered the hyperbolic time chamber his strength increased greatly. The reason he could suppress Cell's second form is that Cell is Dr. Gero's most perfect creation. He has a suppressive force against all androids. The fact that Vegeta could defeat Cell's second form doesn't mean he is stronger than us. After his brother-in-law's explanation Reno roughly understood. In other words, Cell had a special suppressive ability against androids, but this ability was useless against Vegeta, who wasn't an android. Brother-in-law, do you plan to train with me or do you have other plans? Reno asked La Bizi. La Bizi shrugged helplessly. Then I'll train with you for a while. It's boring anyway. Then Reno entered the spaceship. The first floor was simple, a resting area. The second floor was a gravity chamber adjustable from 1x to 500x gravity. The third floor was an entertainment area designed for resting after training. After spending some time learning all the functions of the spaceship he piloted it away from the vicinity of Bulma's residence since Vegeta looked at him as if he were a thief. As if I'd steal your Bulma. Wow. The two androids entering the spaceship for the first time were stunned by the technological feel inside, like country bumpkins entering a city. Reno chuckled. This spaceship was one that his mother had obtained from the former inhabitants of planet Vegeta. It looked complicated but was actually simple to understand. Later Reno drove the spaceship back to the misty forest, a place rarely visited by humans and unlikely to be seen. After settling in, the three of them began gravity training. Their lives were highly disciplined, training from Monday to Friday with weekends free to allocate as they wished. This was the schedule formulated by Reno. Initially the three were unaccustomed to it, but after prolonged training they gradually grew accustomed. 7 years later. Inside the gravity room Reno was sparring with his wife and brother-in-law. With a fierce expression he threw a powerful punch at his brother-in-law, who merely used both arms to block the heavy blow. His physical strength was evident. La Bizi and Lazili exchanged a glance. Lazili executed a sliding tackle followed by a combination of moves, first 2 punches to Reno's chest, then a kick to his shoulder and finally a whip kick to his right arm. A seamless chain of combos was unleashed. Wow. My dear, you're really ruthless. Reno clutched his aching right arm and complained. Lazili smirked triumphantly. I'll make it up to you tonight. Hearing this Reno instantly perked up. Indeed, after 7 years of training the two androids had reached the level of Super Saiyan 3. Even in his base form Reno was often suppressed. There was no helping it, the siblings were too synchronized. Despite his deep understanding with them he was frequently caught off guard. La Bizi sighed. Those two were at it again. Did they have any idea how painful it was for a single guy to hear their sounds every day? Hey sis bro-in-law, it's the weekend. Let's go out and have some fun. La Bizi was looking forward to it. After all constant training was unbearably dull, they needed proper relaxation. Reno nodded. Soon as Reno walked out of the gravity room a little girl flew up and sat on his head. Reno, didn't I tell you? Girls should be gentle. Reno glanced at his daughter hanging on to him. Naya daddy, I'm going to surpass you, the 6-year-old Reno said playfully. Reno was speechless. Reno was the daughter born to Lazili and Reno 6 years ago. Her potential was extraordinary. Not long ago she had awakened her Super Saiyan form. She had a cheerful personality, wore the same clothes as Lazili and seemed to have inherited Lazili's genes, making her stunningly beautiful even at 6 years old. A true beauty in the making. Let's go Nana. Mommy will take you out to play. Lazili gently took her daughter. Soon the three changed out of their training clothes and appeared in West City, Satan City. Lazili wore a black and white t-shirt, a vest and black stockings. Her adorable appearance filled Reno with a sense of happiness. La Bizi was dressed in a dark green suit with jeans that were very trendy. Reno wore a set of black casual attire, looking elegant and profound, causing passing girls to swoon. La Bizi looked at the bustling city and said he wanted to explore on his own. Well honey, I'm going to buy clothes for our daughter. Oh, by the way, we're almost out of money. Figure something out. With that she left a frowning Reno standing bewildered on the street. Maybe I should visit Bu-Er-Ma. Reno suddenly had a whim. So Reno arrived at Bu-Er-Ma's house. As soon as he entered he saw a group of people gathered together. Kolin by Vegeta's son Wufan and other Earth warriors were all present. Wufan's outfit in particular stunned Reno for a long time. A green coat, a red cape, and a helmet that even a dog would shake its head at. Good heavens! What kind of outfit was that? Was this the same Wufan who had been the first to reach Super Saiyan 2 7 years ago? Now Wufan seemed weaker than even 7 years ago, as if he had severely regressed. Hey! Uncle Lei Noa, you think this outfit looks good too? Great! I'll prepare one for you. Seeing Lei Noa staring at his clothes, Wufan was overjoyed. Everyone who saw his outfit shook their heads, but Uncle Lei Noa kept staring at him. How touching! Lei Noa! No, Wufan, you keep it. Lei Noa hurriedly said. Yamcha casually put his arm around Lei Noa's shoulder and complained about how terrible Wufan's outfit was. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried to everyone's ears. Instantly Wufan felt everyone's gaze upon him. He leaned against the wall sulking alone. Baiku felt sorry for him and had just started to console him. Wufan's eyes lit up. Uncle Baiku. Do you want this outfit too? Baiku was so startled his face turned green. He decisively stopped caring. This kid deserved to be isolated. Lei Noa, are you also participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Vegeta crossed his arms looking at Lei Noa arrogantly. He had already broken through to Super Saiyan 2, and as time passed he had gradually forgotten Lei Noa's strength. The first prize is 10 million. Just then the kind-hearted Baiku saw Lei Noa hesitating and quickly said. He then shot a provocative glance at Vegeta. If I can't beat you, I'll let Lei Noa handle it. Baiku's provocation nearly made Vegeta explode. The enmity between Baiku and Vegeta was well known. As everyone knew, Vegeta had massacred the Namekians on Namekushin, and because of Vegeta Jiao Zi had self-destructed and Baiku himself had been killed once. Now that he had a chance to get back at him, how could he not seize it? Lei Noa's eyes lit up. Before long Lazili and Labizi also arrived after receiving Lei Noa's message. At first Lazili thought it was some frivolous competition, but when she heard that the top 5 would receive generous rewards, she dragged Labizi to join as well. This delighted Vegeta greatly. He still thought the 2 androids were the same as 7 years ago. In his proud mind he had broken his limits and was no longer someone these 2 androids could defeat. Mommy, I want to join the tournament too. Lei Na, clinging to Lazili's neck, popped her head out and smiled at everyone. Ah. 18 is this? Your child. Colin, who had been happy to see Lazili arrive, was suddenly dumbfounded. Yes, what's wrong, Colin? Lazili asked, puzzled. And nothing. Colin said with a hint of melancholy. Lei Noa's eyelids twitched. What was going on? Lazili also looked at Colin in disbelief. Now that she was smart, she understood. When she first appeared she had broken Vegeta's arm and others' arms. At that time she had given a kiss to the last one standing, Colin. She never expected that bald guy to still remember. Seeing Lei Noa's expression darken, Lazili quickly said, Honey, Colin once shielded me from an attack by Cell. He did me a favor. Lazili grabbed Lei Noa's arm and acted coquettishly. Hearing this explanation, Lei Noa breathed a sigh of relief. If that was the case, then it was fine. He wasn't an unreasonable person, he couldn't restrict his wife's social circle. As long as there were no explosive scandals. Seeing that Lei Noa had calmed down, everyone else wiped the sweat from their brows. Just moments ago Lei Noa had exuded a suffocating pressure. Vegeta, who had been confident in trading blows with Lei Noa, snapped back to reality, cold sweat dripping down his body. Only Vegeta, as the strongest here, knew how terrifying Lei Noa was. Then he glanced at the 2 androids beside Lei Noa and made up his mind. I can't beat you, but I can beat your underlings. Then everyone selected the warriors for the tournament and flew on Bulma's plane to the island where the competition was held. They were Reno, Lotzi, Labiz, Vegeta, Sun Wufan, Bik Tianjin, Fan Kellen and others. Since the plane couldn't accommodate everyone, Reno and his group had to find another way to reach the island. As soon as they got off the plane, even Vegeta couldn't help but exclaim, what a sea of people. I hope there are some decent opponents. Just as everyone was marveling at the crowd, a loud laugh came from behind. Haha. It's been a long time, everyone. Sun Wukong was teleported to the group by the fortune-telling granny with a single move. She informed him that he could only be active for 24 hours, then left. Seeing her husband again, Chi-Chi immediately threw herself into Sun Wukong's arms sobbing. After some casual chat with his companions, Wukong noticed Sun Wu-Tian hiding behind Chi-Chi. Is this my son? Chi-Chi nodded shyly. Wukong froze for a few seconds, then crouched down. Sun Wu Tian then sat on his never-before-seen father's arm acting affectionately and warmly with his dad. After all, he looked exactly like a young Wukong. After greeting each of his companions, he scratched his head and said, Chi, where is Wufan? Wukong was a bit puzzled. Logically Wufan should be here. He's over there. Vegeta pointed to Sun Wufan, who was chatting with a little girl in the distance. He was obviously stunned for a moment, then grinned foolishly. His son had grown up well. He had even learned to find a girlfriend on his own. Soon they arrived at the registration area. After registering, they found an open space and exchanged pleasantries. However, a voice rang out from behind. Kakarot. Do you still remember me? Hearing someone call his name, Sun Wukong instinctively turned around and saw Reno smiling at him. The moment he saw Reno, Sun Wukong's body involuntarily shuddered as if struck by lightning. During the battle with Cell back then, he was too far away to see clearly, but now that he saw Reno clearly, his entire body tensed up. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and shouted at Reno, who was standing with arms crossed, Hey! Who are you? Why do I feel like I've seen you before? Haha. Of course, we were born on the same day. There was also Broly next to us, don't you remember? Reno smiled. You know my past. Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Of course I know. Back then your battle power was only 2 and you were scared into tears by me and Broly. Sure enough, Sun Wukong fell silent. Seeing his goal achieved, Reno curled the corners of his mouth and instantly took off with his daughter on his shoulder and the other two. Since the competition was about to start, they decisively headed to the venue. There were several hundred contestants in total. All went through a strength tester, and the 16 with the highest strength advanced to the official tournament. The former champion of the martial arts tournament, Satan, confidently threw the first punch while holding the gold belt, scoring 159. Videl scored 211. With a gentle touch, Lotzi scored 244. Vegeta directly broke the machine. Seeing that everyone had surpassed him, even his own daughter Satan was drenched in cold sweat. Because every time a world crisis was resolved, Satan happened to appear near the scene, leading everyone to mistakenly believe that he was the savior. This caused his popularity to soar and he made a fortune. Soon the children's tournament began first. Although it was a children's tournament, the prizes were still substantial. The champion could get 6,000 and the runner-up 2,000. Obviously the children's tournament had almost no opponents, and Trunks and Sun Wu Tian easily advanced to the semi-finals. This immediately caused dissatisfaction among the audience. There was no excitement at all. This made the host a bit embarrassed. These two rascals had swept through all opponents with almost no one able to withstand a single move. So the host announced, Please welcome contestant Trunks to face contestant Sun Wu Tian. This helped some viewers calm down a bit. Two dark horses, it should be exciting. Without much talk, the two immediately clashed in strength. In the end, Trunks was slightly superior, suppressing Sun Wu Tian, which made Vegeta extremely happy. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly and he looked at Sun Wukong with his nose in the air. Ah da da da. The two flew into the sky, exchanging blows that were fist to flesh. The audience was dumbfounded. You're telling me these are children? After a dramatic energy clash, the two resumed close quarters combat. In the end, Trunks won. After a brief rest, the host, who knew how to build atmosphere, said, Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome contestant Lena to face contestant Trunks on stage. If the semi-finals were this exciting, just imagine how thrilling the finals will be. Let's give a warm round of applause. The cheers instantly reached a peak. Soon Lena and Trunks stood face to face. Because Lena wore a mask and was quite young, it was hard to tell her gender without looking closely. Trunks instantly attacked, charging at Lena at incredible speed. In Trunks' eyes, only his father's group of friends on Earth were the strongest, the rest were nothing. But the next moment, a punch that would have been as fast as lightning to ordinary people was easily dodged by Lena as she tilted her head. Due to inertia, Trunks nearly stumbled off the stage. This made Trunks realize that he had underestimated his opponent. Angrily he threw punches at Lena, but she dodged them mockingly. Taking advantage of Lena's carelessness, he directly pulled off her mask. He wanted to see if the person under the mask was Uncle Kellen. But the next moment Trunks felt his brain shrink. Under the mask was a face of unbelievable beauty. Although young, it was clear she was a beauty in the making. Trunks instantly became nervous, his face red and his neck thick, forgetting that he was on the stage. He felt his mind go blank. Having her mask pulled off, Lena was first stunned, then with a mix of shame and anger she delivered a side kick that sent Trunks flying off the stage. Even Sun Wu-Tian was slightly surprised for a moment. Soon the children's tournament ended and Lena received stacks of cash. Reno was also proud of his daughter. Even when Sun Wu-Tian turned into a Super Saiyan, Chi would call him a delinquent. The only one under pressure was Trunks. Soon Sun Wukong and the others found Reno and his group. Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, "Hey! Android 18, you're here too." Lotzi was speechless, "Idiot. You only just noticed." Meanwhile Trunks with a slightly red face looked at Lena sitting on Reno's shoulder. This made Sun Wukong also notice Lena. "Reno, this is..." Lotzi gave Sun Wukong a look. "Idiot. This is my daughter." Sun Wukong was shocked again, his face twisting. "Ah. A robot can also have children." Unable to bear it, Lotzi scolded Sun Wukong again, "Idiot." Then she left with Lena. Only Sun Wukong was left standing there awkwardly. Reno was also speechless at Sun Wukong's naivety. "So what do you want from me?" Sun Wukong scratched his head and said sheepishly, "Reno. I want to know my past story." "Idiot. I was a baby too back then. I was sent to Earth shortly after." "Idiot." Reno also scolded Sun Wukong in the same tone as Lotzi. Scolding people really does make one feel good. "Ah. This." Sun Wukong didn't expect Reno to answer like that. "Logically speaking, you should have sensed my intention. Why did you still come to me?" Reno asked in confusion. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. "I can feel that you're just a bit angry seeing me. You have no ill intentions." Reno raised an eyebrow. Facing such a naive Wukong, he couldn't bear to hit him. Sun Wukong smiled and asked Reno, "I don't know why you hate me, but I hope we can resolve this knot. I can feel that you are very strong. I hope we can become good friends." Hearing the word friend, Reno was stunned. He seemed to have no friends. Finally, almost as if possessed, he shook hands with Sun Wukong. Reno soon arrived at the adult spectator stands and as expected saw his wife waiting for him. He lay down on Razieli's lap. "Wife, don't take Sun Wukong to heart, that lad is nothing but a martial arts fanatic. He speaks without thinking. TCH. Who would bother arguing with someone who has the mindset of a child?" Razieli said disdainfully. "Ahaha, Reno, we meet again." Sun Wukong and the others walked over pretending to be somewhat surprised. This time it was not only Reno and the others who were stunned. Vegeta was so embarrassed by Sun Wukong that he sought out a corner all by himself. Sun Wukong. Reno, not wanting to say another word to him, simply waved his hand dismissively. But Sun Wukong misunderstood the gesture as an invitation to approach and moved even closer. "Reno." This time Razieli was thoroughly angered and punched Sun Wukong on the head. Wukong immediately grimaced in pain. Sun Wukong, understanding the situation, finally stopped bothering the couple. Meanwhile Krillin looked at Reno, whose head rested on Android 18's lap, with a deeply worried expression. But the next moment the announcer called out, "Match Piccolo vs Panda." Just as Piccolo was about to step onto the ring, he was stopped by a staff member. As Piccolo pondered the situation, the staff member expressed concern, "Sir, your complexion appears somewhat green. Would you like me to call medical personnel to examine you?" These words made Piccolo's green face flush slightly. "My face is naturally green. Pfft. I'm entirely green." After exchanging words with the staff member for a while, Piccolo finally entered the ring with a deeply exasperated expression. Only then did Piccolo turn his gaze toward his opponent, a portly black man whose bulk resembled a dark-boiled egg. Upon seeing Piccolo finally arrive, Panda immediately curled into a black sphere and rolled forward, charging toward Piccolo at extraordinary speed, only for the Namekian to halt him with a single kick. As Panda lay dazed from the impact, Piccolo seized him by the collar and tossed him straight off the platform. Silence fell over the arena. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief. Had they really just witnessed a 300-gene brute get discarded like trash? With the opening match concluded ahead of schedule, the announcer gripped the microphone and announced, "Now let us welcome the second bout, Sun Wukong vs Reno." Having orchestrated past world martial arts tournaments, he had seen countless spectacles and remained unfazed. Even the youthful clash between Sun Wukong and Piccolo had burned with far more fervor than this display. The prospect of battling Reno against Sun Wukong sent elation surging through him, igniting the Saiyan bloodline within as though it had suddenly come alive. Both competitors soon reached the arena floor. At the starter's signal, Reno materialized before Sun Wukong in an instant, delivering a punch that forced vomit from Wukong's mouth. Then a tail burst forth from Reno's pant leg, wrapping swiftly around Sun Wukong's throat. What? This sight stunned Earth's defenders beyond expectation. Though they had sensed Reno's power, nothing could have prepared them for this display. Confronted with such overwhelming strength, Sun Wukong erupted into a Super Saiyan transformation. Even in his Super Saiyan form, Sun Wukong could not break free from Reno's tail. Only upon achieving Super Saiyan 2nd grade did he manage to escape. Vegeta exhaled in relief. Thankfully it was not he who faced Reno. Let Kakarot bear the brunt of this punishment. Despite his Super Saiyan 2nd grade transformation, Sun Wukong remained dominated throughout the entire exchange. This left Son Goten increasingly anxious, for he had just placed a wager with Trunks. Goten bet on his father's victory while Trunks wagered on Reno's triumph. The loser would be bound to fulfill one wish. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong found himself questioning his own capabilities, reduced to such a state by Reno's base form alone. No matter how intensely he gathered his energy, it proved futile. Ultimately overwhelmed by Reno's superior power, Sun Wukong fell in defeat. Goten's expression darkened instantly. The crowd watched in astonishment as well. Sun Wukong had always been their champion, turning every dire situation to his advantage. Yet now he lay completely defenseless, unable to mount even a single counterattack. The beating had been merciless. With the match concluded, Reno flashed a grin. "Wife, I handled Sun Wukong for you." Raziel's expression flickered uneasily. "Were you holding back against us all those training sessions?" Reno narrowed his eyes, rapidly assembling a response. "Oh, that couldn't be the case. Your prowess, my dear wife, simply surpasses anyone like Sun Wukong." The flattering words painted Raziel's cheeks with a rosy blush, and she leaned in to press a gentle kiss on Reno's face. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong limped back to Reno's side, his hand pressed to his waist, his gaze heavy with grievance. "Reno. You didn't see my wife here, did you?" Soon after stepping onto the arena, Vegeta declared his victory with a roar. "Androids! I am no longer the Vegeta of 7 years ago. The humiliation you inflicted upon me back then, I shall repay you 1,000-fold. But Raditz merely watched Vegeta in silence. Making no response whatsoever, his contemptuous smile only served to enrage Vegeta further. In an instant he appeared before Raditz, launching relentless attacks, yet he was dodged effortlessly as if Raditz were taking a leisurely stroll. It was just like Raziel's mocking annihilation of Vegeta 7 years prior, except this time it was Raditz whose strength surpassed Raziel's. Seeing that his attacks couldn't even graze Android 17, Vegeta let out a furious roar. "Ah!" The next moment a figure wreathed in golden lightning materialized before Raditz. Witnessing Vegeta falling into his rhythm, Raditz curled his lips into an inscrutable smile. Vegeta instantly powered up, once again appearing before Raditz and swinging a punch. This time Raditz was clearly less composed than before, though still not struggling. The two exchanged close combat blows on the arena, igniting the spectators into feverish excitement. Only Videl knew what that golden hair signified. Cell had been defeated by a mysterious individual who had attained that form, though her identity remained unknown. But it certainly wasn't her father, Mr. Satan. Meanwhile, leaning against Reno's shoulder, Raziel remarked, "Vegeta's power in this form is far beyond what he was 7 years ago. If not for you, the two of us combining our strength still wouldn't stand a chance against him. Back then Vegeta dared challenge me and I kicked his arm until it broke. I never expected it would spur him to grow so rapidly." Even Raziel could not help but regard Vegeta with newfound respect. "Oh. You once broke his arm?" Reno asked in surprise. Raziel murmured softly. Reno narrowed his eyes, draped an arm around Raziel's shoulders and pulled her closer as they continued watching the match. Vegeta continued trading blows with Raditz, yet anyone with discernment could see that Raditz, possessing infinite energy, was thoroughly dominating him. Rather than dominating, it was more like teasing a child. After such an extended battle, Vegeta's stamina had deteriorated severely. Observing Raditz's calm and composed expression, he knew defeat was inevitable. Yet his unyielding pride refused to accept the fate of being crushed by an android once more. In a blaze of supreme rage, Vegeta charged forward and swung another punch at Raditz. Seeing Vegeta's guard completely exposed, Raditz effortlessly sidestepped and delivered a sharp side kick directly to his arm. "Ah!" Vegeta's anguished scream echoed moments later. Indeed, the Prince of all Saiyans had his arm broken once again. Yes, Prince Vegeta had instantly become Prince Tragedy. Gazing at his once more shattered arm, he could only fall to his knees in impotent fury. In the end, Robbie's claimed victory. Feeling utterly humiliated, Vegeta activated his flight technique and sped off into the distance. This sent Trunks and Bulma into a panic as they turned to give chase. But the next moment Goku, having largely recovered, blocked their path. "I'll go. I'll bring him back." With that he took to the skies, heading toward Vegeta's direction. The others made no move to follow as matches remained for everyone, and besides this hardly warranted such urgency. Wasn't this just how Vegeta always was? Soon the next match began promptly. It was Videl versus a shirtless brute. Accustomed to grand spectacles, Videl dominated the fight from the start, repeatedly defeating the brute, yet what stunned everyone was that after each crushing blow he rose as if nothing had happened. Even Reno, whose hand had been wandering inside Razley's clothing, sensed something was amiss and applied a touch of pressure, drawing a sultry whimper from Razley. This immediately drew curious glances from those nearby, though it also caught the attention of some lonely old men who had finally noticed such a beautiful young girl sitting among them. Taking advantage of the crowd, they began making various harassing sounds. Reno's gaze flicked backward, locking onto one particular old man. In an instant the old man froze, collapsing onto his seat and gasping for air. Reno snorted coldly. His own wife being harassed, could he possibly tolerate that? Those knowledgeable in such matters would immediately recognize this as the effect of time power. Just moments ago Reno had slowed the flow of time around the old man, delivering a lesson. If Reno had wished, a mere finger flick could have erased the entire martial arts tournament from existence. Reno had also come to understand why he had been able to contact his mother back then. It was because time power had pierced through spatial power, breaking certain limitations and achieving something extraordinary. This was the fruit of Reno's arduous cultivation over these 7 years, though he had merely scratched the threshold of time power. Still, he considered himself fortunate, having inexplicably comprehended time power and then on that foundation fathomed spatial power as well. However, he harbored no ambitions to dominate the universe. Living peacefully with Razley was all Reno desired at present. Meanwhile the scene on stage grew increasingly bizarre. Gohan and the others finally noticed something was wrong. The brute seemed completely immune to pain, while Videl was already breathing heavily. Even all the spectators on the stands looked at the referee in disbelief. Yet the referee himself wore an equally puzzled expression. Suddenly the brute exerted tremendous force and backhanded Videl across the face, sending her crashing to the ground. Seeing the girl still struggling to rise, the brute sat directly atop her. The terrifying weight caused Videl's pupils to contract sharply, and then relentless punches rained down upon her body, any thought of mercy entirely absent. It hurts so much, Ngh. Videl cried out in agony. Yamura. Unable to bear it any longer, Son Gohan roared and called a halt to the match. But as the brute prepared to continue, another man who appeared to be his companion shouted for him to stop. Only then did the brute reluctantly withdraw his hand, for he had certainly taken quite a lot during their encounter. Once the match ended, Gohan hurried onto the arena and gathered the battered Videl into his arms. Gritting his teeth he screamed, "You bastards! I will never forgive you. Never. Absolutely never." Seeing how much Gohan cared for her, Videl offered a tender, gratified smile. Krillin then shouted, "Gohan, hurry up and take your girlfriend to the infirmary." Son Gohan then staggered toward the infirmary, cradling Videl in his arms. Next up was the three-eyed star man Tianjin Fan against a short white-haired rooster-combed man. Looked not like an earthling. As Tianjin Fan stepped onto the arena ready to launch an attack, the moment his eyes met the World King God's, cold sweat trickled down his back. His body poised to charge felt as heavy as lead, utterly immobile. After glancing at his opponent's enigmatic, almost mocking smile, he hesitated no longer. Biting his lip, he conceded defeat. When Tianjin Fan returned to the stands, Kulin and the others asked in confusion, "Tianjin Fan, what's wrong with you? That's not like you at all." Tianjin Fan shook his head with a bitter smile, saying nothing. Seeing this, Kulin didn't press further. The other matches were much simpler. Kulin faced the bare-chested giant's teammate. Kulin, far stronger than Bai Dilly, easily knocked down his opponent. Finally, with both hands in his pockets, he left the arena with effortless grace. Meanwhile, Satan, receiving news of his daughter's injury, rushed frantically to the infirmary. Upon seeing Sun Wufan beside Bai Dilly, he immediately assumed Wufan had hurt her. But after the medical staff explained, Satan, unabashed, declared he would give Wufan a free autograph. This made even the thick-skinned Sun Wufan awkward, while Bai Dilly shot her father a disdainful glance. However, her injuries were too severe, she could barely speak, only glaring at her father. Finally, Kulin arrived and fed Bai Dilly one of his few senzu beans. Seeing Dilly instantly recover from her grave wound, Satan's jaw dropped. Shortly after, everyone returned to the spectator seats. Then came the match between Lazili and a masked man. Under their coats, Trunks and Sun Wuqian were thrilled. After all, Wuqian hadn't been born yet and Trunks hadn't learned to speak when the androids fought. They had never witnessed an android's true power. Bored, they had found a contestant, knocked him out and taken his place. At first Lazili didn't take them seriously, but when she saw their balanced, unconventionally proportioned physiques, she understood. Adhering to the principle of seeing without exposing, she fought them evenly, exchanging blows, and eventually took the battle into the sky. Frustrated, Trunks and Sun Wuqian instantly transformed into Super Saiyans and continued battling Lazili, but still couldn't gain the slightest advantage. Ultimately they had to concede. Next came the semi-finals, adopting a top 8-4 system. However, as the reigning champion, Satan directly advanced to the finals. After a brief rest, the first match was announced. First match: Piccolo vs. La Beezy. Piccolo's face turned green with fear. The scene of La Beezy ruthlessly crushing Vegeta was deeply etched in this Namekian's mind. He surrendered immediately. Moreover, they had almost been wiped out back then. Any hesitation would have been disrespectful to La Beezy. In the end, he earned La Beezy's nod of approval. The next match was Lei Noa vs. the bare-chested giant. As Lei Noa was about to step onto the arena, the World King God and Giabite blocked his path. The World King God Xian immediately revealed his identity, which prompted Lei Noa to burst into a cackling laugh. "God," he mocked. "If you were a god, how could you be so pathetically weak?" Infuriated, Giabite slammed the table on the spot, only to end up clutching his chest in emotional distress. But this so-called World King God claimed that a powerful enemy was about to be resurrected, and if they let the enemy absorb their energy, they could trace the enemy's lair. This piqued Lei Noa's interest. After discussing the plan with the World King God, they prepared to act. However, what happened next almost drove Lei Noa to slay the World King God in fury. On the stand, Sun Wufan was clearly displeased. He had promised to avenge Dilly, but now that man had beaten him to it. Yet he knew he couldn't defeat him, so he resigned himself. What comes, let it come. Back on the arena, as Lei Noa saw his opponent charging at him, before he could think, he suddenly felt his entire body locked in place. Turning his head toward the World King God, he saw him using all his power to cast a paralysis technique on him. Lei Noa was dumbfounded. "You call this a teammate?" Before he could react, the bare-chested giant grabbed him in a chokehold, rendering him completely immobile. Then his teammate appeared, instantly plunging a container into Lei Noa's side. Everything happened too fast, like a whirlwind. La Beezy and Lazili hadn't even processed it. By the time they moved to stop it, it was too late. The two strange beings sucked Lei Noa's energy voraciously, and within seconds the instrument showed full. The two paused for a moment, then without a second thought rose and flew off into the distance. The World King God, seeing that Lei Noa seemed unharmed, assumed he had enough energy and didn't need treatment. He was about to pursue the two intruders. Before he could react, he felt an intense killing intent. Lei Noa's energy surged rapidly, and in an instant he achieved the form of Super Saiyan 3. His thick golden hair grew rapidly, becoming even denser and longer, cascading down to his waist. Truly hair reaching the waist. Crackling lightning enveloped his body, emanating from his surging energy, flashing incessantly, a testament to the owner's fury. After the burst of golden energy, Lei Noa emerged in his Super Saiyan 3 form. At first the Kaioshin only thought Lei Noa was an earthling with relatively strong ki, but upon seeing Lei Noa in Super Saiyan 3, the shock in his eyes was impossible to erase. What followed was an overwhelming sense of terror. Lei Noa let out a sinister laugh and struck his palm toward the Kaioshin. In that instant the very space seemed to be torn apart, and Jebet stared blankly in Lei Noa's direction. When did humans gain the power of space? Indeed, as the Kaioshin's attendant, Jebet naturally knew about the power of space and time. But knowing and experiencing were two different things. Just like the Kaioshin, who stood there dumbfounded. Without a second thought, Jebet used instant transmission to appear before the Kaioshin, placed a hand on his shoulder and vanished from the spot in an instant. Almost instantly Lei Noa's hand landed on the spot where the Kaioshin had been. Seeing the Kaioshin disappear, Lei Noa became even more furious. His target for venting his anger was gone. How could he possibly stay calm? With a burst of ki, he immediately chased after the two strange beings. After Lei Noa left, the entire World Martial Arts Tournament descended into chaos. Good heavens! Is this the same golden-haired warrior as Gohan? Why does he look so vicious? Damn! All the camera equipment is blown up, we can't record anything. The scene was almost impossible to control. The staff were frantic. Some clever people took the opportunity to flee quickly. After all of this indicated that something major was about to happen. These Earthlings were no longer shocked by the appearance of Saions because earlier when Videl was almost beaten to death by the burly man Gohan had transformed in a fit of rage. So now seeing another Super Saiyan did not cause much panic or unease among the crowd. No one had left the scene yet. The Kaioshin and Jebbet returned once more. The Kaioshin extended his hand toward the arena and a faint green light enveloped the entire area. The next moment everyone clutched their heads in confusion then sat back down in their seats. Indeed the Kaioshin and Jebbet had come back to erase the memories of the spectators at the World Martial Arts Tournament, specifically the part where Reno transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Thus these humans' memories remained only of the scene where Vegeta's arm was broken by Labby's. After carefully checking that no human was left out, the Kaioshin took a deep breath and then slumped in despair. What was wrong with him? For no reason he had made an enemy of Reno. He was a god. And yet he was almost killed by a mere mortal. But the next moment he let it go. After all, he had violated the agreement first. Originally he had made a pact with Reno to jointly capture the burly man controlled by Babidi. Yet he had directly backstabbed Reno. Anyone would be stunned. Just as the Kaioshin was pondering how to resolve the conflict with Reno, his eyes suddenly lit up. Jebbet suddenly said, "Lord Kaioshin. I have detected Reno's key. And it seems there is also the key of Dabura, the king of the demon realm. Never mind that. The situation is still under control. We just need to find that damned insect before Majin Buu awakens." Jebbet nodded solemnly and used instant transmission to take the Kaioshin to Reno's location. Meanwhile outside Babidi's spaceship, Reno had silently followed the two controlled weirdos to Babidi's headquarters. Now Reno was fighting Dabura, the king of the demon realm. Ha! Reno struck first with a jab, hitting Dabura's jaw. The powerful impact sent a ringing through Dabura's head. His consciousness went blank for a moment. Then without giving him a chance, Reno unleashed a ki blast that blew Dabura into a state of incapacitation. This scene terrified the hidden Babidi. After all, Dabura was his strongest fighter and he had been so easily defeated by that yellow-haired brat. At this moment Reno was still in his Super Saiyan 3 form. If Goku knew how long Reno could maintain Super Saiyan 3, he would be astonished. No. I must break the seal on Majin Buu quickly. So he accelerated the energy being transmitted to Majin Buu. Master, what about us brothers? Babidi turned to look at the two underlings who had been ordered to gather energy for Buu. His face darkened. If it weren't for these two incompetents, how could he have been cornered in his own home and beaten? As if struck by an idea, Babidi said coldly, "You may leave." The two brothers turned and left without a second thought. But the next moment both of them clutched their heads and screamed in agony. The bulging of their eyes showed just how much pain they were in. Meanwhile on another island a fierce battle was also unfolding. Vegeta. Calm down. Sun Wukong kept dodging Vegeta's attacks, afraid that striking back might injure the one-armed Vegeta. He was struggling to fend off Vegeta's assault. Damn you, Kakarot. I am the Prince of Saiyans. Yet I have always been surpassed by you, a low-class warrior. I, the proud Prince of Saiyans, have always been saved by you. It is an insult to me. Ever since I came to Earth I have gradually come to care about others. But I want to become the cold-blooded, ruthless Prince of Saiyans again. Vegeta almost roared these words. In that moment he poured out his true feelings and even Sun Wukong fell silent. However, the evil aura emanating from Vegeta was immediately detected by Babidi, who used a special crystal ball to cast a spell on the image of Vegeta. Just as Vegeta was talking to Sun Wukong, he suddenly collapsed in pain, his low growls leaving Wukong at a loss. When Wukong helped him up, Vegeta gave a sinister smile and punched the unsuspecting Wukong. The punch made Wukong spit out acidic fluid. Vegeta laughed. This energy that controlled him actually made him much stronger. Babidi, watching through the magic crystal, breathed a sigh of relief. His powerful magic gave him immense confidence. Then with a wave of his hand he teleported Sun Wukong and Vegeta back to the World Martial Arts Tournament. Their sudden appearance caught everyone off guard. Evidently Lazuli and the others had already left because of a malfunction and the finals would be held in a few days. The boredom had caused them to leave. Thus all the Earth's defenders had departed, leaving only ordinary people. As soon as he landed, Vegeta heard Babidi's voice in his mind, "Vegeta, I need you to kill the people here to gather energy." Babidi then increased his control. But Vegeta's pride would not allow him to be controlled. Even under manipulation, one thought remained in his mind: to defeat Sun Wukong. Relying on the pride of a Saiyan prince, he actually broke free from Babidi's control. This left Babidi speechless with shock. This guy actually broke through my control with his strong sense of pride. Even the king of the demon realm became my puppet. Is this the Saiyan race? Babidi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. After breaking free from Babidi's control, Vegeta with the letter M stamped on his forehead had clearly grown even stronger. If he hadn't sensed the remarkable power boost from being controlled, he would never have submitted. Feeling the surging energy within him, Vegeta couldn't help but squint with satisfaction. "Vegeta! You willingly let Babidi control you?" Interrupted by Kakarot's voice while savoring the flow of power, displeasure instantly flickered across Vegeta's face. Then he smirked. "Kakarot! You only have 24 hours of revival, I don't care about anything else. I just want a fair fight with you. I can't afford to miss this chance." With that, Vegeta licked his lips and shot a provocative glance at Sun Wukong. "So I'll pay any price." Vegeta spoke with a hint of madness. His frenzied demeanor made Sun Wukong grind his teeth in anger. Damn it! Sun Wukong couldn't stand seeing Vegeta so corrupted. "Humph! Why don't you make a move, Kakarot?" A cruel smile spread across Vegeta's face. Devoid of mercy, he no longer cared about anything else. He aimed his palm at the audience stands, and as Sun Wukong watched in shock, fired an energy sphere into the crowd. Screams and cries for help immediately erupted. The righteous Sun Wukong could no longer tolerate it. Before he could react, Vegeta launched an energy sphere directly at him. Ah! Struggling to withstand Vegeta's energy sphere, Sun Wukong saw him instantly power up to Super Saiyan 2 without hesitation. Unable to hold back any longer, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2 as well, easily bursting the sphere apart. He shouted toward the sky, "Babidi! Teleport us to an uninhabited area. I've decided to settle this with Vegeta." The Supreme Kai, who had been following from afar, saw the imminent clash and quickly used instant transmission to appear between them, trying to stop the fight. "You cannot fight. That will accelerate Majin Buu's revival. If you must battle, then kill me, the Supreme Kai first." Supreme Kai Shin stood between the two, hoping his status would make them back down. But Sun Wukong, already enraged by Vegeta's massacre of innocents, showed no respect even for the Supreme Kai. He immediately raised his hand and gathered energy. Seeing that Sun Wukong was serious, the Supreme Kai chuckled awkwardly and slowly stepped aside. Inside the spaceship, Babidi was overjoyed. He wanted them to fight as much as possible, for it would hasten Majin Buu's awakening. Waving his staff, Babidi instantly teleported Vegeta and Sun Wukong to a deserted desert. As soon as they landed, Vegeta struck first, firing a light wave. While Sun Wukong defended, Vegeta quickly moved behind him and delivered a powerful blow. However, Sun Wukong saw through his trick and easily caught his wrist. Adadadada. Breaking free with a burst of energy, Vegeta pummeled Sun Wukong with a flurry of punches. His speed was so great that multiple afterimages appeared. Facing a vastly stronger Vegeta, Sun Wukong could barely raise his arms to defend. "Ha ha ha. See this, Kakarot? This is who I am now." Vegeta laughed maniacally. With another side kick, he sent Sun Wukong flying. Unable to contain his excitement, Vegeta unleashed another burst of energy and a torrent of power erupted from within him. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in shock. Even though both were at full power Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta had become terrifyingly strong. Seeing the astonishment in Sun Wukong's eyes, Vegeta threw his head back and laughed. His confidence had turned into arrogance. He casually extended his hand. "Garlic cannon." Vegeta roared and fired a blast. Sun Wukong countered with a Kamehameha. As their attacks collided, the surrounding ground cracked and rocks flew everywhere. After a prolonged clash, the energy waves could no longer withstand the pressure and exploded. Smoke immediately engulfed the entire battlefield. Soon Vegeta kicked away a cloud of smoke and spotted Sun Wukong clutching his chest and coughing. What? Sun Wukong never expected Vegeta to find him this way. Ha! Vegeta instantly released chains that bound Sun Wukong, then hurled him into a mountain. He slowly flew before Sun Wukong and slapped him twice across the face. "Kakarot, I win this time." While Sun Wukong was still dazed, Vegeta aimed a ki blast at him. He wants to kill me. Sun Wukong suddenly sensed Vegeta's murderous intent. Realizing that if he didn't get serious he would be killed, and since he was already dead, being killed again would mean total annihilation, he had to act. He clenched his fists and a powerful aura burst forth, instantly breaking free from Vegeta's control. Vegeta, as if expecting this, resumed his assault on Sun Wukong. On Babidi ship, Babidi scowled as the Supreme Kai arrived with Sun Wukong. Not long after parting ways with Vegeta, the Supreme Kai and Jebbet had encountered Sun Wukong. Together they came to stop Babidi. Babidi watched helplessly as Sun Wukong easily subdued Dubra, whom he had reclaimed from Reno using magic. He ground his teeth in frustration. Dubra had been severely injured, barely alive when rescued, and after only minor healing the Supreme Kai had traced them here again. Why again? Because after being relentlessly chased by Reno, Babidi had used magic to teleport the ship many times. They had only just rested when the Supreme Kai showed up. His ordinary minions stood no chance against Sun Wukong. With a mere burst of energy, Sun Wukong easily intimidated them into losing their will to fight. Just as the Supreme Kai was about to kill Babidi, the egg-sealing Majin Buu began to shake violently, terrifying the Supreme Kai, who collapsed to the ground. The fear of being dominated by Majin Buu tens of millions of years ago flooded the Supreme Kai's mind. Only one thought remained: it's over. Back then 3 Supreme Kais had been killed by Majin Buu, and he himself had been gravely wounded before being saved by the Grand Supreme Kai. In the end, even the Grand Supreme Kai was devoured by Buu. That sense of despair and helplessness once again enveloped the Supreme Kai's consciousness. Even Sun Wukong was stunned by the overwhelming aura emanating from the egg. Soon the egg-sealing Majin Buu cracked open completely. To Babidi's excitement and the Supreme Kai's terror, the egg was empty. Babidi was dumbfounded and the Supreme Kai fell silent. Even Sun Wukong's face twisted in confusion. Had he been working for nothing? No. Sun Wukong instantly sensed something was wrong. The energy just now was unmistakable, but what was happening now? He looked up and was struck speechless by the sight before him. A pink gas had unknowingly permeated the air, and in the next moment everyone looked up in terror at the gradually coalescing pink mass in the sky. Almost instantly the pink mist condensed into a chubby figure. It was not only adorable but also appeared simple and harmless, utterly devoid of lethality, startling everyone present. Babidi rushed before Majin Buu, declaring his identity and demanding that Buu swear allegiance to him, the descendant of Babidi. But Majin Buu, newly freed, paid no heed to Babidi. Instead he made a funny face, making Babidi jump in fright. Ha ha ha. You're such a coward little insect. Buu pointed a mocking finger and laughed heartily at Babidi's timidity. This turned Babidi green with rage. Fuming, he pointed at Buu, unable to scold him for fear of angering the creature, so he silently cursed his own father 18 times over. Was this pink chubby thing really what his father had created? It must be a defective product. Did this really look like a being capable of destroying the universe? Meanwhile Kaioshin broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, "Gohan, run!" Gohan glanced at Dabura with utter disdain, which made Dabura gnash his teeth in fury. If not for his injuries he would not tolerate such insolence. Ignoring the fire in Dabura's eyes, Gohan then studied the being Kaioshin had hailed as the legendary strongest warrior in the universe. After carefully comparing him to Dabura, he pondered for a moment and concluded inwardly that Buu didn't even seem as strong as Dabura. He then waved his hand dismissively. Gohan looked at Kaioshin with a teasing grin and said slowly, "Oh Lord Kaioshin, I feel that if I unleash my full power I could defeat this pink fatty." His voice was not loud, but loud enough for everyone present to catch his mockery. Kaioshin's eyes widened as he stared at Son Gohan, looking utterly convinced. Meanwhile Buu heard Gohan's taunt and immediately stopped his awkward celebratory dance of freedom. From the holes in his head vast amounts of smoke rapidly spewed out, signaling his fury. Seeing Buu's reaction, the severely injured Dabura also sneered, "Humph. Majin Buu is nothing but a dim-witted fool." Every word of mockery reached Buu's ears without exception. I will kill you all." Buu, now enraged, expelled gas from every orifice on his body and launched himself like a cannonball straight at Dabura. Son Gohan's expression shifted from a smug smile to sheer terror in an instant. Dabura, who had just insulted Buu, was instantly pierced through by Buu's strike. He never even saw Buu move, only a blur of pink streaking past. Then his own body was torn open. Ugh! Dabura stared in shock at the gaping hole in his chest. Before his fingers could even touch the wound, his entire body exploded. Buu's overwhelming aura surged outward in all directions. Seeing Buu's immense power, Babidi quickly ran up to him. "Hey! Majin Buu, you must submit to me or I will seal you away again." Babidi threatened Buu. Already fuming, Buu grew even more enraged at Babidi's threat. A beam of light shot from the skyline above his head, transforming the terrified Babidi into a black candy ball. Buu looked at the candy with disgust and crushed it under his foot. Then he broke into a joyful dance. Son Gohan, however, was utterly stunned. He grabbed Kaioshin's arm and soared into the sky. Flying, he kept glancing back, afraid that Buu might catch up. Truly, the boldest hawk receives the most brutal beating. Buu watched the direction of Gohan's escape with a sinister grin. Elsewhere, Son Goku and Vegeta, still locked in battle, both sensed Majin Buu's presence and turned their gazes solemnly to the distance. Just moments ago, Dabura's energy had vanished completely. Clearly Gohan could not have done that, so it must be that Majin Buu who had killed Dabura in an instant. With grave expressions, the two decided to join forces to defeat Buu. As Goku bent down to pick up a senzu bean, Vegeta struck out with all his might, landing a heavy blow to the back of Goku's neck. Ugh! Goku collapsed to the ground unconscious. Vegeta looked down at the fallen Goku and muttered to himself, "Kakarot. I caused this mess, so I will defeat Majin Buu myself. As for our grudge, settle it when I return." Then he paused. "If I come back alive." He picked up the senzu bean from the ground. Flying at high speed, Gohan kept glancing around nervously, a testament to the psychological trauma Majin Buu had inflicted on him. Then a glint of light flashed in Gohan's eyes. He spotted Krillin, Piccolo and the others approaching. As he drew closer to his friends, Gohan suddenly felt himself colliding with a fleshy body. Kaioshin, who was following right behind, couldn't brake in time and slammed into Gohan's back, making Gohan cry out in pain. Before Gohan could react, Majin Buu struck him with a heavy blow, driving him deep into the ground and forming a massive crater. Piccolo and the others, who had just been waving at Gohan, were terrified. What had just instantly taken down Gohan? Could it be the Majin Buu with that terrifying aura? Before he could warn Kaioshin, Buu landed a kick on Kaioshin, nearly taking half his life. Kaioshin screamed as he fell into the forest below. Just as Buu landed and prepared to find Kaioshin to turn him into food, a powerful energy wave swept across the entire land, so intense that it stunned everyone. Piccolo and Krillin, who were about to help, sensed that it was Vegeta's energy and breathed a sigh of relief, but then grew worried. Could Vegeta really defeat a Buu who had one-shot Gohan? The energy transformed into a towering cloud of smoke that spread across the sky. Beneath the smoke, a man with crossed arms emerged slowly. The letter M on his forehead had vanished. Since Babidi was dead, the power gained through Babidi's control had dissipated. Yet his imposing presence remained undiminished. Buu squinted at Vegeta emerging from the smoke. "Ha ha ha. I never expected Majin Buu to be such a stupid, foolish pink fatty." Vegeta sneered, provoking the enraged Buu. Nearby, Goten and Trunks watched with wide eyes, amazed by Vegeta's sheer dominance. Goten scratched his head. Where was his father? Without hesitation, Vegeta unleashed his full power and charged at Buu in an instant, driving a knee into Buu's stomach, then landing several fierce blows to Buu's chubby face. But when Vegeta threw another punch, Buu caught it with a sinister grin, then swung his arm and slammed it heavily into Vegeta's chest. The speed was so great it created a sonic boom. Vegeta was knocked to the ground, writhing in pain, frantically clutching his chest, showing the agony he was enduring. Exhilarated, Buu pulled a lump of flesh from his own belly and hurled it at Vegeta. Vegeta, already completely drained of combat power, could not possibly dodge Buu's attack. He was instantly wrapped up like a dumpling. Then Buu leaped high and crashed down like a cannonball onto the terrified Vegeta. Boom! In an instant, Vegeta's face contorted in extreme pain, his ribs were crushed under Buu's weight, and he fell unconscious. Seeing his father about to be beaten even after defeat, Trunks panicked. Ignoring Goten's protests, he quickly transformed into a Super Saiyan, flew to Buu and kicked him away with full force, then removed the flesh that bound Vegeta. He soon shook Vegeta awake. Cough. Cough. Where is Majin Buu? Vegeta asked the two boys through heavy coughs, inquiring about Buu's whereabouts. After confirming that Buu was not nearby, he gave a bitter smile and pulled Trunks into a tight embrace. Trunks, held by his father for the first time, felt both joy and sorrow. For Trunks knew what his father was about to do, and his eyes grew moist. "Trunks, apologize to your mother for me." Before Trunks could react, Vegeta gently struck his neck with his hand. Seeing Trunks unconscious, Goten was about to scold Vegeta when Vegeta punched him hard in the stomach. Ugh! Goten screamed in pain. When Vegeta saw that Goten didn't pass out, he delivered a chop to the neck. Sensing Vegeta's intent, Piccolo flew over quickly. Thus the two former villains faced each other and exchanged a knowing smile. Piccolo spoke little. Vegeta asked only one question: after I die, will I be able to see Kakarot? Piccolo shook his head, saying that the wicked cannot enter the afterlife but go directly to hell. Vegeta was silent for a moment, then looked at Buu, who was humming a tune and approaching with small leisurely steps. He signaled Piccolo to leave quickly. Then Vegeta elevated his energy to its peak, unleashing a violent surge of power. Vegeta smiled gently. Goodbye, Bulma. Trunks. Kakarot. And you, Reno. I truly wish to duel with you. He closed his eyes, ready to atone by self-destructing, when he felt a hand grip his arm. Startled, Vegeta opened his eyes wide. Vegeta, have you forgotten about us? Reno held Vegeta's arm with a teasing grin. Behind him, Lazili and Labiz had also appeared soundlessly beside Majin Buu. Just as Reno was infuriated by these disgusting maneuvers, he encountered Labiz and Lazili, who were looking for him. Lazili immediately slapped Reno awake. Reno instantly regained his clarity, looking as aggrieved as a child. Finally, Lazili tenderly covered his slapped rosy cheek. Then she compensated Reno with her own body, and only after that did she sense the awakening of Majin Buu's aura. They hurried over and happened to encounter Vegeta, who was about to blow himself up to kill Majin Buu. Without a second thought, Reno directly prevented this tragedy. After all, this was one of the few comrades, though proud, who at this moment was a true man willing to sacrifice for his family. This alone was enough to make everyone look at him with new respect. Before Majin Buu could react to what was happening, he was attacked by Labiz. Initially he thought this human was not as fierce as Vegeta, but the next moment Labiz's punch made him clutch his arm in pain, sensing a threat. Labiz, with his abundant combat experience, would not be distracted in battle. He fired a chi wave blowing off Buu's arm, then quickly charged forward. However, he was caught off guard by Buu's instantly regenerated arm and was momentarily suppressed by the enraged Buu. For a time the fully enraged Buu fought Labiz to a standstill, neither giving way to the other. After figuring out the principle of Buu's body, Labiz gradually adopted a mocking tone that infuriated Buu so much that steam vented from his head. Finally he split into another thin Buu, forming a stark contrast with the fat Buu. Even the fat Buu was stunned. Who is this? Probably just born, and seeing the situation unfavorable, the thin Buu directly took advantage of the fat Buu's distraction, turned him into a cake and ate him. After swallowing the fat Buu, the thin Buu's power surged dramatically and his body became well proportioned, just like Xiaolu, as if absorbing energy bodies could enhance strength. The Buu who completed the transformation might as well be called Big Buu. Now Big Buu was tall and sturdy, looking at Labiz with eyes full of greed. Big Buu licked his lips and said to Labiz, "Hey. That kid, let's continue." Labiz's expression turned grim. Buu's terrifying and grotesque ability made Labiz sweat. The fat Buu had just been absorbed by this Buu, and his energy had far surpassed his own. Now it was no longer a simple 1 + 1 = 2 situation. He could only retreat to Reno's side and politely made a gesture of invitation. "Ha ha ha. This kid looks frail and weak. I think it's better if you and this woman come at me together." The enhanced Buu laughed heartily, pointing at the grim-faced Labiz and the gnashing teeth Lazili. "Husband. Beat him up." Knowing she was no match, Lazili decisively let Reno step in. After all, even though they had sparred for years, she had no idea of Reno's limits. This was a perfect opportunity to see how strong Reno's potential was through Majin Buu. Reno was never one to suffer humiliation, and with his wife's request his Saiyan blood began to boil as he looked at Buu. He slightly lowered his head. But Buu, seeing this, didn't think it was a big deal and taunted again, "Ha ha ha. Are you begging for mercy? Hee hee. Hee hee hee." However, the next second Buu was so shocked that he couldn't speak properly. Reno bent his waist, instantly lowered his head and burst out his chi. With a force from his hands, the golden aura swirling around him formed a beam that shot straight into the sky. Even the clear sky turned as dark as night for a moment. This completely stunned Big Buu. What kind of heaven-defying skill was this? Not finished, Reno continued to burst out his chi, instantly completing the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. The rolling waves of chi around him were so powerful that even Wukong in the distance was startled and looked in Lei Noah's direction with shock. This is Lei Noah's chi. I'm getting excited too. Then he quickly headed toward Lei Noah's direction. Vegeta, after being shocked, stared at Lei Noah's current form without blinking. He had never seen it before. It seemed to be the next form after Super Saiyan 2. I'll shamelessly ask Ka Luote to test him later. Then he flew toward a suitable vantage point. Having eaten the senzu beans brought by Kulin, Vegeta, now recovered from his injuries, had become a fanboy staring at Lei Noah trying to find some details. Space. A spaceship quietly headed toward Earth. Inside the spaceship, a spaceman with arms crossed looked at the position where the outline of Earth could already be seen and sneered to himself, "Hey, my dear brother. I never expected you to be defeated by the Saiyans, a barbaric fighting race. It's okay, I'll avenge you now, hee hee hee." Then with a sinister expression he looked toward Earth, a sly grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Nanny. Big Buu trembled as he looked at Lei Noah with his flowing golden hair. His eyes were wide, almost bulging out of their sockets. How could he still fight? But Lei Noah grinned smugly, in a flash appearing before Big Buu and throwing a punch. The fist, carrying immense force, seemed to tear through the surrounding air. Wow! Big Buu was instantly hit by the punch and a large amount of stomach acid was forced out. Lei Noah followed up with a kick, landing squarely on Big Buu's face. In an instant an expression of extreme pain appeared on Buu's face. Lei Noah sneered at the fallen Majin Buu and gathered a chi wave at his fingertip. In an instant a flash burst from the top of Big Buu's head, blinding Lei Noah instantly. He subconsciously raised his arm to shield his eyes. Taking advantage of the brief opening, Big Buu kicked off the ground, pushing Lei Noah back several steps. He then turned into several clones and fled into the distance. Knowing they were no match, the group did not recklessly chase after him but instead gathered around Lei Noah. Lazili nervously helped Lei Noah up while he shook his head vigorously. Due to the huge gap in strength, his eyes returned to normal shortly after. Enraged by the trick, Lei Noah grew furious and used the flying technique to chase after Big Buu, his body instantly radiating intense killing intent. Far away, feeling safe, Big Buu shuddered. This hot-tempered Saiyan had recovered so quickly. He then accelerated his escape. But soon Buu was blocked by Lei Noah, who had quickly caught up. You! What do you want to let me go? Big Buu looked at Lei Noah's ferocious face with fear in his heart. Run! Why aren't you running? Lei Noah slowly approached the terrified Buu, gradually gathering a more powerful chi ball in his hand. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Buu shouted, sweating profusely as he looked at the chi ball less than a meter away from him. But the next moment a beam of light shot over. Lei Noah, who had reacted, redirected the chi ball that was meant to finish Big Buu to clash with the incoming beam. Boom! Lei Noah narrowed his eyes, gazing in the direction from which the beam of light came. He saw a purple cosmic being with white patches on its limbs and chest. Cooler, also of the Frost Demon clan, clearly appeared more imposing than the petite Frisia. Lei Noah had never been to Namek, so he knew nothing of the Frost Demon clan or the grudge between Sun Wukong and them. He simply assumed this purple alien was an ally of Majin Buu. Ugh! It hurts. Waking up in the forest, the Supreme Kai-Shin staggered to his feet with half-closed eyes. Soon he found Son Gohan and Kibito also gravely wounded and unconscious nearby. He instantly teleported the two unconscious figures back to the Supreme Kai's planet to heal them. Even in the process he almost misteleported due to his severe injuries. But eventually he returned safely to the Supreme Kai's planet. Ha ha ha. So you're the Saiyan monkey who killed my brother, huh? Cooler crossed his arms and looked at Lei Noah, somewhat surprised. This Saiyan monkey could actually block his attack. And no wonder he was the Super Saiyan who killed his foolish brother, he really had some strength. Lei Noah, equally grave, stared back at Cooler. Even in his strongest Super Saiyan 3 form he couldn't overpower him in a direct clash of techniques. Ah. Is that Frisia? Has he been resurrected? Krillin, who had just arrived, immediately thought of Frisia upon seeing Cooler. The terror imposed by Frisia on Namek surged back into Krillin's memories. No, Krillin. That's not Frisia. Sun Wukong, also arriving, frowned. Ah. Goku. Seeing Goku return, Krillin felt an immediate sense of relief. But Sun Wukong shot Vegeta a look of reproach. Vegeta coughed nervously, hiding his inner turmoil. Soon all the Earth's warriors gathered. Those who had been to Namek initially mistook Cooler for Frisia, but upon closer inspection he was clearly different. This frost demon warrior appeared far more powerful than the petite Frisia, exuding a stronger sense of oppression. Lei Noa, seeing both Sun Wukong and Vegeta present, urgently said, "Goku. Vegeta. I'll leave Majin Buu to you for now." He paused, then addressed Lapis and Lazuli, "My wife brother-in-law, keep an eye on them. Help out if Goku and Vegeta can't hold on." As his words ended, Cooler swiftly lunged at Lei Noa, his fist striking with immense force. Lei Noa casually blocked with his arm, surprising even himself. He had clearly overestimated his opponent. Ha! Lei Noa swung his leg at Cooler, who struggled to defend, his face darkening. Sensing danger, Cooler instantly erupted with energy. "Then let me show you this form." Cooler roared. In an instant a purple wave of energy surged skyward. Even Lei Noa raised his arms to shield against the blast, his expression grim. This time Cooler's aura was no weaker than his own. Cooler slowly ascended into the air. His appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. Compared to before, he now looked bulkier, with thicker and more muscular arms and legs, and even his height had increased. Moreover, a milky white armor covered his upper body, protecting his vital areas. Four horns extended backward from his head, and his face was encased in armor. His eyes turned red, radiating a murderous aura. His shoulders protruded like chest plates, and two long horns grew from his back. Blade-like protrusions emerged on his arms and insteps, enhancing his offensive capabilities. Behind him a thick tail pulsed with purple energy, its sharp elongated tip gleaming menacingly. Cooler was enveloped in a purple aura so dense it seemed almost tangible, his presence overwhelming. All were astonished by the change in his appearance. Even Sun Wukong and Vegeta, locked in battle with Majin Buu, were affected by Cooler's powerful aura. The two brothers were seized by the larger Buu, who slammed them into the ground. Infuriated, Sun Wukong instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 3, stunning Vegeta, who could only point at him in disbelief and curse, "Bastard." Meanwhile Cooler smirked at Lei Noa, "Now it's my turn." He grinned cruelly and clashed with Lei Noa once more. However, as time passed, Cooler's frustration grew. Even after this transformation he found himself at best matching Lei Noa's power. Lei Noa, however, concealed a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. The Super Saiyan 3 form had a severe drawback: rapid energy drain. If the battle couldn't be resolved quickly, the outcome was inevitable. Lei Noa already sensed defeat looming. Yet his expression betrayed nothing. Unable to break through after repeated attempts, Cooler erupted once more, unleashing a golden wave of energy that shot into the sky. Its intensity made even Lei Noa feel despair for the first time. Now Cooler's body was wrapped in a golden aura, his power at least 100 times greater than in his previous form. Even Majin Buu, who had been fighting Sun Wukong and Vegeta, stopped to stare in terror. He gazed towards Cooler in fear. In this new form Cooler had taken on a golden hue, but the difference in aura was like heaven and earth. "Ha ha ha ha." Cooler laughed, swinging his tail at Lei Noa. "Ugh." Lei Noa was struck hard, collapsing to the ground, clutching his chest in pain. His Super Saiyan 3 form dissipated, reverting to his base state, yet he still glared defiantly at Cooler. Although I just mastered this state not long ago, it's still more than enough for a wild monkey like you. Understand?" Cooler mocked the Saiyan who had matched him moments ago. "Stop." Lazuli roared, stepping in front of Lei Noa to protect him. Cooler glanced at her curiously. This human had no detectable energy. He dismissed the thought and chuckled, "Is this your wife, Sun Wukong?" Silence fell. Everyone turned to look at the prostrate Lei Noa, then at Sun Wukong, who was allied with Majin Buu. The awkward atmosphere made Cooler raise an eyebrow. Krillin, finally understanding the situation, cautiously stepped forward. Under Cooler's puzzled gaze he pointed at the distant Sun Wukong and said, That one is Sun Wukong. This is Lei Noa." Cooler. Damn. He had mistaken the wrong person. How embarrassing. It doesn't matter. You're all going to die anyway. Gula waved his left arm and was about to strike again, but was stopped by Sun Wukong. "Gula. At least tell us why you want to kill us." Upon hearing this, Gula halted the energy sphere he was gathering and looked at Sun Wukong. After a moment's hesitation he said, "My foolish brother Frisia was killed by you. What do you think I'm here for?" Hearing Gula's words, Sun Wukong stroked his chin. Seeing Sun Wukong lost in thought, Gula was taken aback. Was this kid truly naive or just pretending? Wasn't it obvious that he had come for revenge? Having fought for so long, Gula finally noticed that night had fallen. Yet due to the rampant energy the surroundings remained as bright as day. The moon is truly beautiful tonight. Too bad you won't live to see it again. In an instant Gula's gaze turned dangerous. He gathered energy in his hand and charged at Reno. During the battle Gula sensed Reno's extraordinary growth potential, as if he grew stronger with each exchange. Sensing the danger, Gula decisively transformed into his most powerful form. Gula, decisive and meticulous, allowing no mistakes, was vastly different from his foolish brother Frieza, who could barely control his own power. That foolish brother of his had to divide his power into multiple degraded forms just to maintain a stable output. But Gula was different. From birth he could master immense power without needing such troublesome degraded forms. He could freely switch between forms at will. Reno, unwilling to wait for death, quickly rose despite his grievous injuries, pushed Lazili aside and engaged in a clash of strength with Gula. Lazili cried out in shock, "No! You'll die! Woo-woo!" Suddenly Reno caught sight of the full moon above. A jolt shot through his body. His pupils vanished instantly as his eyes absorbed the Blutz waves from the moon, and his tail reacted swiftly. Thump! 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 Reno's heart pounded violently like a king's engine. The intense heartbeat echoed clearly, reaching even Kellen and the others who were far away, anxious for Reno. Even Bike, with his extraordinary hearing, felt as if the heartbeat would pierce his eardrums. He could only cover his ears in agony, regretting his exceptional auditory prowess, a unique ability of the Namekians that he could not escape. He had to retreat farther away. In an instant Reno transformed into a colossal ape about 20 meters tall. But unlike ordinary giant apes, Reno's body was entirely golden. He had already merged the Super Saiyan form with the giant ape. Roar! A wild and violent power erupted from Reno. With the 10-fold power boost of the Great Ape and the 50-fold boost of Super Saiyan, the combined multiplier reached 500 times. That was a full 100 times greater than Super Saiyan 3, yet in Gula's eyes it was still insufficient. After all, his first form was 350 times his base, and the form he had recently mastered was a staggering 3,800 times. Let's call it the golden form for now. Gula looked at the golden giant ape Reno with indifference. His overwhelming power gave him immense confidence, and he no longer felt the need to resort to underhanded tactics, striking when the opponent was off guard. He simply stood there watching Reno, who had lost all reason, wreak havoc everywhere. Then he turned and smiled at the hiding spot of Kellen and the others. That smile sent a chill down Vegeta's spine, as if Gula could appear behind him at any moment. Damn it! Even Reno is no match for him. Earth is doomed. Kellen clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, yet he did not relax. His face was filled with unwillingness. Was the fear of being dominated by Cell 7 years ago about to be reenacted by the even stronger Gula? Lazili, standing not far from Reno, was stunned to see her husband once again transformed into a mindless great ape. Why? Hadn't this state been eliminated 6 years ago with the help of the dragon? Why was he now turning into a mindless giant ape again? Gula, however, paid no attention to the Earth's defenders, as their auras posed no threat to him. Instead he pointed 2 fingers at Lazili. He had no intention of letting these Earthlings and Scions know that his true goal was not merely to avenge his father but to conquer Earth outright. So he would start by hunting down the strongest warriors on Earth. Heh heh heh. Knowing there was no retreat, the Earth's warriors all charged at Gula, who stood in the air. Gula crossed his arms and said, "Humph. A bunch of ants. Do you think you can shake a tree?" Gula withdrew the death ray intended for Lazili and instead unleashed a powerful golden aura. Instantly everyone's bodies felt as heavy as lead. Only Sun Wukong, who had activated Super Saiyan 3, could barely move forward. Roar! Reno turned his head to look at the person constantly blocking his path, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He extended his giant golden arm, gently clasped the one who made him feel close, and examined her quietly. Lazili, held in his hand, looked at the unconscious Reno with tear-filled eyes. Her heart ached beyond words. Ding! A tear dripped onto Reno's arm. Feeling the wetness, Reno looked at the human in shock. Lazili's tears streamed down her face as she sobbed uncontrollably. Gradually clarity returned to Reno's eyes. She wept not because she was captured by Reno, but because her husband had once again become a mindless destructive giant ape. How could she as his wife accept that? But the next moment Lazuli felt a gentle nuzzle on her cheek. She quickly turned to look at the huge gorilla before her face full of joy. The giant ape Reno gazed at her with utter affection. What? How did he regain consciousness? Gula, who had been watching the show, was utterly incredulous. According to his knowledge, Saiyans who transformed into great apes had no consciousness. Except for Saiyans with royal bloodline. But this giant ape, which had just been mindless and only knew destruction, could not possibly be of royal blood. Gula felt his worldview shatter. Father. Mother. A sweet voice came from beneath Reno's feet, causing Lazuli to bristle. Lena. I told you to stay home. You. Ha ha ha. So you have a daughter. Then I'll take care of her first. Gula turned into a golden streak of light, charging toward Reno's position, determined to make the one who had shattered his worldview taste hardship. But the next moment Gula felt his speed suddenly slow several times, as if a slowing spell had been cast on him. Then under everyone's gaze Reno's giant ape body began to shrink. Strangely, as he exited the golden giant ape form, his power did not diminish but instead surged wildly. In an instant purple-black lightning streaked across the sky, tearing space apart with its violent energy. The entire earth trembled under this overwhelming pressure. Now Gula could no longer remain calm. He erupted with all his power, breaking free from the restraint and charging at Reno, trying to interrupt his transformation. But the next moment a golden light burst from within Reno, piercing the heavens. Far away on the planet of the Kaioshin, Wufan, who was undergoing potential development by the Elder Kaioshin, also sensed this terrifying aura. Yet the Elder Kaioshin remained unfazed, as if asleep. Not long ago, upon seeing Sun Wufan awaken, the Kaioshin seemed to make a decision. He led Wufan to the forbidden ground of the planet and told him that pulling the Z-sword would defeat Majin Buu. Driven by the determination to stop Majin Buu's destruction, Sun Wufan activated Super Saiyan 2 and indeed pulled out the sword, but it was too heavy and needed getting used to. However, when the Kaioshin brought out the hardest metal in the universe, Kachin ore, and Sun Wufan struck it with the Z-sword, the sword broke. Amid their extreme tension, a voice suddenly sounded behind them, startling the Kaioshin and Kibito so much that they fell to the ground, their mouths wide open. The terrifying aura sent them into despair, completely oblivious that it was not Majin Buu's. Nor did they know that Gula had arrived on Earth. The golden light gradually dissipated in rings, and the shrinking Reno finally revealed his form. Everyone could now see Reno's appearance. His entire body had enlarged a bit, looking more robust and powerful. He had thick black hair as long as the golden hair of Super Saiyan 3, but now black instead of gold, with a single black strand falling over his forehead. The man's eyes were like deep abysses, unfathomable. Red marks encircled the outer corners of his eyes, and his golden pupils radiated an enchanting light full of indescribable charm. At this moment Reno's upper body was covered with red fur, as were his arms. Each wrist bore a brown wristband. He wore black trousers and gray combat boots exuding wild power. His bushy red tail swayed freely behind him. Super Saiyan 4 arrives. All were stunned by Reno's new form, but more relieved. Gula gritted his teeth in fury, wondering why he had made the same mistake as Frieza. Fa. There. Rena stared at her imposing father with wide sparkling eyes. Reno glanced at his daughter, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he gave a thumbs up. No. I can use Reno's family as leverage, maybe I can win this way. Gula thought to himself. Without hesitation he rose, only to feel a sharp pain in his stomach. Wah! With a cry Gula doubled over and flew backward, never seeing Reno strike. Reno stood where Gula had been, rubbing his knuckles. Reno reveled in his body's condition, exhilarated beyond measure. In this form his attack, defense, speed, stamina, consumption and endurance had all reached a perfect state. He was the ultimate hexagonal warrior. Consumption was minimal, eliminating the worry of exhausting his energy in battle, as had happened with Super Saiyan 3 against powerful foes. Yet this state with its 4,000-fold boost was incredibly satisfying. Moreover, the temporal power that had previously refused to advance had grown considerably. It seemed his former power couldn't bear the temporal energy, otherwise with his talent he would have achieved more than just briefly slowing time in a decade. Having mastered both time and space, Reno unified them under the term space-time power. That was the only explanation he could offer. Otherwise, why would space-time power increase upon reaching Super Saiyan 4? The mysterious force that had restrained Gula was Reno's use of spacetime to slow the time around him. Yet at that moment he hadn't fully evolved into Super Saiyan 4. If he could now use spacetime power on an unsuspecting Gula, Reno was confident he could temporarily seal him. In the distance, Gula slowly rose, his face dark with fury. Wah! He roared, unleashing a terrifying torrent of energy like an endless river. Reno frowned, accelerated, and punched Gula. Gula barely managed to block with a barrier, gritting his teeth as he swung an energy-laden fist. But before it could land, Reno caught his arm. Without mercy, Reno spun and drove an elbow into Gula's face. As victory tilted toward Reno, the ever-present Great Buu turned his attention to Goku and the others. Fearing harm to the weaker fighters, Goku ordered Krillin, Piccolo, and the ever-silent Tien Shinhan to leave. Now present were Reno and Gula, locked in battle, Great Buu, Goku and Vegeta, and Lazuli protecting Reno. Labis kept a wary eye on both sides, ready to intervene if his comrades faltered. Goku's Super Saiyan 3 could stand against Fat Buu, but against Great Buu, who had absorbed him, he could only endure. Yet the two experienced Saiyans fought fiercely, achieving a 40-60 split against Great Buu. Lord Kaioshin. It's been over 12 hours. On the Kaioshin planet, Gohan asked anxiously. Shin glanced at the elder Kaioshin, still motionless and with eyes closed, and grew worried, gently tapping the old man. Finally, after several minutes, the elder Kaioshin opened his eyes. Ah! You bastard! You interrupted my spell. He immediately pointed at Shin and cursed. Jadbit tried to explain but was also scolded. Do you two idiots realize what you've done? All my efforts are wasted. After several minutes of lecturing, he finally stopped. Gohan watched in bewilderment. Eventually a dejected Shin said, Ancestor, it's already been more than 12 hours. Ah. I see. I'm old and lose track of time. Cough cough. The elder Kaioshin instantly regained his usual affable demeanor, clearing his throat. Gohan grew impatient. Ancestor. Senior, is the potential unlock complete? Kaioshin and Jadbit kept calling him Ancestor, which had almost infected Gohan. How annoying. He had sat through the ritual for 5 hours. Thinking it was over, he was told it required another 12 hours to unlock his potential. This gradually frayed the usually gentle Gohan's patience. Of course. Go Gohan. The fate of the universe rests on your shoulders. The elder Kaioshin patted Gohan's shoulder solemnly. Yes. I will not disappoint you. Wah. Vegeta was flung away by Great Buu's elongated arms, smashing into a rock layer and losing consciousness. Vegeta. Goku turned in panic, seeing Vegeta embedded deep in the mountain rock, dust and fine sand trickling down with a soft hiss. Better worry about yourself. Hee hee hee. Great Buu lunged at Goku, energy gathering in his hand. Bang. 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 Several energy spheres from Labis struck Great Buu mid-charge. But before Goku could dodge, his Super Saiyan 3 form dissipated due to high energy drain. With a dull thud, Great Buu's fist struck Goku's abdomen, completely ignoring Labis' blasts. Wah! Goku vomited a large amount of stomach acid. Just as Great Buu prepared the final blow, a more powerful energy wave slammed into him. At the critical moment, Labis, seeing ordinary blasts ineffective, unleashed a stronger wave against Majin Buu. It indeed caused damage. But the injury healed instantly thanks to Buu's monstrous regeneration. He turned, grinning coldly at the sweating Labis. Sweat dripped from him. Then he glanced at Reno and Gula, now fighting farther away, and shuddered. Seeing Lazuli following them, he twitched his mouth. If Reno won, how could he threaten him? He looked at the exhausted Goku sitting on the ground, then at Labis circling in the sky. After a moment of silence, he extended a finger and shot an energy blade. As it was about to strike Goku, a familiar figure appeared before him, raising a hand to effortlessly deflect the blade, kicking up a cloud of smoke. Great Buu roared in frustration. Was there no end to this? Couldn't they all come at once? Annoying. When the smoke cleared, a figure bearing a striking resemblance to Goku stood before him, none other than Gohan, whose potential had been unlocked by the elder Kaioshin. Seeing the one he had easily defeated before, Buu burst into mocking laughter, holding his belly and making insulting gestures. Gohan. You haven't learned Super Saiyan 3. Run. Train at Lord Kai's place and you'll be able to defeat Majin Buu. The injured Goku could only speak in fragments, then fell asleep like Vegeta embedded in the mountain. Gohan stared in shock at his grievously wounded father, then could no longer suppress his rage. But as Buu prepared to stick out his tongue and make faces again, Gohan closed in at incredible speed, grabbed his tongue and slapped him repeatedly. MMH. MMH. Unable to retract his tongue, Buu could only release a massive burst of energy. No sooner had Buu broken free than Gohan struck him with a fully charged Kamehameha, blowing off half his body. Yet Buu remained helpless throughout. Meanwhile, the battle between Reno and Gula grew even fiercer. Gula, now in his base form, had extremely weak energy. His golden form had been draining, though less severely than Super Saiyan 3. While releasing energy to block Reno's attacks, he became breathless. With his own energy fading, he reverted to base form after tens of minutes. Reno used Gula as a whetstone, quickly adapting to Super Saiyan 4's abilities. Gula, clutching his right arm, was utterly dejected. Reno, sharp and heroic, scanned the despairing Gula, then pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, gathering a mystic burst. In Gula's despairing eyes, the explosive mystic burst blasted him into dust. "Husband, congratulations on your breakthrough and new form." Lazuli watched as the battle ended, Rena behind her, eyes sparkling at her father's Super Saiyan 4 form. "Dad, you're so cool." Rena threw herself into Reno's arms, nuzzling him. That nuzzle made her realize how comfortable her father's body hair felt. As she couldn't stop touching it, Reno lifted her by the nape and set her down. "Dear, wait here with our daughter. I'll go help Gohan." Reno looked at his wife, who nodded and waved, his nose tingling with emotion. Lazuli smiled gently at her husband's retreating figure. Though Reno had a fierce temper, since meeting her he had reserved all his tenderness for her. She obediently waited for his certain victory. "Mom, Dad's body hair is so soft. You'll enjoy it tonight." Rena teased her mother playfully. Lazuli's face flushed visibly. "You little brat, teasing your mother. I'll teach you a lesson." "Ah. Mom, I'm sorry." Rena ran off. Soon 2 small figures flew toward Lazuli, Goten and Trunks carrying the unconscious Vegeta. Trunks gazed at Lazuli and her daughter with a pleading expression and even knelt down. "Please, Mrs. Lay, save my father. His breathing is growing weaker." Trunks sobbed as he looked at Lazuli, for Uncle Krillin and the others had already returned to Kame House, leaving no senzu beans for his father, and he knew not how to heal. Thus he could only seek out the only safe haven nearby, Lazuli and her daughter. "Ah. Get up quickly, Trunks." Lazuli, somewhat startled, hurriedly helped Trunks to his feet. After all, before being transformed into an android she had been human and knew the art of healing. Though she had changed from human to Saiyan, the problem should not be too great. Under Trunks's watchful gaze, Lazuli placed her hands on Vegeta's chest, slowly gathering chi in her palms. She repeatedly pressed down on his chest, using first aid, simultaneously channeling chi into his body. Since Saiyans could gather chi within their bodies, unlike ordinary humans, Lazuli resorted to this desperate measure, treating it as a last resort. Indeed, after a few minutes Vegeta's condition gradually improved under Lazuli's aid. However, he still required prompt medical treatment. Seeing Vegeta's improvement, Lazuli wiped the cold sweat from her brow. At last her efforts bore fruit and she had snatched a life back from the brink of death. Though somewhat sundra, the heroic act of attempting to self-destruct and take Majin Buu down with him had earned Lazuli's respect. He was a man with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. "Thank you, Mrs. Lay." Seeing his father recover, Trunks burst into tears, shamelessly wiping his nose on Goten's shirt. "Goten. Fine, you think you're so noble, don't you? If it weren't for your grief I'd challenge you to a fight to the death." In the end Goten could only glare at Trunks to express his displeasure without making a move. "Tch. Whining like a crybaby, your father's fine, isn't he? Really? Stop it." Lena grumbled, walking over to Trunks with a handkerchief and wiping away his tears. Instantly Trunks's face reddened at a visible rate. However, since his face was stained with tears, Lena assumed it was merely from crying and paid it no mind. Blushing, Trunks exclaimed, "Lena. Thank you, I want to be your friend." Hearing Trunks's almost shouting voice, Lena paused, turned around and saw his flushed face and thick neck. She began to feel a little flustered. Could this kid possibly have a crush on her? The plots in TV dramas were always so cliché: the male lead falls in love at first sight, then repeatedly tries to gain attention, confesses at the right moment, and finally another girl appears to show affection for him. She had only thought these dramas were cheesy, never expecting it to happen in real life. To unfold before her very eyes. But reality was reality and drama was drama. After a pause she said, "All right then, but I admire the strong. If you can last 10 minutes against me I'll agree to your request." She threw a meaningful glance at Trunks, then sat on a protruding rock, lost in thought with her back to him. Trunks caught the implication in Lena's words. That gaze made him feel guilty. He hadn't expected his intentions to be seen through so quickly. Lazuli, arms crossed, watched coldly as Trunks tried to win her daughter's heart. As a responsible mother, she did not threaten Trunks but left the matter to the children. Whether he succeeded or not was not her concern. Sun Wukong, seizing the moment when Super Buu was off guard, delivered a flying kick that sent him stumbling. By now Super Buu's regeneration had slowed markedly and he needed chi to heal his wounds. The prolonged battle had severely drained Super Buu's power, reducing it to less than 7/10 of his peak. Wukong was in no better shape. The white aura emanating from his body had weakened to the point of near dissipation. Wukong hesitated. If he continued fighting Buu, both would suffer mutual destruction. If he stopped, Buu could emit a beam from his head that turned enemies into food, and eating that food could increase his power. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, a fierce aura erupted from the distant sky. The person arrived before his presence was felt. Super Buu, terrified, instantly burst forth with his aura and charged toward the weakest target, the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai's pupils dilated in sheer terror. However, Super Buu was intercepted by Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong, who had restored Jibite to full power, and Labasai. The two unleashed their energy waves simultaneously, blocking Super Buu. Instantly Super Buu's aura plummeted and he knelt on the ground, his face contorted in agony as if something was about to be expelled. Ugh! To everyone's surprise, what he vomited was Fat Buu. Reno had already arrived at the scene, arms crossed, watching the spectacle. True to the Saiyan bloodline's tendency to show off when ahead, even the usually composed Reno felt an inexplicable reluctance to intervene. Since he could eliminate the opponent in an instant, why not enjoy a good show? As their chi continued to drain, Super Buu could no longer suppress the Fat Buu trapped inside, who broke free. Without the support of Fat Buu's body, Super Buu's expression grew pained. Amidst his agonized screams, he shrank into a smaller version, Kid Buu. Sun Wukong quickly checked Kid Buu's chi, sensing it was weaker than Super Buu's before the transformation, and let out a sigh of relief. Fat Buu, seeing Kid Buu reappear, smiled. After all, as part of the same being, he knew which form was stronger. The reason he hadn't interrupted Super Buu's regression was to wait for him to return to his original form. But now, how could Kid Buu possibly be a match for Fat Buu? Had it been at his peak, it might have been uncertain, but now Kid Buu was utterly dominated and brutally beaten by Fat Buu. Amidst a series of screams, Kid Buu was finally turned to ashes by a single energy blast from Fat Buu. However, this time his body did not regenerate, for Kid Buu had no chi left to even form flesh. Seeing Kid Buu destroyed, Fat Buu slowly walked up to Reno. I know I can't escape. Please kill me. Fat Buu stood before Reno without a trace of fear. Hearing Fat Buu's words, Reno conjured an energy ball on his fingertip, its power intensifying, and Fat Buu's terror grew. Yet to everyone's bewilderment, Reno dispersed the energy ball. Buu tilted his head. Why won't you kill me? Reno asked in return. Why should I kill you? But I've done terrible things. Buu replied, somewhat puzzled. Then what terrible things did the Earthlings do for you to kill them? Stumped by the question, Buu fell silent. Before Buu could answer, Reno asked again, did Bibidi teach you that? Buu could only nod dumbly. It seemed so. I see you as a warrior who knows right from wrong, completely different from that evil Buu. So let the evil you die and only the good you remain. How about that? Faced with Reno's kindness, Buu nodded repeatedly. After all, there was a way to live and no harsh conditions attached. Buu didn't know how to refuse, nor could he possibly refuse. He could only nod repeatedly in excitement. Just as the issue with Majin Buu was resolved, Lei Noa noticed Kaioshin Shin slowly approaching him. Lei Noa. There are some misunderstandings between us and I hope we can clear them up. You may propose any conditions. If they are within my power, I will do everything I can to fulfill them. Seeing the hopeful look on Shin's face, Lei Noa's eyes lit up. Alright, do you know of Planet Vampa? Lei Noa asked Shin. Upon hearing the name Planet Vampa, Shin and Jebit exchanged glances and nodded in unison. I'd like to go there in 3 days. Drop by my place around 10 in the morning. What's there to do on that godforsaken planet? The Kaioshin asked, tilting his head with an adorable expression. Lei Noa quickly thought of an excuse. When I was young, because of my battle power, I awakened early and learned that a Saiyan had been exiled to Planet Vampa. So what do you say? Lei Noa frowned slightly. Alright, I won't be late. The dignified Kaioshin Shin lowering himself so much. What would the other gods think if they saw this? Goku, hearing that there were other Saiyans besides his comrades, was also quite surprised. On the planet of the Kaioshin, the elder Kaioshin scowled at the crystal ball, seeing Shin acting like a starstruck fan. You've thrown away all the dignity of a Kaioshin. Buu, if you don't mind, you can stay with me. Lei Noa directly extended an olive branch to Buu. Buu was a bit flattered and finally flashed a big white grin, nodding. And so Lei Noa took Buu and instantly vanished from the spot, heading toward where his wife and children were. Goku, who hadn't been able to get a word in edgewise, grew anxious watching Lei Noa fly away. He called out to Gohan and gave chase. Soon Buu's silhouette appeared in Razali's sight, and as he drew closer, the newly awakened Vegeta's face turned pale with shock. As Lei Noa approached, he sensed Vegeta's severe injuries and promptly called out, "Go to Buu." Lei Noa then hid behind Buu, planning to surprise everyone. Hee. Since it was still night, Vegeta couldn't see Lei Noa behind Buu in the limited visibility. Seeing Buu seemingly coming for him, Vegeta, who could barely muster any energy, seemed to accept his fate and closed his eyes. Razali, however, exploded with ki and stood in front of Buu. Seeing that it was Buu returning and not her husband, her face went pale as she imagined the worst possible scenario. Tears streamed down her face and she swore to kill Buu to avenge her husband. Even Lena's eyes were red as she stood beside her mother. But the next moment a scarf was thrown from behind Buu's fat body. The mother and daughter saw a hairy red arm waving at them from behind Buu before it retracted. Due to his position, all Vegeta saw was Razali flying away with her daughter. Even the two children's faces turned pale. Seeing the light wave gathering above Buu's head and shooting toward him, Vegeta grudgingly shielded his son and Kakarot's son behind him. Yet the next moment, instead of being turned into food, he felt his wounds gradually healing. Wah! What is this? Vegeta couldn't believe his eyes as Buu healed him. Then he saw Lei Noa slowly emerge from behind Buu and sensed the ki of Goku and his son from the distant sky. Only then did he realize, still shaken, what had happened. The proud prince was truly frightened. Vegeta, are you alright? Goku, his good friend, first expressed concern for Vegeta's condition. Vegeta replied, I'm not dead yet. Trunks, let's go. So Vegeta left with a reluctant Trunks, who kept glancing back at Lena even as he was being led away. Lei Noa's eyelids twitched. That kid has taken a liking to his daughter. It seems he needs to have a serious talk with Vegeta. Son Goten then trotted over to Goku and tattled, telling his father all about how Vegeta had bullied him while Goku was away. As expected, after hearing this, Goku's face darkened. Vegeta had gone too far. He had wanted to ask Lei Noa how to transform into Super Saiyan 4 and about the Saiyan on planet Vampa, but time was running out and Baba was taking him back to the other world. Goku was so anxious he nearly cursed at Baba. Goten quickly flew home, not wanting to keep his mother waiting. Lei Noa smiled, still in his Super Saiyan 4 form, and flew toward home with Buu. But before flying far, he encountered his wife and children waiting for him. A warmth filled Lei Noa's heart. At the new home, Buu seemed happy, for a home with family is truly a home in name. Clearly Buu had come to see Lei Noa's family as his own. Later Lei Noa told Razali that Rabis had expressed a desire to see the world. Razali understood. Then Lei Noa scooped her up in his arms. My lady, it's time for us to rest. He then used space-time energy to seal the house, cutting off all connection to the outside. Soon the sounds of Lei Noa's labor and Razali's overwhelmed moans came from the bed. 3 days later. Outside the spaceship, Lena was sitting on Buu's shoulders playing happily. When she saw her parents emerge from the house, she pouted. Seeing her mother walking with a slight wobble, she couldn't help but give her father a thumbs up. Obviously he was way better than that earthling Kuririn. Look how small and old Kuririn was, his performance in that area must be lacking. Lei Noa, refreshed and invigorated, stretched and checked the time, 9:59. He then began to gather his ki. Soon Jebet and Kaioshin Shin arrived at his home, but why was Vegeta trailing behind them? Jebet scratched his head awkwardly. Kaioshin Shin remained silent, but his mouth twitched oddly. Lei Noa looked closely and saw he was chewing on chicken. Jebet too seemed to have hastily stuffed a large piece of steak into his mouth. Then Vegeta walked up slowly. So Lei Noa, I heard you're going to another planet. I'd like to tag along. He looked at Lei Noa with a radiant expression. Lei Noa's mouth twitched. Was this still the proud Saiyan prince? Stroking his chin, Lei Noa thought for a moment and said, no problem. After all, it was just an intergalactic trip, one more person wouldn't hurt. They gathered together, and after a brief moment of weightlessness, within seconds the four of them stood on solid ground again. Planet Vampa was a small asteroid located at the edge of the galaxy, making it extremely remote and its environment harsh. The climate was abysmal, resources scarce, and flora and fauna were sparse. Due to the prolonged bombardment of high-intensity hurricanes, the surface of Vampa Star was riddled with craters and dotted with caves everywhere. These ubiquitous caves were inhabited by grotesque monsters of all shapes. Gazing into the distance, the hideous creatures together with the demonic cave mouths resembled a twisted, contorted face. A foul, nauseating stench assaulted them, nearly causing the Supreme Kai and Kibito to vomit the meal they had just eaten. The Supreme Kai was the first to let out a ugh and began retching. Kibito, deeply affected, also lowered his head, vomiting uncontrollably with ugh, ugh, ugh. Finally the Supreme Kai approached Lei Noa holding a button-like device. Mr. Lei Noa, I'm sorry, but I can't take it anymore. Use this to summon Kibito when you want to leave. We'll be going now. With a whoosh, they both vanished instantly. Vegeta, who had spent years traveling to various planets before meeting Kakarot, was clearly accustomed to such environments and showed little reaction. Lei Noa paused, taking several minutes to gradually adapt to the climate and the foul odor. Meanwhile, a spaceship was heading toward Earth. Bibai, possessing Bo Jiako, clenched his fists as he gazed at the planet. He was the king of the Tsufel race, whose planet had been invaded by a group of Saiyans. His people had kindly taken in those Saiyans, yet the brutal Saiyans sought to monopolize Tsufel planet. The Tsufel people, unwilling to surrender, used their advanced technology to resist the warrior race. But on a full moon night those Saiyans transformed into giant apes, shattering the balance in an instant. All Tsufel people were slain. And I, the so-called Tsufel king, used high-tech means to integrate my genes into cells capable of parasitizing living organisms. Years ago I encountered a group claiming to be the king of the galaxy. Bibai secretly infiltrated their ship and, seizing the moment when their leader was off guard, quickly parasitized him through special means. The entire crew, now under the control of the parasitized Bo Jiako, was enslaved. The mere thought of his people being slaughtered by the damned Saiyans filled Bibai with such rage that he wanted to devour their flesh and drink their blood. Vegeta surveyed the chaotic ecological environment and wondered, are there really people living here? No matter how he looked, this was a planet teeming with monsters. Besides the dense hordes of monsters, there was also a strange kind of plant. The monsters either killed each other or slit the stems of these plants, causing them to spurt a sticky, foul-smelling liquid. Rumble. Suddenly the ground beneath their feet trembled violently. Lei Noa and Vegeta instantly leaped into the air, seeing a colossal monster in the distance, roaring and fleeing as if escaping some terrifying entity. The monster, the size of a basketball court, supported its massive body on 10 legs, yet its face was full of terror. As it ran, it kept twisting its enormous head to look behind. Just as Lei Noa was astonished, a figure resembling a human male leaped onto the monster's back with incredible agility, eliciting a mournful cry from the beast. Then punch after punch rained down until the monster finally expired. The man tore off a leg from the dead creature and walked off into the distance. Lei Noa and Vegeta, who had stood like iron towers nearby all along, only moved after Buluoli had left. During that time a monster attempted to ambush them, but Vegeta reduced it to ashes with a single punch. Buluoli ahead turned his head in confusion. He had a nagging feeling of being followed, but on this planet there were only his father and himself, and the rest were nothing but repulsive monsters. Before long Lei Noa and Vegeta followed Buluoli back to the naturally formed cave where he lived. The air nearby was dry and no monsters crawled around. It seemed the monsters were either afraid of something, or all of them in this area had been hunted clean. Inside the cave were some jars and bottles containing an unknown green liquid. Besides these there were also 2 humans. They were a surviving Saiyan father and son, the old man Palakas and his son Buluoli. Palakas had already entered the twilight years of a Saiyan, with graying hair, a slightly stooped frame, and a prominent scar over his left eye, which had gone blind. He was lying on a rough chair staring at the busy Buluoli with a worried expression. Was he destined to spend the rest of his life on this damned planet? Resentment welled up. He had not yet taken revenge on King Vegeta. How unwilling he was. Lei Noa surveyed the surroundings and, confirming only the 2 were present, suddenly burst out with his ki, instantly drawing the attention of Palakas and Buluoli. Seeing Lei Noa walking slowly toward them with a smile and Vegeta with arms crossed and a cold expression, they froze for a moment. Then, noticing the tail behind Lei Noa, Palakas laughed bitterly. King Vegeta sent you to kill us, didn't he? Lei Noa shook his head. Planet Vegeta has been destroyed by Frieza. We came to this planet by accident. Vegeta meanwhile looked at Buluoli with a strange expression, instinctively transforming into his Super Saiyan form. Gazing at the bewildered Buluoli, he saw a wild hairstyle, a body packed with muscular bulk and limbs that were thick yet long, a physique seemingly built solely for battle. Palaka, seeing Vegeta with golden hair spiking upward, was stunned. Was this the Super Saiyan transformation? Sensing the old Saiyan's thoughts, Reno patiently explained. As the conversation deepened, Palaka seemed compelled to believe after all hair color could be dyed, but the surge in battle power could not be imitated. After giving Palaka some snacks from Earth, the old Saiyan's fondness for Reno increased considerably, but as a seasoned veteran he remained somewhat cautious. The sudden aroma made Buluoli drool involuntarily. Palaka waved his hand signaling him to come over and eat. When Buluoli tore open the plastic bag and bit into the chicken inside, his eyes widened. It was so delicious. If not for these two people he would never have known such wonderful food existed in the world. Buluoli's goodwill toward Reno and Vegeta skyrocketed. But when Reno looked at Buluoli and noticed his empty back, he wondered, where is his tail? He didn't fret, however, and gave away the last of his food. Vegeta with a grave expression pulled Reno aside. Reno. That Buluoli might be the legendary Super Saiyan who appears once every 1,000 years. Hearing this, Reno scratched his head. Can't we both transform into Super Saiyans? Vegeta shook his head, then turned to make sure Paragus and his son weren't noticing their conversation. He explained, I mean the bloodline of the Super Saiyan. A Saiyan with this bloodline has extreme difficulty controlling their power. Moreover, their talent and growth potential are incredibly high. Even if, as you say, Buluoli's innate battle power is 10000 and yours is 30000, those gaps can be bridged by the bloodline difference. Hearing this explanation, Reno's expression also turned serious. If that were the case, he would have to test Buluoli carefully. After all, Vegeta only had a feeling, though the probability of being the legendary Super Saiyan was slim, it was still worth a try. Meanwhile, Paragus led a sullen Broly toward Reno and the others. Young friend Reno, when will we be leaving? Paragus was already filled with anticipation for the planet named Earth. Though the various delicacies were irresistible even to him, he had to maintain a natural composure before Reno, unlike Broly. With that, he shot a displeased look at Broly, who was picking his teeth with his fingers. Broly, recalling the tasteless liquids and monster legs they had been eating, angrily kicked the food that had sustained them for so long far away. Compared to the food Reno had brought, what kind of garbage were they eating normally? Seeing that both were ready, Reno smiled and said, Elder Paragus, my friend here is a battle fanatic, how about letting him spar with your son? Paragus was taken aback, then smiled and agreed. Me? Broly pointed at himself in surprise. Broly wasn't mute, he just didn't like to talk. Seeing Paragus nod, he gave an affirmative gesture. Vegeta also nodded expressionlessly, hoping only that his suspicion was wrong. The four arrived at a flat area. As Paragus finished speaking, Vegeta activated his Super Saiyan form and instantly appeared before Broly, punching him in the face and sending him flying. Ha! Vegeta soared into the air and fired a ki blast toward Broly's landing spot. Boom! Rocks flew everywhere. Paragus was stunned. His invincible son was completely helpless against a Saiyan who had transformed into a Super Saiyan. If it were that wretch King Vegeta, Broly could strangle 100 of him. Wait, King Vegeta. The more he looked at Vegeta's eyes, the more familiar they seemed. Suddenly Paragus realized Vegeta was the son of King Vegeta. However, restrained by Reno's presence, he didn't show too much nervousness. Just as Vegeta, thinking Broly had lost combat ability, breathed a sigh of relief and assumed he was overthinking about to help Broly up. A large section of the mountain collapsed instantly. This brought a glimmer of hope to Paragus, who had his own schemes. His son wasn't dead. Vegeta was also startled. Broly now stood panting 100 meters away. Broly wasn't tired, he was angry. Capitalizing on Vegeta's momentary hesitation, he threw a punch, but Vegeta recovered and dodged. Just as he was about to lunge again, Vegeta hit him in the stomach. Ah! Broly stumbled back 4 or 5 steps before steadying himself. Both Vegeta and Broly, as Saiyan warriors, felt their inherent battle lust begin to boil. Broly roared and charged at Vegeta, but due to his slower speed he was hit repeatedly. Vegeta was amazed to find that the more this behemoth was beaten, the stronger he seemed. From being utterly dominated earlier, he could now trade a few blows. Before he could think further, Broly rammed into him like a bull, causing Vegeta considerable discomfort. Watching the two fight, Paragus smiled bitterly. Reno watched the battle with interest and suddenly asked, by the way, Uncle Paragus, what about Broly's tail? Huh? Paragus didn't hide the truth. Broly once absorbed Blood's waves on a full moon night, turned into a giant ape, and I cut off his tail. He then pointed upward. Above the planet Vampa there was a satellite resembling the moon. Reno showed a knowing expression. Suddenly the shockwave of the battle swept Reno and Paragus up. A key blast shot toward Paragus. The elderly Paragus was so frightened he nearly had a seizure. But Reno gently patted the energy ball away with his hand. By now a large area had become their battlefield. After being kicked in the chest by Vegeta and sent flying, Broly stood still with his eyes closed as if unconscious. Vegeta was just about to approach when Broly suddenly opened his eyes. Upon closer inspection, faint green ripples began to emanate around him. Aya! Broly roared like a demon. His power surged instantly, but his eyes were vacant, as if he had lost all emotion. Facing Broly in his wrathful state, Vegeta, caught off guard, was ruthlessly pounded into the ground. Broly's power skyrocketed until Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan 2, which only slightly alleviated the situation. But it was only a slight improvement. As the battle dragged on, Vegeta could no longer hold out while Broly grew stronger like a perpetual motion machine, and the green ripples around him intensified, resembling a green aura. Meanwhile, Earth was plunged into a catastrophe. The Bojack-infected baby had arrived on Earth and first located Gohan's home, Mount Paozu. Due to the different landing points, he could only sense the presence of ordinary humans, not the androids. And since Buu needed long periods of sleep and his energy was extremely unstable, baby assumed that Son Gohan was the strongest warrior on Earth. Ah! Gohan, come out! What is this thing? Suddenly baby, who was sneaking into Gohan's house to possess him, was spotted by Chi-Chi, who was carrying a basin of water. Baby's ears hurt from Chi-Chi's shout, and murderous intent flashed through him. He raised his left hand and slashed toward Chi-Chi. Gohan was called out by his mother's scream and immediately realized something was wrong. His mother was usually capable of fighting wild beasts. As a powerful earthling, she wasn't afraid of snakes or insects. So there was an intruder, possibly even an enemy. When he stepped out and saw baby attacking his mother, he activated Super Saiyan 2 and intercepted baby's finger just 3 centimeters from Chi-Chi's body. Chi-Chi collapsed to the ground, her face filled with terror. Goten also ran out. Goten! Protect mom. I'll deal with this guy. Got it, big brother. Son Goten's expression turned serious. He hadn't expected Earth to be invaded by aliens so soon after the Buu incident. Ha! Gohan exploded with energy, and his powerful aura immediately alerted Master Roshi and Krillin at Kame House. Next, Piccolo, who was about to visit Gohan at the lookout, sensed it. Feeling the approach of various presences, baby grinned. Taking advantage of the moment, Gohan was immobilized by his power-up. Baby's main body quickly detached from Bojack and leaped onto Son Gohan. Entering Gohan's body through various parts, baby took control of Son Gohan's body with almost no effort. Feeling the surging power within, baby sensed that revenge was near. He turned and sneered at the shocked Chi-Chi and Goten. Shortly after, Piccolo arrived first, seeing only Gohan's location. Confused, he said, "Gohan. What happened?" Suddenly Gohan exploded with energy. Piccolo scolded, "Didn't we agree that you can only release your full power when facing an external enemy?" Seeing Gohan bow his head without moving, Piccolo sensed something was wrong. The next moment Bojack silently appeared behind Piccolo and locked him in a tight grip. "WH. What? Gohan, you?" Piccolo stared in shock at Gohan, who slowly raised his head with a smile. On the planet Wampa, the battle between Vegeta and Buluoli had reached its climax. Vegeta watched Buluoli pursuing him in the sky, gritted his teeth, extended his palm and fired a ceaseless stream of energy waves at Buluoli. The prince's assault struck Buluoli, raising a cloud of smoke. As Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief, Buluoli suddenly burst out, grabbing Vegeta's head in his grip. Just as Buluoli was releasing an energy wave, a figure suddenly snatched Vegeta from his grasp. Seeing his opponent rescued, Buluoli roared and charged at Reno, his footsteps stomping heavily on the ground, producing a deep dong. The sound of thump of footsteps. Seeing this, Reno also prepared for battle. Paula Jussi pleaded, "Brother Reno, please, you must help my son Buluoli regain his sanity." The elderly Paula Jussi looked at the increasingly frenzied Buluoli and begged Reno, who nodded with a look of affirmation. "Reno, be careful. Buluoli is truly the legendary Saiyan who warned the injured Vegeta." Buluoli gave Reno no time, throwing a punch. Reno lightly caught Buluoli's fist with his palm. Seeing his attack blocked, Buluoli roared again, feeling a primal power unsealing within him. Green energy burst out of his body, instantly covering the sky, its intensity forming a green energy storm. And Buluoli, standing in the center of the energy, hovered in the air, his green hair shining brilliantly. Besides that, his body had expanded by a full circle. From his previous height of 1.9 meters he reached 2.4 meters. Lei Noa's eyes were also filled with confusion. Buluoli's Super Saiyan form had green hair. Before he could think further, Buluoli's body turned into a streak of light shooting toward Lei Noa on the ground. Boom! From above, Buluoli's fists clashed with Lei Noa's rising fists in a contest of strength. The next moment the ground cracked and a powerful shockwave radiated in all directions. Palajasi was about to be blown away by the shockwave, but Vegeta grabbed him and flew higher. Feeling Buluoli's overwhelming strength, Lei Noa activated his Super Saiyan form, flinging Buluoli away. He touched the corner of his mouth, bleeding from the contest of strength, and quickly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. I was actually injured by Buluoli in his Super Saiyan 1 form. Lei Noa's eyes were full of disbelief. At this moment the pupils in Buluoli's eyes had disappeared and he had completely lost his reason, becoming a madman who only knew how to fight. Moreover, his base form was equivalent to Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 3, yet he was suppressed in power by Buluoli. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Lei Noa instantly turned the tables, beating Buluoli until blood splattered. Sigh. Kaioshin looked at Sun Wukong on the planet of Kaioshin with a headache. Because the planet of Kaioshin belonged neither to the underworld nor the living world but to the divine realm above both. Even the Kai were not qualified to set foot there. Due to the planet's special nature, both the living and the dead could go there. Since Sun Wukong came to the North Kai's planet every day to complain, the North Kai had no choice but to contact Kaioshin, considering Wukong's repeated rescue of Earth from crises. Thus, under Kaioshin's instruction, Jia Bai Te brought him to the planet of Kaioshin. Kaioshin, who had just been slacking off, suddenly remembered to check on Earth and picked up a crystal ball. He was instantly stunned, speechless. Lord Kaioshin. What's wrong? Sun Wukong, seeing Kaioshin's shocked expression, hurried over to look. When Wukong saw the scene on Earth, he was also dumbfounded. Almost all Earthlings were standing expressionless on a huge open space, with those who couldn't fit extending backward, creating an extremely eerie scene. At the forefront was none other than Sun Wufan. What? How did Earth become like this? Jia Bai Te, who came to check, was also dumbfounded. It had only been about 24 hours since he left Earth and it had turned into this. The old Kaioshin, however, was much calmer, having seen many grand scenes in his old age. But if you looked closely you could still detect a hint of panic. I'll go and bring Lei Noa and Vegeta back, said Kaioshin exiled. Wukong asked in confusion, Dad. Where did Vegeta and Lei Noa go? It's hard to explain in a short time. Let's bring Lei Noa back first. As exiled spoke and was about to leave, the old Kaioshin stopped him. The stopped Kaioshin was clearly flustered. What is it, ancestor? I let Earth become like this. I have failed Mr. Lei Noa's trust. Sai, as a dead person, Wukong cannot overly interfere in the affairs of the mortal world. But I, an old man, can do nothing. So Wukong, I hope you can protect. The old Kaioshin said solemnly. Old Kaioshin, do you have a way to revive me? However, before waiting for the old Kaioshin's reply, the old Kaioshin sat down on the ground, and the next moment, with a sound of his body went limp. Sun Wukong quickly helped the old Kaioshin up. Seeing the halo above his head disappear, he felt no joy at that moment. Wukong clenched his fists, his face filled with sorrow. Ancestor. Jia Bai Te knelt on the ground in pain, crying out. Kaioshin also closed his eyes in sorrow. What are you crying for? Hurry up and go. Do you want me to sacrifice myself for nothing? The old Kaioshin stood up and shouted at exiled and Wukong. Sun Wukong, seeing this reversal, first twisted his face in confusion, then started laughing. Seeing that the ancestor only had an extra halo above his head, the relieved Kaioshin smiled awkwardly and teleported with Sun Wukong to the planet Wanpa. Because Kaioshin knew that even if Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3, he couldn't defeat the mysterious Wu Fan, whose potential had been unlocked by the old Kaioshin. Lei Noa watched as Buluoli, with his green hair raised high, attacked him wildly with a ferocious expression, completely lacking any technique, relying solely on instinct. Yet because he couldn't hit Lei Noa, he became exceptionally furious, showing that he couldn't control his own energy at all. From above, Palajasi's hazy old eyes were full of amazement. This was his son's potential. Whoom. In an instant Kaioshin brought Sun Wukong to Vegeta's side. The sudden appearance of figures beside him almost gave the elderly Paladjasi a heart attack. After all, at his age he couldn't handle scares. Even Vegeta was startled. Kakarot. You're alive. Vegeta saw that the halo above Sun Wukong's head had disappeared and a clear smile appeared on his face but quickly returned to normal. Sun Wukong however didn't see Reno and was puzzled. What's wrong, Kakarot? Vegeta, remembering that his pride had almost been ruined, said with his arms crossed. Vegeta. Earth is in crisis. All Earthlings and Wu Fan have been controlled by a mysterious enemy. I came to find Reno, he might have a way to solve the problem. Vegeta was stunned for a moment. How long had they been away and Earth had already encountered a powerful enemy? Boom. In the distance mountains collapsed one after another and Buluo Li's body was thrown out. Reno turned into a yellow lightning bolt and repeatedly collided with Buluo Li, who had turned into a green lightning bolt. The entire planet was now their battlefield. Aya. Buluo Li opened his mouth wide and roared, unleashing the instinctive power of his body. However, this time the increase was clearly limited, unlike before when he had endless power. Paladjasi swallowed his saliva, never expecting the final match to turn out like this. He couldn't help but panic. Buluo Li can withstand the power of the Great Ape, but he simply cannot control this wild power. Now Buluo Li is uncontrollable. Sensing Sun Wukong's ki, Reno's eyes sharpened. In an instant he transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and with extreme speed circled to Buluo Li's side, delivering a mid-air explosion strike that knocked Buluo Li unconscious. Reno stroked his chin. Buluo Li's growth was indeed not unlimited, he had already reached that level, just not yet developed. On a desolate planet he could never unleash his potential. Only by fighting an opponent could he tap into the potential within. If it were truly like that, the entire universe would be doomed and no one could play anymore. In Reno's view, Broly's chi had been pushed to its extreme, showing no signs of further increase. Reno, seeing that Broly had nearly exhausted his potential, ended the battle with a direct aerial slam. It seems Broly's energy has been accumulating inside him all along, but simply no one taught him how to use it. And the intense battle directly released Broly's potential. It seems this is the reason why Broly's power increases exponentially in battle, not that he has infinite strength. Finally Reno gave an explanation in his mind. Although it might not be entirely correct, it was absolutely not far off. Looking at Broly, who had reverted to his normal form and lay on the ground, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. In his Super Saiyan form, Broly could already match his own Super Saiyan 2. It must be known that with Reno's strength his ordinary form was already equivalent to Goku's Super Saiyan 3, and Broly's Super Saiyan form was definitely slightly stronger than Super Saiyan 3 Goku. If it were a life or death battle, with the passage of time given Broly's growth ability, he might actually be able to kill Goku. Reno, carrying the unconscious Broly, came before Son Goku and Vegeta and asked, "Goku, what happened?" Goku, seeing that Reno had finished fighting, though he was itching for a fight, still told Reno about the situation on Earth. The current situation did not allow him to be willful. If he were to ruin Earth because of his personality, it would be more painful than killing himself. "Uncle Paragus, put your hand on my shoulder." Reno, holding Broly with one hand and keeping the other in his pocket, gathered with Goku and the others. On Earth, Baby Sweating looked toward the direction of Vampa Star. The powerful chi there could be clearly felt even by Baby on Earth. Startled, he said coldly to the puppet Tenshinhan behind him, "Have you gathered the Dragon Balls?" The puppet Tenshinhan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Master, I'm about to gather them all, just missing the 5-star Dragon Ball." "Humph, hurry up." "Yes, master." Whoosh. Just as Baby was about to turn around, a group of people descended from the sky, causing Baby to stare in surprise. How could a group of people appear out of thin air without any reason? But when he saw the tail behind Reno, his eyes instantly narrowed. A white aura rose around him and it looked exactly like his ordinary form. Apart from the difference in battle power, it was truly hard to tell whether it was the mystic form or the ordinary form. As soon as Reno landed, he gracefully aimed his arm toward the falling Paragus and caught the old man steadily. Respecting the elderly and caring for the young is everyone's responsibility. Meanwhile, Son Goku directly sat on Vegeta's face, causing the prince to roar. "Kakarot, get off." Son Goku could only stand up, scratching his head in embarrassment. When he saw that Reno had a tail, his face instantly chilled. There were actually other Saiyans. "Damn Saiyans, the planet you are protecting has already been occupied by me. Prepare to experience the despair of us Tsufurians from back then." He. Seeing that these people completely ignored him, baby who had possessed Gohan was dumbfounded. He instantly exploded with chi to vent his dissatisfaction. A powerful aura surged instantly, and at the same time many of Son Goku's former companions under baby's control all surrounded the group. Before baby could even utter a threat, his face froze instantly. Staring at the fist that was smashing into his abdomen, his expression was one of disbelief, his eyes wide open. Nah. Ni. Reno, who had activated his Super Saiyan 2 form, had a cold expression. What kind of thing is worthy of invading Earth? Since that's the case, you will face the corresponding wrath. Looking at the devastated Earth, Reno's eyes rarely showed a roar of anger. The powerful killing intent instantly woke the unconscious Broly. Seeing his son awake, Paragus quickly told Broly what had happened. Upon hearing his father's account, Broly actually lowered his head. Lost control again, disappointed father again. As Reno's heavy punches continuously struck his body, baby was actually knocked out of Gohan's body. Seeing this, Reno fought even more fiercely. The severely beaten baby had no strength to fight back and could only wail incessantly. Every punch was a critical hit, yet he controlled the force precisely. A few minutes later, Reno lifted baby, who was no longer human-like, like a dead dog. Immediately baby, suspended in midair, grinned coldly and quickly turned into a viscous liquid that surged around Reno's body. Seeing this, Reno immediately thought, careless, and quickly transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form. This was probably the special ability of the former Super King, similar to Buu's ability to turn beings into food and eat them to increase his power. Seeing that Reno had an even more powerful form, baby couldn't help but get excited. Soon this body would be his. Then he let out a gay laugh. Just as he was about to take another step forward, he found that he couldn't move at all. Obviously baby had completely forgotten the gap between them at that moment. Baby, who was clinging to Reno's face, was stuck there awkwardly. The next moment he was pulled off by Reno and subjected to even more violent beating. Super King, you have your reasons for revenge and I have my reasons for what I need to protect. Reno roared. Impossible, why are the Saiyans now? Before baby could finish his sentence, he had already completely lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the Earthlings controlled by the eggs inside their bodies were all stopped by Vegeta, who used ki blasts to create deep craters around the battlefield. The possessed Goten and Trunks each faced their own fathers, and they were not gentle at all, showing a tendency to beat their fathers to death. Goku couldn't bear to strike, but Vegeta was different, he casually subdued the two possessed children. As for the remaining possessed Earth warriors, they were no match for the Supreme Kai and Kibito, let alone the fact that Broly hadn't yet acted. The battle ended quickly. Father. Reno turned his head at the sound and saw Lena sitting on top of Buu, happily waving toward them. Lazili quickly came to Reno's side. Without a word they embraced. Although these small fries couldn't hurt him, he still had his daughter to worry about, so he had been hiding with Buu. She had just sensed her husband's chi and hurried over. After the affectionate moment, Reno smiled at Buu not far away and said, "Thank you, Mr. Buu." "Ah, no need to thank me. After all, you saved my life," Buu said naively. Baby, who had been playing dead like a sneak, took advantage of the conversation to quickly drill out of Gohan's body with lightning speed. He immediately piloted the spaceship that had come to Earth and fled. Watching the spaceship flying toward the atmosphere, Reno and Lazili exchanged a knowing smile and simultaneously fired ki blasts. The two ki blasts merged together and blasted baby into nothing. Next, Son Goku, with the help of the Dragon Radar, found the last Dragon Ball. Through the wish, Earth was restored to its original state. All the eggs inside humans were removed by the dragon, and at Reno's request Earth was also strengthened. Instantly the mountains became greener, the water clearer, and the planet more resilient. 2 months had passed since the conclusion of the baby incident. Trunks practically lived at Reno's house, so eager to stay there that even his proud father Vegeta followed along. Sun Wukong would occasionally pop in via instant transmission, even interrupting moments of intimacy between Reno and Lazili. He'd arrive cheerfully but leave with a flushed face and a pair of bumps on his head. Finally Reno had enough. He could understand Trunks coming over, but why did these two grown men keep showing up at his place? Reno stared at the embarrassed Sun Wukong and the determined Vegeta. "Hey! What do you two want? Spit it out." Reno grabbed Sun Wukong by the collar, fuming. "Ah! Reno, didn't Vegeta tell you?" Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta in shock. They had agreed to come together to learn Super Saiyan 4, yet Vegeta hadn't mentioned the reason. "Humph. Kakarot, I thought you had already explained." Vegeta crossed his arms deeply embarrassed. After all these days of dropping by without reason, he assumed Reno had refused them, so the two brothers had decided to win him over with sincerity. Little did they know Reno had no idea what they wanted. Damn that Kakarot, how infuriating. Reno. We want to learn how to transform into Super Saiyan 4 from you. Sun Wukong spoke up, seeing Vegeta too embarrassed to ask. He expected to be scolded by Reno. But instead, what the heck? Why didn't you say so earlier? You've been torturing me for nothing. Sun Wukong didn't mind Reno's outburst. His heart was filled with joy that Reno had finally agreed to teach them Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta remained silent, feeling humiliated. This was the first time the proud Saiyan Prince had ever asked anyone for guidance. If not for the dazzling allure of Reno's Super Saiyan 4, he would never have stood guard outside Reno's door like a gatekeeper. So shameful. All because of that damned Kakarot. If not for that damned Kakarot, he would have already mastered Super Saiyan 4 by now. Reno took a deep breath and said, as a condition of exchange, you two must each teach me a skill in return. Understood. No problem at all. Vegeta agreed readily. Sun Wukong, however, looked troubled. He had always been the one taught by others, he had never instructed anyone. Even his own son Son Gohan had learned most of his skills from Piccolo. Piccolo was truly a good person. What's wrong, Wukong? Reno noticed Sun Wukong's uneasy expression. Nothing, I'm fine. Sun Wukong agreed, just to learn, not bothering to think about the awkward situation that might arise later. Just then Lazuli returned from shopping with Lena carrying groceries. Seeing those two shameless bastards again, her face darkened. Hey, you two aren't afraid I'll beat you up again? Lazuli said coldly. No, we're here to learn. Why, yeah, 18. Vegeta hid behind Reno while Sun Wukong also broke into a cold sweat at the sight of Lazuli. The two brothers had often been beaten by Lazuli. Especially Sun Wukong. Once when Lazuli and Reno were sleeping in bed, Sun Wukong suddenly teleported right between them, causing Reno to roar in fury. Sun Wukong nearly saw his great-grandmother after that. Alright, come back tomorrow morning. I need to rest tonight. Reno said calmly. Why? Impulsive Sun Wukong grew anxious. Because you two have been a nuisance. Reno shot a glare at Sun Wukong. Then he added, I'll take a day off. Report to me tomorrow. Oh, alright. The next morning, even before dawn, someone knocked on Reno's door. Sun Wukong and Vegeta saw Buu stomping over in a rage. The sight of Buu made Vegeta's face drain of color. Woken up so early again, Buu could no longer contain his fury. The two brothers were chased all over the place by Buu. Reno had built a new house, no longer living in a spaceship. The style was similar to Bulma's house. There was a large open space in front for activities. Hearing the commotion outside, Reno walked out in his pajamas. He looked at the three of them scuffling, then checked the time. It was only 4 in the morning. He instantly burst into Super Saiyan 4 and strode towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Then came a chorus of wails. As everyone knows, Saiyans with tails will transform into giant apes when they see the full moon on a moonlit night. Super Saiyan 4 is achieved by harnessing the power of the giant ape while enduring the power of Super Saiyan. But this requires. Just as Reno was explaining the key to transforming into Super Saiyan 4 to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Crack. A sharp sound came from the windowpane of Reno's house. A thief. Vegeta had just written half a page in his notebook when he was interrupted. His face instantly darkened and an invisible killing intent emanated from him. Reno and Wukong quickly entered the house. They saw Trunks sprawled on the floor. Caught in the act, he was so embarrassed he could have dug a 3-room apartment with his toes. Hey! Which shameless bastard is that? Do you want to? Vegeta had just gathered Ki in his hand when he entered, but seeing it was his own son, his face turned even darker. Your father is here to learn and you come to cause trouble. Vegeta was about to explode with rage. Trunks lowered his head in shame, then suddenly straightened up and said seriously, Uncle Reno, I want to date Lena. I don't want to sneak around anymore. I want to come in openly to see Lena next time. He bowed deeply, his face full of determination. Hearing this, Vegeta's face turned from black to white. Because Reno had already draped his arm over Vegeta's shoulder. Reno smiled warmly, Vegeta, should I agree to these kids' affair? And no, kids' words shouldn't be taken seriously. Trunks, go home now. Vegeta shouted at Trunks. I won't. Uncle Reno, I know you have high standards for a son-in-law, but I will work hard to meet them. Lena also said that if I can withstand 50 of her moves she would agree to date me. Trunks blurted it all out, throwing caution to the wind. Seeing his son defy him, Vegeta was furious. First his learning was interrupted, then his son rebelled. Just as he was about to explode, a figure slowly walked over. Lena appeared in a blue training outfit, her long hair still damp like a fairy just out of a bath, radiating an indescribable beauty. That's right, father. I did make that promise to Trunks. If he can survive 50 of my moves, I will agree to date him. Lena said calmly. Seeing his little princess speak up, Reno could no longer stop her. After all, his little cotton jacket was letting in the wind. Come outside with me, Lena said to the still stunned Trunks. Okay. Trunks trotted after her. At this point Reno had lost interest in teaching. He could only follow them outside to watch. Vegeta gritted his teeth in anger, cursing his unfilial son. A clearing in the mountains. As Sun Wukong spoke, if Trunks can withstand 50 strikes from Lena, Trunks wins, otherwise Lena wins. Understood? Sun Wukong asked. No problem, Uncle Wukong, Trunks replied confidently. He truly liked Lena, falling in love with her the very first moment they met. Perhaps this was what people called love at first sight. With both of them roaring simultaneously, Lena and Trunks transformed into their Super Saiyan forms. However, as soon as the battle began, Lena appeared rather nonchalant while Trunks dared not fight the girl he cherished. Faced with Lena's simple moves, Trunks found himself completely bewildered. This hardly resembled a battle, it was more like play. Lei Hao could no longer keep a straight face, if is doing it on purpose. King Vegeta also twitched the corner of his mouth. If this went on, Lei Hao would become his family by marriage. Good heavens, how shocking. As expected, after 50 strikes Trunks emerged victorious. Throughout it all it felt like a dream. Trunks had never imagined Lena would deliberately let him win. Dummy, you've won now. Don't you have anything to show for it? Lena playfully blinked her beautiful eyes at Trunks. Instantly Trunks's ears turned crimson. He walked up to Lena and pressed a kiss to her red lips. Lei Hao watched the two youngsters being so affectionate, bitterness welling within his heart, yet he had agreed to this himself. What would it mean if he reneged now? Soon after, Trunks took Lena's small hand and led her before Lei Hao. Thank you, father-in-law, for your blessing. Trunks's heart surged with excitement. Annoyed, Lei Hao flicked his sleeve and departed. Sun Wukong teased, congratulations, King Vegeta. Your son has swept up Lei Hao's precious daughter. In the past, King Vegeta would have flown into a rage at such banter from Sun Wukong, but now. Lei Hao then resumed explaining the details and insights of transforming into a Super Saiyan 4. King Vegeta found the lecture immensely beneficial, while Sun Wukong, the martial arts enthusiast, listened in confusion throughout, only catching that a tail was required to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Soon it was time to fulfill his promise, and King Vegeta directly taught the final flash technique to Lei Hao. It must be said that Lei Hao's talent was abnormally extraordinary. He mastered it in less than half an hour. But when it came to Sun Wukong's turn, Sun Wukong nervously said, first do this. Then do that. He then demonstrated with hand gestures. Lei Hao. King Vegeta. Did you just speak human language? Caught in Lei Hao's terrifying gaze, Sun Wukong grew even more flustered, gesturing wildly without composure. Lei Hao fell silent, watching Sun Wukong's movements. He had never considered someone might renege on a promise right under his nose. Seeing Lei Hao about to strike, Sun Wukong hastily cried out, Lei Hao. I learned instant transmission on Yardrat Star, I can take you there. Yardrat Star. Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed Lei Hao had not punched him. Witnessing Sun Wukong's awkward plight, a smile tugged at King Vegeta's lips. Excellent. Once you two have completed your transformations, I'll have you take me there. Lei Hao said calmly to Sun Wukong. Alright. As Wukong was about to use instant transmission with King Vegeta to leave, Lei Hao stopped him. Wukong, you go ahead first. I need to have a word with King Vegeta. Lei Hao grinned at King Vegeta, which gave the latter a sudden shiver. Sun Wukong scratched his head, chuckled, placed 2 fingers on his forehead and vanished using instant transmission. Lei Hao. What is it? King Vegeta asked anxiously. Having successfully intimidated King Vegeta, Lei Hao smirked slyly. I think you should focus more on controlling your ki rather than endlessly pursuing raw power. What you need to do is not try to chase Sun Wukong's pace but strive to surpass and defeat him. King Vegeta was stunned by these words. Indeed. He had been so consumed by the desire for power that he had neglected mastery over other aspects. How many nights and days had he jolted awake from the same haunting vision, first on Namek Sun Wukong becoming a Super Saiyan because of Krillin, then his own future son transforming into a Super Saiyan, and finally even Sun Wukong's son Gohan surpassing him. For a Saiyan prince whose natural talent far exceeded that of Sun Wukong and his son, this blow was simply devastating. No matter what he did, he could never surpass Sun Wukong. As a Saiyan prince he refused to accept this, yet he was utterly powerless. Though he had later acknowledged Sun Wukong and Son Gohan, his heart still burned with unbearable resentment. This pressure bore down upon King Vegeta like sinking into an bottomless ocean, leaving him gasping for air. With Lei Hao's guidance, the chains binding his heart suddenly cracked. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, Lei Hao felt that King Vegeta's power had risen considerably. Yes, this improvement stemmed from an elevation of mindset. King Vegeta also sensed the changes within himself and could not help but offer Lei Hao a gentle smile. Thank you, Lei Hao. Then I shall take my leave. I will visit you again when I have free time. King Vegeta bowed to Lei Hao. Forget it, don't go. Train here with me. Lei Hao extended his hand to King Vegeta in invitation. King Vegeta paused, then nodded. Meanwhile, Lotzi Li, watching from above, was momentarily dazed. Though she would soon be part of his family, wasn't this progress far too rapid? Lei Hao fell silent, staring at the base of King Vegeta's tail. To transform into Super Saiyan 4, a tail must regrow, but with King Vegeta's current situation, it was less than a centimeter long. How on earth could it be pulled out? Being stared at for so long, King Vegeta's face flushed crimson. Are you done? This posture is too humiliating. After pondering for a long while, Lei Hao discussed the matter with King Vegeta. Initially King Vegeta had wanted to refuse, but after careful thought he nodded. Lei Hao grabbed the base of King Vegeta's tail, barely over a centimeter in length, and King Vegeta immediately surged forward with full power. Remarkably, King Vegeta's tail was indeed pulled free. Feeling the tail swaying behind him, King Vegeta was both thrilled and anxious. Very well. The strength of each form is determined by your foundational combat ability. Prepare yourself for my training. Yes, King Vegeta then embarked on a new round of training at Lei Hao's residence. Time slipped away swiftly. Soon the next full moon was drawing near. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, Sun Wukong also regrew his tail with the assistance of King Kai Ashen and the old Kai. At this moment Wukong waited beneath the nearby forest of Lei Hao's residence alongside King Vegeta for the full moon to arrive. Sun Wukong had come here out of fear that he might lose control of his body again and wreak destruction, so he had asked Lei Hao to stop him if necessary. Sensing King Vegeta's ki, Sun Wukong was taken aback. It felt incredibly powerful, no weaker than his own. Last time King Vegeta had only surpassed him thanks to Babbidi's control. So this time how? King Vegeta met Sun Wukong's gaze and smiled confidently. Ah. Soon Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who had grown new tails, began to grimace, their bodies swelling until they transformed into yellow giant apes. Their continuous roars attracted Wu Fan, Bai Ku and Kulin. Seeing the two giant apes towering like mountains, Bai Ku was stunned. Hadn't their tails been broken? How could they regrow tails? The transformed Vegeta spotted Lei Noa, and his group charged over and grabbed Lei Noa in his palm. Lei Noa kept smiling, confident that Vegeta, having accepted his guidance, would regain his senses. Sure enough, the moment Vegeta seized Lei Noa, he blurted out, Lei Noa. Ah! How could I, the prince of the Saiyans, lose my mind just because I transformed into a giant ape? Vegeta roared inwardly. As expected, after regaining his composure, his body shrank gradually, taking on the form of Super Saiyan 4. His upper body was covered in red fur, revealing only his robust chest with long black hair and black leather pants on his lower body. He looked almost identical to Lei Noa's Super Saiyan 4 form. Bai Ku was dumbfounded. Did all Saiyans share the same Super Saiyan 4 appearance? That was Kulin's first question. Vegeta, examining his new form, breathed heavily. This power was unlike anything he had possessed before. He flashed Lei Noa a confident smile. Congratulations, Vegeta, on mastering Super Saiyan 4. Lei Noa offered his congratulations. But Sun Wukong transformed into a giant ape was not so easy to handle. Watching the colossal ape charge toward them, Lei Noa massaged his forehead in exasperation. Just as Lei Noa was about to intervene, Vegeta stopped him. Humph. Leave Kakarot to me. With that he dashed forward and threw a punch at Sun Wukong, sending his face twisting and him flying backward rapidly. After Sun Wukong steadied himself, Vegeta held up a photo of Chi-Chi before him, but it had no effect. Seeing this, Lei Noa flew straight toward Baozi Mountain. It seemed Chi-Chi's presence was necessary. After all, reason was not easily restored. Even he had only regained his senses thanks to Lazili's tears. Sun Wukong should be fine too. Lei Noa reached Sun Wukong's house in no time. Before Wu Tian could react, his mother, who had been looking at a family portrait, was whisked away by a gust of wind. Enraged, Wu Tian chased after them, releasing his energy, but soon lost his bearings. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi, held in Lei Noa's arms, was enveloped in a protective aura of Chi to shield her from the intense speed. Along the way, Lei Noa explained many things to Chi-Chi, hoping she could shed a few tears to see if it would awaken Sun Wukong. Chi-Chi, though indignant at being held by Lei Noa, was more concerned about Sun Wukong. Despite her usual opposition to his training, that martial arts fanatic often ignored her shouts and trained under King Kai. She always complained, but in critical moments she was the most anxious. Sure enough, in less than a minute Chi-Chi spotted a giant ape as tall as a 4-story building. Though its appearance had changed, she recognized him instantly. Seeing her husband like this, Chi-Chi, a strong woman, began to cry. Vegeta easily subdued Sun Wukong, feeling the surging power within him, just as Lei Noa had said. His attack, defense, stamina, speed, endurance and energy had all been massively enhanced. No wonder it was called the ultimate all-rounder form. Sun Wukong could only roar in frustration. The energy blasts from his mouth struck Vegeta like mere scratches. Wu Fan's heart ached at the sight. He wanted to step in, but Uncle Baiku held him back. Sun Wukong, I won't restrict your training anymore. Please come back, I beg you. I'm afraid you'll leave me again. Woo-woo. Chi-Chi, hovering in the air thanks to Lei Noa's chi, sobbed. After Sun Wukong's sacrifice against Cell, she had spent countless days and nights in a daze. Had it not been for Wu Fan and Wu Tian as her pillars of support, heaven knows what that foolish woman might have done. Now with Sun Wukong in this state, she couldn't just stand by. The giant ape, seeing Chi-Chi cry, hesitated and scratched his head. That face seemed so familiar. But he couldn't recall who she was. Who was she? The more he thought, the more confused his mind became. He clutched his head and roared. Then a family photo floated before his eyes and Sun Wukong's pupils dilated. This was Lei Noa's doing. In the photo, Sun Wukong had Wu Tian on his shoulders, Wu Fan standing quietly beside him, and Chi-Chi smiling at the camera. Chi-Chi. As Sun Wukong regained his senses, his body shrank back to its normal size before everyone's eyes. With black hair and striking red fur, the red eye markings around his sockets looked incredibly cool. But instead of inspecting his new form as usual, he stood there dumbfounded, staring at Chi-Chi, whose tears fell like rain. Regret instantly flooded his face. He recalled the past, when he was too young to understand what marriage meant and had by chance been betrothed to Chi-Chi. But Chi-Chi had never forgotten. When they met at the World Martial Arts Tournament, he hadn't even recognized her. After their fight, he finally fulfilled her wish, and then came Wu Fan. Bulma had become a fine lady, but Chi-Chi had turned into a rural housewife. Yet she never thought of leaving him. The more he thought, the more he felt he had wronged Chi-Chi. His eyes grew hot and he embraced the running Chi-Chi. Wu Fan felt a weight lift from his heart. I'm sorry, Chi-Chi, for making you worry. Chi-Chi wiped Sun Wukong's tears and smiled. It's okay. As long as you're fine, I'm happy. Witnessing this, Lei Noa and Vegeta, arms crossed, exchanged glances. Even Kulin, not wanting to disturb them, quietly turned and walked away, followed by Baiku and Sun Wufan. Caught off guard, I was force-fed a mouthful of dog food. So did you enjoy holding Chi-Chi? Lazili emerged from nearby, displeased and clearly jealous. Of course not. If I hadn't, Sun Wukong would have been in danger. This was for his sake, Lei Noa blustered with a straight face. He then went on about the severe consequences if they had been even a moment late, spinning such a tale that even Vegeta's lips twitched. If he weren't a Saiyan, he might have actually believed that nonsense. Yet Lazili actually nodded, claiming to believe him. But whether it was truth or fiction, Lei Noa knew, and Lazili knew even better. Still, Lei Noa pulled Lazili into his arms. Vegeta was stunned. He looked at the lovey-dovey Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi, then at the cuddling Lei Noa and Android 18, and finally at Wu Fan and Baikou, who had already retreated. He gritted his teeth. I really have to thank you too. He Lei Noa, thank you. Chi-Chi and I will be heading back now. Soon Sun Wukong said his goodbyes and left first. What about you, Vegeta? Lazili, still in Lei Noa's embrace, smiled at Vegeta, though her eyes were cold. The message was clear: you've been here long enough, time to go. Vegeta gave an awkward smile. Lei Noa, I'll be going now. I'll come again when I have time. With that he headed home. After all that had happened, he missed Bulma. Tonight he would have to put an extra effort with his beloved Bulma. Returning home, Vegeta found his wife still awake, busy crafting an unknown machine. He walked over. Hey Vegeta. So you finally remember to come back, Bulma said with a hint of petulance still in her white lab coat. What husband constantly spends his time at someone else's house, especially when there's an android there whose beauty is no less than hers? It was hard for Bulma to stay calm. Don't you know you? She was about to scold him further. But before she could finish, Vegeta embraced her from behind. Bulma's face instantly flushed. Vegeta. Bulma tried to say more, but Vegeta silenced her with a kiss. Then he pushed her onto the bed. Just as he was about to take things further, Goten walked in, sucking his thumb. Seeing the scene before him, his little face turned bright red. Vegeta's face darkened visibly, and he was about to explode with anger when Bulma quickly said, Goten, Trunks and Reno went shopping at the mall. Go find them. Obviously, ever since Rena agreed to date Trunks, she had been a frequent visitor to Trunks' home, seemingly leaving a good impression on Bulma. Before Bulma even finished speaking, Goten ran out. Vegeta merely glanced at Goten's retreating figure before continuing to till the fields with his beloved Bulma. He thought, that damn Kakarot's son is just as troublesome as his father. Late at night. At Reno's house. Reno sat alone in the bathroom, letting the cold water wash over him, his eyes dark and brooding. Why? His power over time and space had advanced further, yet he still couldn't find that original feeling. Ever since he accidentally connected to his mother's consciousness space last time, Reno had never been able to open it again. This left Reno deeply confused. He remembered mentioning his location. Could something have happened to his mother? No, it must be that something delayed her. Reno dared not even entertain the worst-case scenario. As he stared blankly at the ceiling, Lazili entered barefoot, wearing a bathrobe. Reno's body tensed instantly and his face flushed involuntarily. He felt that Lazili at this moment was as enchanting as a spirit. Seeing Reno's eyes fixed on her, Lazili couldn't help but toss her short blonde hair, a blush spreading across her beautiful face. Her figure was like that of a demon, impossible to look away from. Her waist was as delicate and smooth as a water snake's. Lazili's legs were also beautiful, with smooth lines that exuded an irresistible charm, making Reno unable to hold back any longer. Though they shared a bed often, he was still captivated by Lazili's full allure this time. He pulled the enchanting little fairy clothes, turned on the hot water, and they enjoyed a passionate bath together. In the morning, Reno opened his eyes to see Lazili clinging to him like an octopus. He smiled tenderly and gently kissed her forehead. Then he turned and left the room. The moment he stepped out, Lazili opened her eyes. She looked in the direction he had gone, her expression slightly unnatural. When he saw Majin Buu sleeping soundly in the cave he had built, Reno quickly walked over to him. Sensing Reno's approach, Buu rubbed his eyes, still drowsy, and waved. Good morning, Mr. Reno. I'll be away for a few days. Tell Lazili when she wakes up. Ah, are you going somewhere fun? Buu's eyes lit up when he heard that Reno was going on a trip. Reno waved his hand, saying he was going to study, which made Buu visibly disappointed. But when Reno pulled out an oversized lollipop, Buu's eyes instantly sparkled. Yes, Reno planned to have the Supreme Kai send him to planet Yardrat. As for his resting wife, she could take a break for now. Just as he was about to press the Supreme Kai summoner he had taken from his person, he heard footsteps. Reno froze for a moment and turned to see his wife glaring at him angrily. Humph. Where do you think you're going? Lazili walked up to Reno and punched his chest with her little fists. Reno could only smile wryly. He had been so careful, yet he still woke her up. I'm planning to visit another planet. Since I've never been there before, for your safety I'll go alone for a few days. Reno looked at his wife a little guilty. I don't care where you go, I'm coming with you, Lazili snorted coldly, then reached out and wrapped her arms around Reno's waist, showing she wouldn't let go unless he agreed. Looking at his adorable and clingy wife, Reno felt a sweetness in his heart but also a headache. Having her follow him everywhere wasn't ideal. With no choice he had to agree. Lazili's reasoning was simple: she wanted to see other planets, having never left Earth. Sure enough, the next moment she let go of Reno and beamed with joy. Her playful expression left Reno speechless. As Reno pressed the button to summon the Supreme Kai, Shin and Kibito appeared before him in just a few seconds. Mr. Reno, is there anything you need? Shin looked at Reno curiously. Kibito stood nearby with his arms crossed, his expression wooden. Ahem, I was planning to go to. He was about to say Planet Yardrat when it occurred to him that the Supreme Kai's instant transmission didn't require sensing ki to reach any place in the universe. Reno's eyes darted around. Lord Supreme Kai, could you teach me instant transmission? Shin heard this and shook his head with a smile. Mr. Reno, the Supreme Kai's instant transmission can only be learned by a Supreme Kai, and it requires divine ki. Hearing this explanation, Reno's eyebrow twitched. Good grief, no wonder it's so convenient, the requirements are so strict. He'd better just go to Yardrat. Send me to Planet Yardrat. I'll go there to learn instant transmission. Ah, I see. Shin nodded in understanding. Without wasting time, he grabbed Reno and Kibito and performed instant transmission. The bodyguard couldn't be left behind, even though he could also use instant transmission. The Northern Galaxy. Planet Yardrat. 4 figures suddenly appeared with a swish. They were Reno and his group of 4. Lazili looked around curiously. It was her first time leaving Earth and visiting another planet, so she was a bit excited. Reno also looked around, seeing skyscrapers everywhere. It was clearly a highly technological planet, no less impressive than any city on Earth. The couple marveled at the sight. Kibito, however, was indifferent. Mr. Reno, contact Lord Supreme Kai if you need anything and I'll come to pick you up. Okay, Reno replied politely. See you later then. See you. Once the outsiders were gone, Lazili shrugged and walked up to Reno. Honey, I never thought other planets could have technology on par with Earth. Reno didn't deny it, but he felt something was off. Then he noticed that all around them Yardratians had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, silently watching the two of them. It was as if they had materialized from thin air. This put Reno on high alert. To have surrounded them so stealthily, this planet was full of experts. How did Goku learn instant transmission here? Lazili also noticed the situation and broke out in a cold sweat. When did they? Then the leading Yardratian moved. He walked toward Reno and his wife, and as he did, all the other Yardratians followed, encircling the couple completely. Seeing that they were surrounded but without hostility, Reno breathed a sigh of relief. If they attacked, would he fight or not? And how would he learn instant transmission? Just look at Son Goku, was he the type to teach properly? Reno estimated there were at least 100 of them. In this tense atmosphere, the leader, a big-headed Yardratian, stopped a few meters away under Lazili's sharp gaze. Seeing that his wife was about to act, Reno quickly pinched her bottom, signaling her to leave it to him. This made Lazili blush with embarrassment. Hello, visitors from another planet. The big-headed Yardratian spoke. Greetings, friends of Yardrat. I come from Earth, recommended by a friend to learn some techniques here. My wife and I mean no harm. Reno explained, trying to sound as gentle as possible. Hearing the word Earth, the big-headed one was momentarily surprised. Do you know Son Goku? Reno immediately understood. Son Goku must have learned instant transmission from this big-headed Yardratian. He then smiled. It was Son Goku who recommended us. We're good friends. I see. And how is Mr. Goku now? The big-headed one seemed very pleased. Reno wondered what exactly Son Goku had done here. After some conversation, Reynolds learned that the Jinyu force had once attacked planet Adlat but was recalled midway by Frisia. Because of Sun Wukong, the Adlat people were deeply grateful. Seeing the densely packed crowd of Adlat beings, Razli asked in confusion, "Are there many Adlat people?" Nori was taken aback. Sorry, actually I'm the only one here. Nori awkwardly scratched his head. As he finished speaking, all the Adlat people vanished without a trace. Left behind was only Nori, who had fallen completely infatuated with Reynolds' handsome face. This left Reynolds and Razli utterly dumbfounded. Wow, how did you do that? I could sense ki from everyone just now, Reynolds said, deliberately feigning astonishment. He dared not provoke them, fearing they might refuse to teach him. Meanwhile Razly's gaze toward Nori had grown sharply suspicious. Nori suddenly realized his own impropriety. Nori stammered hastily, Our Adlat people are physically weak, so sometimes we employ bizarre abilities to deter invaders and make them think we're not to be trifled with. He then demonstrated instant transmission, teleporting rapidly around Reynolds. Afterwards he shaped Ki into a weapon. He proceeded to showcase everything he had learned. Reynolds broke into a cold sweat. This power was indeed formidable, capable of deceiving opponents. Without fully comprehending the Adlat people's strength, advancing would have been reckless. Just like with Reynolds moments ago. Every clone radiated Ki, anyone would be bewildered. What an incredible ability, Reynolds said, his expression full of yearning. Hey, right. I call it multiplication technique, Nori said. If used in battle, this ability would yield extraordinary effects. It was an uncanny replica that could send an opponent into pure panic. Just imagine an evenly matched rival on the verge of defeating you when suddenly the multiplication technique activates and countless versions of you appear. What expression would they wear? Even a Ki master might struggle to tell them apart. Reynolds gazed at Nori with burning intensity. The latter blushed visibly under such scrutiny. Before Reynolds could request instruction, another Adlat person appeared beside them via instant transmission. Another Adlat proficient in instant transmission? Were all Adlat people capable of instant transmission? Mr. Reynolds the Elder requests your presence, the newcomer invited. This startled Reynolds once more. Actually, the moment you arrived I used my special ability to notify my tribe. After learning what transpired I sent someone over immediately. Nori blinked innocently. Then he departed, blowing Reynolds a farewell kiss before vanishing. You. Before Razly could unleash her anger, Nori had already teleported away. Facing such provocation, Razly was furious yet utterly powerless to retaliate. Go ahead, the Elder is waiting inside. The Adlat person who had escorted them pointed to a bright house. Before leaving they added, the Elder taught Sun Wukong instant transmission, you know. The mere thought of learning various techniques made Reynolds' heart swell with joy. As Reynolds and Razly approached the house, two burly Adlat people gestured them inside. They appeared to be the Elder's guards. Reynolds and Razly strode confidently into the house and saw a blue slime-like creature inside. Welcome to planet Adlat, my friend, said the Elder, who resembled a blue slime. Since Nori had informed him that Reynolds and Razly were allies of Sun Wukong, the Elder of planet Adlat had been visibly excited. Upon seeing the tail floating behind Reynolds he became even more certain. Indeed, they were Saiyans. He hurried forward, examined them closely and finally nodded with satisfaction. Reynolds observed that despite the Elder's advanced age he moved with remarkable agility, prompting him to wonder if the Elder might be an old companion of Master Roshi. Reynolds smiled and replied, Elder, we have come all the way from Earth specifically to learn instant transmission. We would be grateful for your guidance. The Elder studied Reynolds for a moment and said, your strength appears to surpass Mr. Wukong's. Reynolds was momentarily taken aback. His aura was completely concealed and there was nothing outwardly distinctive about him, which was precisely why Nori had behaved so recklessly. He had restrained himself only because he needed the Adlat people. This Elder was clearly no ordinary man. Noticing Reynolds did not deny it, the Elder chuckled and said, actually the technique of instant transmission is merely one application of Ki. Once you learn to control Ki you will naturally discover countless extraordinary techniques. Facing Sun Wukong's friend, the Elder held nothing back and shared everything he knew. It took Reynolds a long while to emerge from this flood of knowledge, amazed that Ki possessed so many applications he had never imagined. His conclusion was clear: one must learn to control Ki and then leverage that command to unlock extraordinary abilities. Witnessing Reynolds' astonishment, the Elder demonstrated size manipulation, the multiplication technique and instant transmission once more. Razly exclaimed in shock, I had no idea Sun Wukong only learned the basics here. These abilities are incredible. The Elder continued, these techniques are actually quite simple. They only require using Ki to divide, expand or relocate. Seeing their stunned expressions, the Elder added, any resident of Adlat can perform these. So long as one thoroughly comprehends Ki, they can master any desired technique, or even innovate anew. Reynolds drew a sharp breath, forced to admit that the Adlat people had reached an entirely new level in their understanding and application of Ki. Throughout history, Saiyans and most cosmic beings had only ever used Ki for offense and defense. They had never dreamed of developing such miraculous abilities. Reynolds then placed a hand on Rasley's shoulder and together they bowed deeply to the elder. Please guide us in our training, elder. Very well. Training depends on the individual. How much you absorb will depend on your comprehension. Yes. Reynolds and Rasley exchanged glances, nodded firmly and shared a knowing smile. They could finally begin their training. In the days that followed, Reynolds and Rasley immersed themselves in rigorous training. The elder arranged accommodation for the couple. Whenever possible they sought the elder's guidance on the structure of ki. Thus a month passed slowly with Reynolds and Rasley devoting themselves entirely to studying ki's fundamental nature. By the second month Reynolds achieved brief instant transmission, though range remained a significant limitation. In the third month he fully mastered instant transmission, and building on that experience he also learned size manipulation and the multiplication technique. When the elder witnessed Reynolds mastering these three foundational techniques in such a short span he was utterly dumbfounded. Sun Wukong had spent half a year learning nothing but instant transmission alone. In the fourth month Reynolds acquired the ki separation technique under the elder's guidance. This ability could forcibly separate power obtained through fusion or absorption. In combat it would yield unexpected results. In merely 4 months Reynolds had nearly mastered all of the elder's techniques. Of course the multiplication technique, size manipulation and instant transmission were abilities almost all Adlat people possessed. The forced separation technique was known only to a minority. Yet Reynolds, relying on his extraordinary talent, even developed a brand new technique of his own named Ki Blade. In the 5th month the Grand Elder suddenly sought out Lei Noa and his companion during their cultivation. Upon seeing the Grand Elder's arrival Lei Noa smiled warmly and said, "Grand Elder, may I ask what guidance you have for me?" The Grand Elder's face showed hesitation as if he was facing a difficult choice. Lei Noa caught the look in the Grand Elder's eyes and instantly teleported before him. "Grand Elder, what's wrong? Is there something troubling you?" Lei Noa asked with concern. Seeing the Grand Elder remain silent, Lei Noa continued, "Grand Elder, rest assured. If the Yadalate star faces any difficulty, as long as it is within my power I will spare no effort." After much hesitation the Grand Elder sighed. "Lei Noa, your potential is truly formidable. Over this long time I have come to sense that you are not a Saiyan with an evil heart. So I wish to tell you a legend about the Saiyan god, hoping that you may comprehend the divine chi." Upon hearing this Lei Noa's pupils contracted sharply, his face filled with disbelief. Even Lazili was stunned. Divine chi? Like that of the Kaioshin? The Grand Elder paid no heed to the incredulity in Lei Noa's eyes and spoke again slowly, "If you wish to know this secret, please release all your chi. Let me see if you are worthy of hearing this secret. If not, then I will say nothing." Seeing that the Grand Elder was not joking, Lei Noa's gaze sharpened and he no longer concealed his chi. In an instant his hair turned golden and crackling lightning enveloped his body, making him appear like a living thunder god. Not yet finished, fearing he might not meet the Grand Elder's requirements, he continued to amplify his chi, unleashing an endless torrent of red chi. A pillar of red light shot into the sky. The Yadalate inhabitants, sensing this tremendous power, instantly teleported over and stared dumbfounded at Lei Noa bathed in the red storm. Was this still the cheerful and sunny Lei Noa of before? Noa Li's face turned pale, such immense chi, something he had never seen in his lifetime. Recalling the petty tricks he had played when Lei Noa first arrived on the Yadalate star, his face turned even paler. Lazili noticed Noa Li's expression and smiled smugly, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. "What right do you have to seduce my man? Look at you, so uncultured." Bathed in the energy storm, Lei Noa had already activated Super Saiyan 4 form. Red fur appeared first in everyone's sight, followed by thick disheveled black hair. The red eye markings gave an indescribable feeling. The Grand Elder, already stunned, had been taken far away by other clansmen. Because the ground within a 100-meter radius around Lei Noa could not withstand the pressure of his released chi, sinking several meters into the earth. If anyone had been standing there, no one knew what would have happened. After releasing his chi, Lei Noa looked again toward the Grand Elder, who now wore a terrified expression, seemingly still recovering from the shock. The next moment Lei Noa dispersed his Super Saiyan 4 form and returned to his original sunny boyish appearance. He instantly teleported to the Grand Elder's side. This directly frightened several Yadalate inhabitants, making them retreat repeatedly. Evidently Lei Noa's transformation had terrified these Yadalate people, mainly because his chi was too overwhelming. It was an instinctive fear of the strong. Lei Noa had no time to pacify them. He helped the Grand Elder up and said, "Grand Elder, do you acknowledge my strength?" "Heh. Of course. The Grand Elder supported by Lei Noa managed a forced smile. Lei Noa was the most powerful cosmic being the Grand Elder had ever encountered. If he wasn't qualified, who was? After a short rest, the Grand Elder recovered somewhat. He cast a disdainful glance at his cowering clansmen, trusting that Lei Noa would not harm them. Lazili was somewhat speechless. "We're leaving anyway, who cares about you?" Lei Noa also found it exasperating. How could these Yaddalate people be so timid? He was strong, but that didn't imply a threat. Humph. Lord Lei Noa is immensely powerful, and he humbled himself to learn from you. Yet you, after witnessing his true strength, cower in the corner. Looking at his unworthy clansman, the Grand Elder fumed with anger, his expression full of displeasure. As expected, the Grand Elder's lecture left the Yaddalate people exchanging glances, utterly ashamed. Lei Noa, however, was completely indifferent. After all, only the Grand Elder had taught him from beginning to end. What others thought mattered little, as he would soon depart. But Lei Noa had not forgotten the purpose of the Grand Elder's visit. "Grand Elder, what about the legend of the Saiyan god?" The Grand Elder beckoned Lei Noa over and then led him into the house where Lei Noa had previously stayed. It seemed quite mysterious. Even Lazili was not allowed in. "Lord Lei Noa, do you know who the ancestor of the Saiyans is?" the Grand Elder suddenly asked. Lei Noa stroked his chin, pondered, then shook his head. The Grand Elder seemed unsurprised and slowly said, "Nowadays few in the universe recognize the name Yamoshi." The Grand Elder sighed. Then he proceeded to tell Lei Noa a story. In ancient times the Saiyans were mostly symbols of brutality and evil, frequently conquering other planets, relying on their mighty Oozra forms to commit every conceivable atrocity. Thus they made many enemies. But every rule has an exception. One day a special Saiyan was born. This Saiyan not only had a different mindset from other Saiyans, but even felt reluctant to destroy planets teeming with life, forming a stark contrast with the savage Saiyans. Consequently, he was rejected and isolated by his people. This Saiyan was named Yamoshi, and from a young age he possessed astonishing talent and exceptional wisdom. One day Yamoshi gathered 5 other Saiyans who shared his sense of justice, and soon the 6 formed a group. The news spread like wildfire. Eventually this reached the ears of the Saiyan King. The Saiyan King perceived that if left unchecked these individuals would threaten his position. Fearing their potential, the Saiyan King mobilized the entire tribe to hunt down the 6. Though the 6 were powerful, they could not withstand an entire race. As the 5 warriors who followed Yamoshi fell one after another, they transferred their remaining chi to the equally gravely wounded Yamoshi. But a miracle occurred. Yamoshi's body suddenly radiated a red aura, and his hair turned red as well. Strangely, his chi could not be sensed, yet he was clearly standing there. Faced with this eerie phenomenon, the Saiyan King did not retreat, but instead led the tribe to attack Yamoshi. But how could Yamoshi, now possessing divine chi, be shaken by mere mortals? After a fierce battle, an enraged Yamoshi slaughtered nearly all of his kin. By the time he came to his senses, it was too late. Staring at the corpses of his fellow Saiyans, he stood motionless for a long time. Afterward he ventured into the cosmos, constantly training and surpassing himself. Eventually he realized, Ultra Instinct. He became the founder of Ultra Instinct. His name was Yamoshi. After Yamoshi became the first progenitor to master the autonomous Ultra Instinct, he began to travel across the universe. Until he encountered the most formidable opponent of his life, the Grand Priest. Thus the two engaged in battle in the 17th universe. Because at that time there were 18 universes in total, not the current 12. Although the Grand Priest was extremely powerful, Yamoshi's state was eerie, as if his body would dodge instinctively without any need for thought. Even the Grand Priest could only barely match Yamoshi to a stalemate. In the end, the Omni King personally stepped in to eliminate this greatest threat to the universe. Even the universes that knew some inside information, the 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th and 18th, were all erased by the Omni King. This is why there are only 12 universes now. At that time even the Omni King marveled at Yamoshi's bizarre form. In the end it was the Grand Priest who, relying on the feeling from his battle with Yamoshi, comprehended the second existence to possess the autonomous Ultra Instinct. The Great Elder stopped here, as the story had basically concluded. And Lei Noa was left speechless from shock. It could be said that his world was divided into 12 universes, so which universe was he in? And what were the Omni King and the Grand Priest? Then he put aside his confused thoughts, hoping the Great Elder could enlighten him. Unfortunately the Great Elder shook his head and said, "I don't know the specifics either, because those are stories passed down from generation to generation." He then paused and said, "Mr. Lei, I have told you the legend of the Saiyan god. Whether it is true or false you must judge for yourself. Then he composed his thoughts and left the room with the great elder. After all, Lei was a Saiyan, that was a gene etched into his bones. He would deal with problems as they came, he wasn't afraid until danger was right in front of him. Seeing Lei finally come out, Lazili's tense heart relaxed and she resumed her cold expression, only showing a gentle smile when looking at Lei. This made the great elder chuckle and tease, Mr. Lei truly has a good wife. She is cold to everyone except you. Upon hearing this, Lei curled his lips. You probably don't know how open this wife is at home. When they had a daughter it was still okay, but after the daughter often hung out with Trunks she became more and more open. Sometimes she would show off various uniforms at home. Sometimes she even wore very revealing bikinis. That was only at home, if she dared to wear that outside he would have to give her a deep impression. However, it had to be said that Lazili, whose age had been fixed at 18 since becoming an android, was really appealing. After bidding farewell to the great elder, Lei summoned the Kaioshin. Meanwhile Shin, who was receiving knowledge from the old Kaioshin on the Kaioshin planet, suddenly sensed Lei summoning him and explained the reason to his ancestor. After obtaining permission he brought the board gibbet and rushed to planet Yardrat. When Shin saw Lei he was completely dumbfounded and even Gibbet's eyes widened. Before them Lei was a full 5 meters tall, staring at the two with a serious expression. And Lei had gathered a key blast in his hand. Seeing that the two were terrified he grinned, dispersed the key and then cancelled the giantification he had learned from the great elder. Seeing this the two sighed in relief and wiped the sweat from their foreheads. That scene had really scared them. Suddenly opening your eyes to find a 5-meter tall giant staring at you, wouldn't you be nervous? The answer is maybe not always, but a startle is certain. Lei smiled and said, Lord Kaioshin, how do you feel? Shin, looking at the mischievous Lei, patted his chest in fear and said, Mr. Lei, can you please not play such jokes next time? Scaring people can really kill them. Lei said seriously, but you are a god. Kaioshin, Shin. Look at what he said, is that human? How rude. After exchanging a few pleasantries he got down to business. Lord Kaioshin, do you know the Grand Priest? Upon hearing the name Grand Priest Shin's pupils contracted sharply. Lei raised an eyebrow, this Shin definitely knew something. He couldn't help but stare intently at Shin. Shin said somewhat awkwardly, tens of millions of years ago, after all the Kaioshins were killed by Majin Buu, I became the Kaioshin at a young age. And I didn't have time to get to know the other gods. It wasn't until my ancestor awakened that I learned a bit about the universe. Shin was slightly ashamed. Hearing this Lei's mouth twitched violently. You really are a qualified god, aren't you? But the Kaioshin quickly changed the subject and said, if Mr. Lei wants to know more details you can ask my ancestor. As the Kaioshin from 15 generations ago he certainly knows more than I do. Lei nodded without denying it. After all, the old certainly knew more than the young. Then he picked up Lazili, who was staring into the distance in a daze, and had the Kaioshin teleport them directly to the Kaioshin planet. Whoosh! On the Kaioshin planet 4 figures appeared instantly. Lei looked left and right as it was his first time on the Kaioshin planet. As soon as he turned his head he saw an old man fully purple approaching with a beaming smile, but he looked like a lecherous old man. Lei immediately clamped his legs together in fear, worried that the old man had some special fetish. Seeing that there seemed to be a misunderstanding, Shin hurried over to mediate. Ancestor, this is Mr. Lei, a very powerful Saiyan. He is several times stronger than the two Saiyans Goku and Vegeta, and even Gohan, whose potential you unlocked, is no match for him. This time Mr. Lei has come to ask you for some answers. The old Kaioshin nodded and said with a beaming smile, what does Mr. Lei want from an old man like me? But although the old Kaioshin's words were directed at Lei, his eyes kept glancing at Lazili, who stood with arms crossed and a cold expression. Lei said solemnly, Old Senior, I want to know the status of the Kaioshin in the 7th universe as well as the other gods in the universe. Since hearing the story of the Saiyan progenitor Yamaxi from the great elder of the Yardrat clan, he had been eager to know the answers. Upon hearing this, the old Kaioshin chuckled and leaned in close to Lei. Amid Lei's puzzled expression, he took out a magazine with a seemingly normal cover from his person. Since you're so serious, let me show you the magazine that Gohan gave me, I've treasured it for years. Lei took the magazine in confusion. When he opened the first page his face instantly flushed red and his pupils slightly dilated. He looked at the now kind-looking old Kaioshin in disbelief. The content inside was absolutely explosive. He thought in shock, I didn't expect this old man to be this kind of person, and this magazine was obtained by Gohan. Lazuli looked at the red-faced and thick-necked Lainuo in confusion. She was about to take the magazine from his hand, but Lainuo threw it back to the old Kaioshin. And the old Kaioshin calmly put the magazine back into his clothes. Razli frowned as she looked at the guilty-looking Reno. But before she could even ask, Reno had already thrown an arm around the old Kai's shoulders. Wow, senior, you're into this too. Reno pointed to the little notebook in the old Kai's arms and whispered as if terrified his wife might hear. The old Kai's face lit up with interest at this, and as expected, once they found common ground their conversation flowed effortlessly. Watching the old man and the young one whispering together, one might have mistaken them for grandfather and grandson. Meanwhile Razli stood aside helplessly. She crossed her arms and quietly watched the two perform. But this was only possible because it was Reno. If it had been anyone else, say Son Goku, Chi-Chi would have flown into a rage and broken several ribs. Finally the old Kai explained the hierarchy of gods to Reno. Zeno was the most powerful being in the universe, possessing the ability to erase everything. Next came the Grand Minister, the father of all angels. Although he merely served as Zeno's steward, it was said his strength ranked among the top 5 across the entire universe. Below them were the angels. As members of the angelic race, their primary duty was to serve the gods of destruction as their attendants. But do not mistake servitude for weakness, the reality was quite different. Though they served as attendants, they were in fact the masters of the gods of destruction, having personally trained them in their abilities. Further down the hierarchy were the gods of destruction, whose main responsibility was to destroy dead stars. Their strength was unquestionable. They could wield the destructive energy unique to their station. Anything touched by it would be erased completely, even its soul included, meaning that to be destroyed was to truly vanish from existence. With no soul remaining even in the underworld, one could not locate those erased by the god of destruction's energy. In short, within this universe, apart from the angels, the gods of destruction were the most powerful beings. Equal in status to the gods of destruction were the Kai, who were mainly responsible for creating planets. Below them stood the Supreme Kai and the 4 Great Kais. The 4 Great Kais were each responsible for maintaining safety within their respective East, West, South, and North universes. The Supreme Kai meanwhile governed the entirety of the universe. After hearing the old Kai's explanation, Reno came to understand the divine hierarchy that bound the universe together. He also learned that the universe he inhabited was Universe 7. A question that had long troubled him was finally answered, and he couldn't help but let out a relieved sigh. Only then did he begin to grasp just how vast this universe truly was. As for whether the gods of destruction who stood equal to the Kais were truly on the same level of strength, this particular matter piqued Reno's interest. Earth. Within an unnamed island, Trunks, Rena and Son Goten were searching for the Dragon Balls using a dragon radar. Son Goten cast a discontented glance at the couple hand in hand before him. You two might as well search for the Dragon Balls yourselves. What are you making me come along just so you can feed a single dog food, or are you deliberately showing off in front of a lone wolf like me? Trunks simply ignored the resentment in Goten's eyes. In the end, the 3 of them found the final Dragon Ball inside a cave. All 3 were visibly excited, for this was their first time personally summoning Shenron. They failed to notice that the 7 Dragon Balls were no longer as they once appeared, they had turned completely black, radiating an ominous aura. Rena, who had been lost in thought about what wish to make, finally noticed the change in the Dragon Balls and panicked instantly. Trunks. Shenron. Come forth, Shenron. Assuming his girlfriend had already made her wish, Trunks called out without hesitation. This left Rena utterly dumbfounded. The next moment Shenron still had not appeared from the sky. Rena had barely breathed a sigh of relief and was about to stop Trunks when he, refusing to accept defeat, shouted again, "Come forth." Shenron. Rena. We're doomed. In an instant dark clouds swarmed across the sky and a grotesque black dragon, not Shenron, emerged overhead. In a single moment an ominous evil aura enveloped the periphery of Earth. On Payazu Mountain, Son Goku's eyes snapped open, his face contorted in shock. What immense dark energy! At Capsule Corporation, Vegeta, who was training in the gravity room, also sensed this malevolent energy and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. At the same time, all the Earth's defenders converged toward the source of the ominous aura. In less than a minute, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were the first to arrive. Trunks. Lena. Are you all right? Vegeta rushed over to Trunks and Lena, his face etched with worry. After all, the malevolent aura they had just sensed was exceptionally powerful, and he feared for his son and future daughter-in-law. He could not bear to face Lei Noa if something happened. Son Wukong asked Goten. What happened? Goten replied aggrieved, Father, the Dragon Balls suddenly turned black and then a black fat dragon appeared. It swallowed the other 7 Dragon Balls, transforming into 7 streams of light that scattered across the world. Goten recounted the entire sequence of events to his father. Hearing this, both Son Wukong and Vegeta fell silent. The Dragon Balls turning black was hardly an auspicious omen. Meanwhile, on the Kaioshin planet, Lei Noa and the old Kai also detected the evil aura encircling Earth. Upon sensing it, Shin was visibly terrified. Even Kibito was noticeably affected. Only Lei Noa and Lazuli remained composed as if nothing had happened. What surprised Lei Noa was that the old Kai seemed completely unaffected as well. It seemed this old Kai had some hidden depths. Ignoring the 2 nuisances, the old Kai solemnly lifted his crystal ball and witnessed the events that had transpired on Earth. In an instant he was so enraged that he could barely speak, his entire body trembling. He had warned them before, the Dragon Balls were not something to be used carelessly. Each used threw nature into chaos. If everyone who died could be revived indefinitely, all living beings in the universe might as well be immortal. What would be the point of order? Now retribution had arrived. Even creating the Dragon Balls had been a mistake. Before he could send a telepathic message to Earth, he heard the North Kai recounting the gravity of the situation to Wukong and the others. Without a second thought he interjected, You fools! Do you have any idea what you've done? This is the consequence of abusing the Dragon Balls. The old Kai's thunderous voice echoed through the crystal ball into the ears of Wukong and the others. For a moment everyone's ears rang painfully, they clutched their heads in agony. A brief bout of tinnitus ensued. Even the North Kai, who was using telepathy to contact Earth, felt his head buzz. By then all the Earth's defenders had assembled, and even Bulma had come to join the commotion. Thus everyone experienced the sensation of their eardrums nearly bursting. What was that? Bulma was the first to react. Hearing her words, the old Kai grew even more furious. Especially you, Bulma. For your own selfish desires you even created the Dragon Radar. You are the root cause. If the situation weren't so dire, the old Kai would have gone straight to Earth to give these fools a proper lesson. Unfortunately, Earth was now isolated from the outside world. Kibito had tried many times but could not teleport to Earth, and no one on Earth could leave. Bulma, feeling increasingly aggrieved, shifted the blame. What's the big deal? It's all Kami's fault. If Kami hadn't created the Dragon Balls, none of this would have happened. And it's all Son Wukong's fault. Back then I was a beautiful young lady. And he dragged me into searching for the Dragon Balls. As she spoke, everyone's eyes turned to Bulma. Vegeta was dumbfounded, looking back and forth between the flustered Bulma and the guilty-looking Son Wukong. He was on the verge of exploding. Sensing the danger, Bulma gave an awkward laugh, then explained herself at length until she finally placated Vegeta. Wukong meanwhile was utterly bewildered. How could he be caught in the crossfire? As chaos threatened to spiral, the old Kai began to explain the nature of the Dragon Balls. Every time the Dragon Balls are used, their positive energy diminishes while the negative energy gradually accumulates. With each increase in negative energy, the evil energy within the Dragon Balls grows stronger. To eliminate the negative energy, the Dragon Balls must remain unused for centuries. Yet you have used them countless times in just a few decades. Thus the Dragon Balls could no longer bear the burden of negative energy, and that evil dragon was born. After his explanation, everyone was stunned. Then what do we need to do to restore the Dragon Balls? Wukong asked the crucial question. Of course you must defeat all the evil dragons. Otherwise the Earth will be eroded by the ever-expanding evil aura. If you don't defeat them soon, the Earth will be destroyed. The old Kai spoke with bitter disappointment. Alarmed, Wukong rushed off immediately while Vegeta insisted that only he and Kakarot were needed. He told everyone else to disperse. After all, that evil aura was not something they could contend with. Lei Noa then used the old Kai's crystal ball to contact his daughter. Lena. Your mother and I are not there this time. Everything depends on you. I sense that Wukong and Vegeta might lose. Because he could not return, and the evil aura was truly formidable, at least in their current state. Even if Wukong and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4, they might not be able to defeat it. Since the old Kai could not use telepathy, Lei Noa's conversation through the crystal ball was clearly heard by everyone gathered at Bulma's house. Hearing her father's voice, Lena became visibly excited and asked, "Father, how can you come back?" "Yes, Noah, how can we?" Piccolo clenched his teeth, his face filled with chagrin. Ever since Sun Wukong had awakened the Super Saiyan form, the gap between them had grown ever wider. Even Gohan, whom he had raised, had surpassed him. A flicker of confusion passed through Piccolo's eyes. But after a long silence, Noah's voice was heard no more. Only then did everyone realize that the fate of Earth now rested entirely on Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Bulma watched the two figures leaving, then looked at the Dragon Ball radar in her hand and fell silent. These two have always been impatient, especially Sun Wukong. When he's in a hurry he forgets everything. Vegeta is the same, always rash. Goku looked at the Dragon Ball radar in Bulma's hand and was dumbfounded. Even if the Dragon Balls turned evil, they are still Dragon Balls. Without another word he grabbed the Dragon Ball radar and chased after them, hoping only that those two fools wouldn't be ambushed. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, still searching for the evil Dragon Balls in the sky, suddenly paused, realizing he had forgotten to bring the Dragon Balls again. Moreover, Vegeta had separated from him earlier, saying that this would be more efficient. Sun Wukong thought about it and agreed. Meanwhile, Vegeta also froze instantly. Earth was so vast, how could they find the Dragon Balls? Just as Sun Wukong was still troubled, Goku rushed over and waved anxiously at him. "Ah! Goku!" Goku had no time to deal with this fool and tossed the Dragon Ball radar through the air to Sun Wukong. After receiving the Dragon Ball radar, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. This made things much easier, he wouldn't have to search the entire Earth. Goku gave Sun Wukong a gesture of encouragement and then returned to Bulma's house, which was currently the safest place on Earth. He didn't think he could defeat the evil dragon, especially since the evil energy around Earth had intensified again. This spine-chilling power was terrifying to even think about. Meanwhile, relying on the Dragon Ball radar, Sun Wukong was the first to find the evil 4-star dragon. The evil 4-star dragon looked at Sun Wukong and smiled. "Wukong, we meet again." Sun Wukong also smiled. "Ah, 4-star dragon, I didn't expect to find you first." He couldn't help showing a nostalgic expression. After all, this was a gift from his grandfather of great significance to him. Moreover, the evil 4-star dragon had once been warned by Sun Wukong all the time, which caused it to retain a righteous heart even after becoming an evil dragon. Then the evil 4-star dragon stated that if he wanted the Dragon Balls he would have to have a good fight first. Without further ado, the 4-star dragon launched the attack, his body turning into a bolt of lightning as he approached Sun Wukong. A punch came, causing Sun Wukong's expression to change drastically. Aware of his opponent's difficulty, Wukong directly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. After a dazzling flash of light, Wukong also threw a punch. Boom! Sun Wukong was knocked back 5 steps by the evil 4-star dragon's immense power, collapsing the building behind him. The 4-star dragon stumbled back 7 steps, an excited expression on his face. It was immediately clear who was stronger. However, facing Sun Wukong's relentless pursuit, the evil 4-star dragon calmly waved a wave of heat from his fingertips. The temperature close to the surface of the sun struck Sun Wukong, and he immediately felt as if his body was melting. He quickly retreated from the range of the heat wave. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Sun Wukong looked at the evil 4-star dragon again, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. The Saiyan's innate battle lust was ignited. The evil 4-star dragon looked at Sun Wukong with extreme satisfaction, and his fighting spirit even intensified. As Sun Wukong and the evil 4-star dragon engaged in close combat again, but facing the evil 4-star dragon with the temperature of the sun's surface, Sun Wukong could only be beaten back step by step, forced to use long-range attacks. At the same time, Wukong was grateful that he had learned Super Saiyan 4 from Reno. Otherwise, forget about fighting the evil 4-star dragon, even surviving in Super Saiyan 3 form would be a problem. Moreover, after fighting for so long, if he were in Super Saiyan 3 his ki would have run out long ago. After a whole battle, neither Sun Wukong nor the evil 4-star dragon had held back, and now both were panting heavily. However, before Wukong could react, a blue beam of light from a distance struck him. In an instant, Wukong was turned into an ice sculpture. The evil 4-star dragon's pupils contracted as he looked at the figure above. Big brother, why are you here? The evil 3-star dragon walked up to the frozen Wukong with a smile on his face and examined him closely. The 4-star dragon narrowed his eyes. He despised those who took advantage of others' weakness. This was going to cause trouble. Compared to Wukong's situation, Vegeta was certainly no less remarkable. For Vegeta was not as rigid in thinking as Sun Wukong, who would simply go wherever the evil aura was strongest. Thus after a grueling battle he barely managed to defeat the evil 2-star dragon, evil 5-star dragon and evil 6-star dragon. The main reason was that these evil dragons employed such flashy and unpredictable techniques that caught one off guard. Just as Vegeta was about to search for the next evil Dragon Ball, he was suddenly struck by an energy blast. The impact sent him crashing into the ruins of the city. Thick smoke billowed instantly. Because the Super Saiyan 4 form consumed so little energy that it could be maintained indefinitely, he did not revert from it, and thus the damage from the energy blast was limited. This spared Vegeta from serious injury. A white figure appeared in the distance. Terrifying evil aura surged forth, and then the figure lunged at Vegeta with a clawed hand aimed at his throat. Vegeta struggled to his feet, his pupils instantly contracting. Upon rising he saw the evil 1-star dragon clad in what looked like white armor charging at him. With his battle-hardened instincts, Vegeta instantly flew into the air and unleashed an ultimate flash at the evil 1-star dragon's position. White light engulfed the entire area. Just as Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief thinking it was over, the evil 1-star dragon emerged from the smoke. The dragon's body bore visible damage and even his beard had been blown away by a large chunk. I never expected a wounded Saiyan monkey to still possess such combat power. Too bad my strength far surpasses all other evil dragons, otherwise I might actually have been killed. With that the evil 1-star dragon narrowed his eyes, accelerated and charged at Vegeta. Vegeta with a cold sneer also burst his energy and rushed toward the evil 1-star dragon. The evil 1-star dragon threw an elbow strike which Vegeta barely dodged by twisting his waist. Then Vegeta immediately drove his knee into the evil 1-star dragon's abdomen. The pain made the evil 1-star dragon howl in agony. But Vegeta would not show mercy just because his opponent was injured. He instantly sent a fierce gust of energy toward the evil 1-star dragon. Seeing this, the evil 1-star dragon curled his lips into a smirk. He spun around, aligning the spikes on his back toward Vegeta, who had just managed to stop short. PTH. Just as Vegeta was relieved that he hadn't crashed into the spikes, the extendable spines on the evil 1-star dragon's back pierced through his body. As the spines retracted, Vegeta collapsed in agony, even reverting from his Super Saiyan 4 form. He had never imagined that the back spines could extend and retract freely. Ha 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 ha. I win, so die. The evil 1-star dragon grinned cruelly, gathering energy in his hand. He was about to blast the despairing Vegeta lying on the ground. The next moment a fist as thick as a tree trunk smashed into the evil 1-star dragon's face. It was Broly arriving belatedly, throwing a full power punch. The terrifying force sent the evil 1-star dragon flying several meters. Rising to his feet, the dragon marveled at Broly's strength. However, this newcomer's aura seemed weaker than Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 form. Ever since Reno had brought Broly and Paragus from planet Vampa to Earth, the two had lived on the planet. But Paragus, fearing that Broly might lose control and harm the Earth, secluded himself in the mountains, only occasionally venturing out. The food and technology of Earth made Broly, who had never seen the world, feel a sense of home. Now with the evil dragons threatening to destroy his home, he didn't hesitate to head straight for the nearest evil dragon. Finding them was easy given the immense evil aura of the dragons. As it turned out, Broly encountered the luckiest one, the evil 7-star dragon. After a fierce battle he eliminated the evil 7-star dragon and then rushed toward this area. Thus by a twist of fate he saved Vegeta's life. The evil 1-star dragon narrowed his eyes and punched Broly in the face. Considering himself superior, the evil 1-star dragon looked down on all other evil dragons and everyone else. Struck by the blow, Broly erupted in fury. Veins bulged on his face and a green aura surrounded him, even dyeing his hair green. His body instantly swelled. Broly roared to the heavens, directly activating both Super Saiyan and Wrath forms. Facing Broly in his dual state, the evil 1-star dragon was momentarily stunned by the ferocious expression. Taking advantage of the dragon's hesitation, Broly charged his arm and delivered a devastating blow that made the dragon spit out bile. He then began to rain blows on the evil 1-star dragon's face from both sides with no turning back. The dragon, now enraged, engaged Broly in a brutal no-holds-barred man-to-man brawl. What shocked the evil 1-star dragon was that Broly's power kept rising during the fight. Though not dramatically, his terrifying combat talent was truly formidable. Facing the increasingly frenzied Broly, the evil 1-star dragon's battle intent surged. At this moment Broly's strength was slightly weaker than Vegeta's from earlier. In the evil 1-star dragon's eyes everything was still within controllable range. However, the evil 1-star dragon turned his gaze to the universal capsule on Vegeta's body. He could sense where the other 3 evil Dragon Balls were. The remaining 2 evil dragons seemed to be together while the last Dragon Ball appeared to be held by an old man. As the battle dragged on, Broly's rationality was almost completely devoured. How could he know the evil one-star dragon's ulterior motives? He could only attack on instinct, a veritable war machine. After once again smashing the charging Broly away, the evil one-star dragon's body instantly vanished. Vegeta was startled and moved to run, but was blocked by the suddenly appearing evil one-star dragon. He threw a punch at Vegeta, who, unable to react, immediately fell unconscious. The universal capsule on his body rolled to the ground. Gazing at the capsule containing 3 Dragon Balls, he greedily opened it and swallowed all 3 Dragon Balls in one gulp. Feeling the clear enhancement in power, the evil one-star dragon was about to finish off Broly. Ah! Broly's face was now extremely contorted and his aura seethed with fury. This made the evil one-star dragon raise an eyebrow. The next moment a green pillar of light shot into the sky and a powerful aura overflowed from Broly's body. Carrying an unparalleled momentum, it even made the evil one-star dragon feel a desire to retreat. For at this moment Broly had stepped into the realm of Super Saiyan 2. The massive boost in combat power combined with the blessing of Super Saiyan bloodline was far beyond the initial 100-fold increase of Super Saiyan 2. Although Broly, who possessed the Super Saiyan bloodline, had green hair, he was still in the Super Saiyan form. However, Broly's green-haired Super Saiyan form was the most authentic. The yellow-haired Super Saiyan form, on the other hand, had its bloodline diluted countless times before turning from green to yellow. Therefore Broly could be considered a true Super Saiyan in the real sense. This green pillar of light surging into the sky directly dispersed much of the evil aura around the earth. Seeing Broly's current state, the evil one-star dragon was completely dumbfounded. Without a second thought he turned and fled. Ah! Broly roared again, howling as he chased after the evil one-star dragon. The evil one-star dragon looked back at Broly with horror in his eyes. He simply couldn't shake him off. Why did he have to provoke such a big guy? It was nothing but trouble and thankless effort. His plan to devour the other evil Dragon Balls and become complete was entirely foiled. At this moment the evil one-star dragon knew what it meant to regret bitterly. He could only keep fleeing, but gradually realized that the big guy behind him seemed to have endless stamina. In contrast, his own stamina was almost exhausted. Meanwhile, on Sun Wukong's side, the evil 3-star dragon said, "Brother, leave this monkey to you." Hearing this, the evil 4-star dragon smirked slightly and slowly walked toward the frozen Sun Wukong. The evil 3-star dragon stood by with his arms crossed. But the next moment the evil 4-star dragon punched the ice that had frozen Wukong with a fist wreathed in high temperature. Instantly the ice melted into water under the evil 4-star dragon's high temperature. The evil 3-star dragon stared wide-eyed at the 4-star dragon who had helped Sun Wukong escape. Such a big dragon still in a rebellious phase. After breaking free from the ice, Sun Wukong's body radiated steam. Being frozen for a moment instantly changed him. A killing intent locked onto the evil 3-star dragon who had been about to flee, and he immediately took off. But Sun Wukong after all was in Super Saiyan 4 form and caught up to the evil 3-star dragon in the span of a breath. Before the evil 3-star dragon could beg for mercy, Sun Wukong punched him in the abdomen with such force that the evil 3-star dragon instantly curled up like a shrimp. Then a Kamehameha successfully eliminated the evil 3-star dragon. This caught the evil 4-star dragon off guard. It was clear that Sun Wukong was truly angry this time. Before he could even plead for his elder brother, the entire dragon vanished in an instant. As if his anger had subsided, Sun Wukong returned to his previous cheerful demeanor. He casually picked up the 3-star Dragon Ball that had fallen to the ground. With the evil 3-star dragon eliminated, the evil power attached to the 3-star Dragon Ball was also cleansed. This left the evil 4-star dragon wanting to speak but not knowing what to say. After all, it was Sun Wukong's grandfather who had given the 4-star Dragon Ball to Sun Wukong as a keepsake. The 4-star Dragon Ball held a special bond with Sun Wukong. Seeing the evil 4-star dragon still in a daze, Sun Wukong couldn't help urging, "Hey 4-star dragon, can you hand over the Dragon Ball now?" The 4-star dragon was still quite polite to Wukong. The evil 4-star dragon was both an opponent and a sincere old friend to Wukong. Even though he had turned evil, he still admired fairness in his heart. Faced with such a noble dragon, no one would fail to give a thumbs up. In the end, Wukong successfully obtained the restored 4-star Dragon Ball. Sigh, only 2 Dragon Balls obtained so far. I wonder how Vegeta is doing. Sun Wukong thought to himself. But when he took out the Dragon Ball radar again, he was completely shaken. Because two earth-shattering forces were rushing toward him. Ah! In the sky Broly was battling the evil one-star dragon, and the earth-shattering shockwaves of the battle constantly spread in all directions. Knowing he couldn't escape, the evil one-star dragon simply fought desperately with Broly. But the outcome was still a 7-3 split. Broly 7 Evil One-Star Dragon 3. Facing the green-haired Broly, who was like a world-destroying demon, how could the evil one-star dragon withstand it? The spines on his back were almost all plucked off by this madman. Even the two horns on his head were broken off at the tips. It couldn't be more miserable. But when he saw Sun Wukong arriving, his eyes lit up because the two Dragon Balls were on Sun Wukong. Before he could even demand the Dragon Balls, he was hit by Broly's beam attack. This time the evil one-star dragon never had the chance to get up again. Even when he saw Sun Wukong, he had already thought of how to start tricking him, but before he could speak he was instantly killed. Leaving behind only the one-star Dragon Ball, which had lost its evil power and returned to normal. Seeing Broly's current state, Sun Wukong felt a chill in his heart. In Super Saiyan form, Broly's strength was greater than the ordinary Saiyan Super Saiyan 3, but less than Super Saiyan 4. Now that he had reached Super Saiyan 2, it was even more formidable. Sun Wukong dared not provoke him rashly. With no opponent left, Broly finally reverted to his normal form. After the intense battle exhausted, Broly simply fell asleep on the spot. Losing his mind was like taking a stimulant. Once the effect wore off, side effects would appear. Such as the current Broly. Wukong ignored Broly and hurriedly looked toward Vegeta's direction. Now he had obtained the 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, 5-star and 6-star Dragon Balls. The remaining 7-star Dragon Ball was not important. The main concern was that Vegeta's aura was very weak. On the way, Sun Wukong encountered the hiding Paragus. To Wukong's surprise, the last Dragon Ball was in Paragus's hands. It turned out that after Broly defeated the evil 7-star dragon, he had left the Dragon Ball with his father. Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Good grief, you were afraid the evil 1-star dragon wouldn't find your father." Fortunately, it was eliminated, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Since Vegeta's energy signature was faint and elusive, Sun Wukong could not lock onto it at all. All he could do was press forward with an approximate sense of direction and search through sheer determination. Finally he found the unconscious Vegeta amidst a field of ruins. Vegeta looked thoroughly beaten, clearly having survived a brutal battle. Fortunately the situation was not dire. Sun Wukong could sense that Vegeta's powerful Saiyan physique was gradually restoring his strength, and he would wake within a short while. Without hesitation, Wukong took Vegeta and locked onto Krillin's energy. Instant transmission. Capsule Corporation. Sun Wukong materialized directly before Krillin. When everyone saw Vegeta's wretched state, they were all utterly stunned. They had only sensed the escalating battle energies outside, they never imagined it would be this catastrophic. Bulma's face drained of color and she frantically began examining Vegeta. After a tense period of treatment, Bulma finally exhaled in relief as Vegeta's condition improved. But the next moment the 7 Dragon Balls erupted with a blinding radiance and spontaneously shot out of the house. Everyone rushed after them. There the dragon manifested spontaneously without any summons. At that moment Chibito arrived with the couple Reno and Razli along with Shin and the old Kai. Rena felt immense relief upon seeing her parents return and hurried over to vent her grievances, but Reno paid his daughter no mind. Instead he turned his gaze to the dragon. Sensing the time had come, the dragon's ethereal voice resonated, "Everyone, this is the consequence of abusing the Dragon Balls. You have become far too reliant on their power, and henceforth the Dragon Balls will no longer appear." Sun Wukong seemed to come to a realization and spoke, "Lord Shenron, might I request one final favor?" The dragon gazed into Wukong's clear, earnest eyes and nodded. "Lord Shenron, the people of Earth are innocent. I ask that you resurrect those who perished at the hands of the evil dragon and restore Earth to its state before the dragon's appearance." Wukong had voiced his final wish. Seeing this, the dragon nodded and a light flashed within its eyes. All those who should have died were resurrected, and even the cities were restored to their former glory. However, all the memories of Earth's inhabitants were deliberately frozen at the moment before the evil dragon appeared. At the very instant the wish was fulfilled, the dragon vanished completely. What disappeared was not merely the dragon but an entire generation's memories. Months after the evil dragon incident, the 3 Saiyan youths trained together as usual, though their sparring was strictly hand-to-hand combat. Reno faced both opponents without yielding an inch. Ha! Vegeta relentlessly drove his knees upward toward Reno, followed by a barrage of whipping side kicks. With one hand Reno effortlessly blocked Vegeta's knee strikes while his other hand continuously parried Sun Wukong's attacks. The next moment Wukong and Vegeta exchanged a knowing glance and smiled. Vegeta dropped low and executed a sweeping kick forcing Reno to instinctively leap aside to evade while Wukong charged and landed a heavy punch squarely on Reno. Witnessing their seamless coordination, Reno smiled with satisfaction. Yet Wukong's fist slamming into Reno's a numbing shock straight up Wukong's arm. Reno casually waved his hand signaling they should stop. If they continued the roles would reverse and they would be the ones getting hammered. Wow, Reno, your strength has become absurdly ridiculous. Even your base form can no longer sustain substantive damage. Wukong said enviously. Reno replied, Wukong, remember this, you are not the only one who has been growing. Everyone without exception always has room to ascend further. Wukong acknowledged this and noticing the lateness of the hour returned to empty. Paozu. After all, Reno's base form already approached the power of Super Saiyan 3, if he pressed further he feared he would only invite more punishment. Indeed, Sun Wukong often came to Reno for training and had grown increasingly familiar with the Super Saiyan 4 form. However, in his base state he stood no chance against Reno, only by transforming into Super Saiyan 3 could he hope to win. Unlike Broly, that madman, Reno at least understood limits. Sparring with Broly, one careless move could result in being torn to shreds. Because Broly's base form alone surpassed Super Saiyan 3 and his Super Saiyan 2 transformation could overwhelm even Wukong's Super Saiyan 4 state. When asked how he knew so much, Wukong admitted that out of curiosity he and Vegeta had once tested it together. After Wukong retreated, recognizing he was outmatched, Vegeta likewise declared he was done playing. Perhaps spurred by trauma, Reno and Trunks had begun their training. At that moment they were practicing under Razley's instruction. Son Goten had wanted to join, but Chi-Chi gave him a thorough scolding and ordered him straight back home to study. Chi-Chi even wanted Trunks to study alongside Goten, which made Trunks' lips twitch in discomfort as he hurriedly ran away. He had no intention of being raised into a waste. After all, during the evil dragon invasion, that overwhelming sense of powerlessness, Trunks never wanted to experience it again. Moreover, Aunt Chi-Chi had no authority to boss him around. In the dead of night, Reno sat atop a hill gazing at the distant starry sky with a look of longing. Razley sat beside him. Neither spoke. Razley simply leaned against Reno's shoulder, savoring the cool night breeze. Finally, after long contemplation, Reno said, "Wife. I wish to travel into the cosmos and find my mother." Hearing her husband say this unexpectedly, Razley was taken aback. Mother. Right, she had never even met her mother-in-law. Of course. When were you thinking of departing? Razley answered without hesitation. After all, she had never taken a spaceship to travel through space. If the opportunity arose, she intended to seize it. Besides, Reno would be left in Trunks' care, so there was nothing to worry about. Reno smiled faintly. It was time to attempt the Super Saiyan God transformation ritual spoken of by the elders of Yardrat. The next day, Reno separately gathered Sun Wukong, Reno, Sun Wufan, Vegeta and Trunks and held the ritual in the backyard of Bulma's residence. Originally, Reno had gone to find Son Goten, but he discovered the boy being reprimanded by a tutor Chi-Chi had hired. Good heavens, classic Chi-Chi. She had already let her eldest son Wufan go to waste, and now her younger son Goten was following the same path. He could only gather those 5 instead. When Sun Wukong heard Reno's explanation of the ritual steps, his face showed utter astonishment. Scions could possess divine energy. But then his expression relaxed completely. What was there to worry about? Just try it and find out. Of course, the ceremony would not have been complete without Piccolo and the bald Krillin and others coming to observe. When Piccolo saw Vegeta participating in the ritual as well, he blinked in utter disbelief and said, "Can Vegeta really be considered a kind-hearted scion?" This made Vegeta scowl ferociously and he growled angrily, "I'll kill you later." Piccolo remained utterly unfazed. Look at him getting worked up, he was genuinely panicked. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly and paid Piccolo no further mind. With the commotion over, the 6 of them joined hands and formed a circle, continuously channeling their life force toward Reno. In an instant all 6 were enveloped in a surge of golden energy, their forms automatically transforming into Super Saiyans. As the golden energy flowed, the power emanating from Reno rapidly condensed into a vast sea of golden clouds. The golden sea stretched endlessly, truly magnificent. Even the surrounding environment was dyed in brilliant gold. The next moment Reno was drawn skyward by the energy, and before everyone's astonished eyes the golden cloud sea above was stained crimson red. An overwhelming torrent of red energy surged upward, forming a colossal pillar of crimson light that completely engulfed Reno's body. Under the gaze of all, when Reynold reappeared enveloped in a crimson energy beam, he had transformed into a being of red energy, ethereal and dreamlike. Moments later Reynold appeared before the crowd with crimson hair, even his pupils tinged red, exuding an aura of youthful vitality. Succeeded. Vegeta was stunned by Reynold's appearance. Though Reynold stood right there, no aura could be detected. Yet an overwhelming pressure could be felt, startling everyone, especially the Kaishin Exiled who had rushed over. As a deity himself, Exiled could more clearly sense how immense Reynold's divine energy was, not like a novice who had just mastered it, but like a god with a divine office. He fell silent. Naturally, Reynold's own energy was already formidable, his strength an unfathomable abyss, which made mastering divine energy much easier with such a solid foundation. Lazuli, however, was filled with worry. As a wife she should rejoice in her husband's newfound power, but her combat prowess could no longer keep pace with Reynold's level. Even Vegeta, whom she could once easily handle, and Sun Wukong had both attained Super Saiyan 4. Despite her husband's training, she could now only match Sun Wufan in his mystic form. Yet that was clearly insufficient against current Wukong and Vegeta. In the end she could only silently feel proud that her husband had grown even stronger. A powerful man brought her great honor. She had originally pursued power herself. Now as Reynold's woman her desire was greatly satisfied, since he too loved training. Though their first meeting had been awkward. The next moment her thoughts were interrupted by a loud voice. "Reynold. How do you feel?" The battle maniac Sun Wufan was excited to see this unprecedented form. Vegeta also looked at Reynold with anticipation. Reynold, grinning broadly, clenched his left fist lightly and punched the air towards Sun Wukong. The next instant a fist wind condensed from divine energy howled towards Sun Wukong. Before he could react, a thin cut appeared on his cheek. Cold sweat broke out on Sun Wukong. He couldn't even react. And was wounded. He wiped the blood from his cheek and clasped his hands in prayer. "Reynold. Please, I want to know how powerful you've become with divine energy." Sun Wukong felt his whole body tremble. It wasn't fear but excitement, an unprecedented thrill at the prospect of challenging a stronger opponent. Sun Wukong felt his Saiyan blood boil. He added, "I think Vegeta wants to try too." "Humph. Damn Kakarot, you saw right through me." Vegeta, not one to miss such an opportunity, looked equally eager. After all, Reynold was now a god in name. Not only gods with offices were called gods. Reynold couldn't refuse such ready sparring partners, for he too was growing fervent. Finally Exiled teleported the three of them to a planet with a harsh ecology, extremely cold, 80% of its terrain covered in ice and snow. As soon as they landed, Vegeta and Sun Wukong could no longer suppress their battle genes. They instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4, their faces stern. Reynold with his crimson hair stood composedly watching the duo. Sun Wukong roared, bursting forth with immense energy as he charged at Reynold. He threw a full-powered punch. Reynold sidestepped, then drove his elbow into Wukong's lower back. "Ah!" Wukong cried out in pain, turning to engage again. Vegeta seized the moment, gathering explosive energy in his hand and firing it straight at Reynold. The surrounding ground trembled from the aura. He aimed for a point-blank blast. Reynold's eyelids twitched as he prepared to dodge, but Sun Wukong blocked him, locking him in a strong embrace. Just before Vegeta's final flash struck, Sun Wukong quickly released him. Reynold looked stunned. Had these two taken some kind of stimulant today? Boom! A massive explosion erupted, sending dust flying. Sun Wukong and Vegeta stared grimly at the smoke-filled area. The next moment they both felt a sharp pain in their stomachs, their bodies curling like shrimp. Their eyes widened in disbelief at the hands pressed into their abdomens. Boom! Boom! They were smashed into the mountain, clutching their chests and gasping for breath, their faces grim. Even before Reynold entered the divine realm, even when Sun Wukong and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4, they were no match for his Super Saiyan 4 form. Reynold flickered behind them, standing silently. Their growth was astonishing. They could now withstand nearly 90% of his full power. They hadn't even lost combat ability. And this was his Super Saiyan God state, a 5,000-fold multiplier, 1,000 times more than Super Saiyan 4. It seemed they had been holding back in their previous battles, planning a surprise. Truly worthy of you too. If he relied solely on Super Saiyan 3, he would probably be overwhelmed by them. He began to regard their strength more seriously. Vegeta was the first to sense the overwhelming pressure behind him. He instantly formed a ki blast. Ha! The blast shot toward Reno, who swatted it away with a single slap. In that gap, Sun Wukong used instant transmission to appear beside Reno. Tenfold Kamehameha. He roared, panting clearly. This technique consumed immense energy. The tenfold Kamehameha was Sun Wukong's achievement by charging the Kamehameha to its maximum. Reno saw the technique once again aimed at his face. His eyes widened completely. Boom! An explosion erupted, the terrifying shockwave shaking the planet precariously. On the Kai planet, everyone watched through the crystal ball of the Elder Kai, sweating for Reno. Lazuli was so nervous she was drenched in sweat. The battle was so thrilling that everyone crowded around to watch. Those who couldn't get a spot stamped their feet anxiously. But the crystal ball wasn't a TV, only close proximity offered a clear view. Everyone pushed and shoved for positions. The original owner, the Elder Kai, cursed loudly. A bunch of disrespectful youngsters. I was watching the fight and then, quick as a flash, I was dragged out. At this moment both Sun Wukong and Vegeta had exhausted over 60% of their chi. After all, this was not a life or death battle, so there was no need to go all out. Involuntarily they all turned their gazes once more toward the direction of the explosion. He thought to himself, surely this will defeat Lei Noa now. The answer was negative. The smoke slowly dissipated, revealing a figure still standing firm in place. Lei Noa's upper garment was now completely torn, exposing a powerfully built physique with muscle lines that exuded both strength and fluidity. This directly caused Bu Er Ma, who was watching the battle through the crystal ball on Jia Wang Xinxing, to be slightly astonished. So this is Lei Noa who possesses the godly chi. I must come over and borrow him from Shi Ba Hao for research another day. Seeing Bu Er Ma's sparkling eyes, Lazili couldn't help but frown. This woman is up to no good. At this moment Lei Noa stood still, took a deep breath and let out a wild roar. Ah! His chi surged rapidly. The devastating momentum directly cracked the ground beneath him. Even the surrounding mountains were either sliced smooth and level or completely collapsed by the sharp aura emanating from Lei Noa's body. Then they were utterly annihilated. Here it comes. Sun Wukong assumed a fighting stance and Vegeta also readied himself to face the enemy. Shwa! Before the two could react, they both felt their heads gripped by a figure moving at an extreme speed. Lei Noa now held the heads of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, one in each hand, and flew wildly. There was no chance for them to react. Then, seizing the opportunity, Lei Noa slammed their bodies violently against a rock wall. Ah! Sun Wukong and Vegeta were embedded headfirst into the rock wall, their terrifying physical strength blasting a massive hole through the mountain. They struggled to break free, but Lei Noa's arms seemed to possess a locking technique and they could not escape. They could only let Lei Noa grip their heads and charge madly through the rock layers. When the three burst out of the rock layer again, an exaggeratedly large circular opening had been pierced through the middle of the entire mountain. However, it exploded shortly after. The heavy breathing of the two indicated that time was running out. But then Sun Wukong and Vegeta were grabbed by the ankles and spun wildly like high-speed tops. Ah! Sun Wukong now felt his mind was a mess, even forgetting to think. Just when Lei Noa thought victory was in hand, he realized that at some point Vegeta had condensed a final flash in his hand. Lei Noa's pupils instantly constricted. Ultimate flash. Ah! In the end, Vegeta unleashed his potential, using his conviction to fire the ultimate flash. This finally made Lei Noa release the hand that had been swinging the two like nunchucks. He narrowly dodged the ultimate flash. But behind him a mushroom cloud slowly rose from the ground. Cold sweat dripped from Lei Noa's forehead. Although he wouldn't die if hit, it would be far from pleasant, and surely no one wanted to experience that feeling. Faced with Vegeta's tenacity, even the people on Jia Wang Xinxing were utterly shocked. To be able to use a technique while having his ankle gripped and being spun wildly, Vegeta. Was he already this strong? The scene cut back to the battlefield of the three. Sun Wukong seemed to have reached his limit, reverting from Super Saiyan 4 to his normal state and collapsed into unconsciousness due to physical exhaustion. Vegeta also returned to his normal state after his chi was depleted, but he still stood firm. In contrast, Lei Noa was also shocked. His talent and hard work were evident to all, yet against two Saiyans weaker than himself he had almost lost. Now that he had mastered the godly chi, he had nearly lost. Although he had held back, the explosive power of these two had startled even Lei Noa. Vegeta. Is this the surprise you brought me? Lei Noa asked, breathing heavily, but he remained in the Super Saiyan God state, not reverting to normal. Vegeta's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. He said nothing, only nodded heavily. So even this hadn't forced Lei Noa to reveal his full strength. Boom. The next moment the entire ground began to collapse and mountains started to crack. This planet was about to be destroyed. Lei Noa rushed to the two, lifting the unconscious Sun Wukong and placed his hand on Vegeta's shoulder. Instant transmission. Swoosh. On Jia Wangshan Xing, Lei Noa and the other two appeared beside Baiku. Chi hurriedly helped the unconscious Sun Wukong, her face full of worry. Bu Erma also supported the staggering Vegeta. Seeing this, Vegeta lay in Buma's arms, smiled weakly and said, "Buma. Did you see that? I proved that I am stronger than Kakaluote. The one you can trust is not only Kakaluote, I can be too." Buma's body stiffened upon hearing this. It seemed to remind her of something and her face was filled with regret. Yes. Although she had married Vegeta, it seemed that in her heart the most important person was still Sun Jun. It seemed that she had married Vegeta only because Sun Wukong had married Chi. But thinking of how Vegeta had proven himself to gain recognition. "I'm sorry. Vegeta." Remembering the past, Bu Erma's eyes moistened. Especially back then during the fight against the androids when Lei Noa had not yet appeared. When both Vegeta and Sun Wukong were injured, she had been more concerned about Sun Jun first. Vegeta must have felt heartbroken then. And later she even said that she might have made the wrong choice by choosing Vegeta. At this thought Buma's heart became even more remorseful. Cough. Vegeta seemed too exhausted and fell asleep directly. Although she knew that Vegeta was just asleep from exhaustion, Buma looked at the weak Vegeta in her arms and was lost in thought for a long time. Lei Noa's eyes were also full of surprise. He had not expected to unearth such a shocking secret. When everyone looked at the energetic Lei Noa, then at the two unconscious, Sun Wukong and the recently fallen Vegeta, they were all astonished. Although from the three's battle earlier it was clear that Lei Noa had the upper hand. Afterward they had thought that even Lei Noa would be knocked out by the two's ultimate attacks, but unexpectedly Lei Noa was only injured. Then he pushed Sun Wukong and Vegeta to the brink. If not for Vegeta's final ultimate flash missing, the outcome would have been truly uncertain. Of course everyone thought that Vegeta's final flash hitting Reno would secure victory or at least a draw, but that was merely their illusion. Didn't they see that Reno hadn't even deactivated his form? Seeing that Reno was still unharmed after the battle, everyone was stunned. Is this the power of the divine Qi? But why did the Kaioshin Shin? Of course even Reno couldn't deny that without awakening the Super Saiyan God form he might have failed. After all, possessing divine Qi was not just a change in form but a qualitative enhancement. Seeing everyone's gaze turn to him, a Shin's face stiffened and an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over him, his cheeks burning with shame. How terribly embarrassing. Seeing that a Shin was about to dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of sheer embarrassment, everyone stopped teasing him. This finally allowed a Shin to breathe a sigh of relief. When Reno returned to his normal form he was equally shocked. The divine Qi within him was still there. It had not disappeared with the exit of the divine form. Moreover, he felt that his attack power, speed, defense, stamina, energy consumption and endurance had all significantly improved with the awakening of the divine Qi. This was something Reno never expected. During his battle with Son Goku and Vegeta he had sensed this change, originally thinking it was just the boost from the Super Saiyan God form. But to his surprise, even after leaving the form he still possessed the divine Qi and his strength had become even greater. Reno looked at his hands in confusion, silently feeling the changes in his body. Lazuli tightly held his hand to comfort him. Reno smiled gently, then softly stroked her hair, indicating that he was fine. The old Kaioshin seemed to see Reno's confusion and said calmly, "The energy of the Super Saiyan God did not disappear when you left the form, instead the divine Qi has completely merged with your body, becoming a part of you." Reno listened and carefully sensed the energy within him. He felt that the divine aura was still burning fiercely inside him like a raging flame. Then Reno switched to other forms, and as his aura continuously rose the divine Qi grew stronger. However, the people present suffered, all being shaken by the powerful aura and groaning in pain. Until he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Reno could clearly feel that the Super Saiyan 4 infused with divine Qi was only slightly weaker than Super Saiyan God. Eventually Reno's expression became extremely dramatic. "Alright, you should rest now. Lazuli stood up and directly pulled Reynold into her embrace. Before he could react, his face landed on her bosom. Faced with this sudden comfort, Reynold simply chose to enjoy it on the spot. Looking at her husband acting so childishly, Lazuli's eyes flickered with an indelible tenderness. This scene directly shocked the single dog Krylon so much that his jaw dropped. He thought to himself, if only I were the one lying there. Even everyone's expressions varied. Especially Chi-Chi, who had never even kissed Son Goku, at most they hugged a few times. After all, Son Goku was a true straight man. Even their sons Son Gohan and Son Goten had no idea about this. If they knew that their parents had never kissed, they would doubt whether their biological father was someone else. Meanwhile, the old Kaioshin's drool was almost dripping down. If not for a Shin and Gibbet holding him back, he would probably have been beaten half to death by Lazuli. Finally, Gibbet healed the wounds of Son Goku and Vegeta. However, only Son Goku woke up. Vegeta remained unconscious. Everyone's here. Son Goku said, somewhat bewildered as he just woke up. Nonsense. An attack of that level is bound to worry people. Tien Shinhan said coolly. Haha, sorry for causing trouble again. Son Goku scratched his head apologetically. Then he looked at Reynold and said, wow Reynold, your new form is really strong. Later I'll have Vegeta and the others perform the transformation ritual for me. Son Goku said with blazing eyes. His gaze was full of longing. The Super Saiyan God form was just too powerful, making the martial arts obsessed Son Goku want to start immediately. But seeing Vegeta still lying on the ground, he fell silent. Since Vegeta was unconscious, they would have to wait until he woke up. Reynold was also helpless. As expected of you, Son Goku, all you see is fighting. Soon after, everyone dispersed one after another. But shortly after Son Goku arrived home, Reynold and Lazuli instant transmissioned over. Son Goku, who was resting, looked puzzled when he saw Reynold visit. Mr. Reynold, what brings you here? Reynold said, Goku, I want to know the location of New Namek. Because Goku often went to Reynold's place to train, and whenever he did, he would tell stories about his adventures on Namek. This was how Reynold learned that besides the Earth's Shenron there was also the Namekian dragon. Oh dear. That's a bit difficult. Son Goku scratched his head, looking troubled. Seeing Reynold's expression darken, Goku quickly explained, only the Namekians know the location of New Namek, no one else does. Hearing this, Reynold had no choice but to seek out the God Den. Reynold and Lazuli appeared instantly in the Temple of God. Hearing the noise, Den hurried over and said, Mr. Reynold, what brings you here? Reynold nodded and said, Den, I want to know the location of New Namek. Hearing this, Den was taken aback and seemed reluctant. He didn't want the new home of his people to be attacked by enemies again. Seeing Den's unwilling expression, Reynold said angrily, I know that only Namekians know the location of New Namek. What? I've helped Earth solve countless crises, and now I urgently need to make a wish with the dragon. Are you unwilling? Reynold stared intently at Den, causing him to break out in cold sweat. After a moment of hesitation, he finally told Reynold the location. Reynold got the location and left, snorting coldly as he did. Lazuli remained silent, throughout her face cold. This left Den helpless. Once home, Reynold started packing, since the sooner they left the better. However, to his surprise, Lena was at home. Upon hearing that her parents were going on a space trip, she eagerly raised her hand, insisting on going. The result was a ruthless rejection. No matter what she tried, even acting cute, it didn't work. Reynold grinned and said, how could I bring anyone else on a sweet trip with your mother? You just stay put on Earth. Reynold didn't even tell the Earth's fighters. He started the spaceship, input the coordinates of New Namek, and launched it into autopilot mode. This way he could enjoy a pleasant interstellar trip with his wife. Seeing the spaceship departing Earth, Son Goku instant transmissioned onto the ship once more. Reynold. Lazuli. Wow. Reynold, Android 18, where are you going? You left Earth without even saying goodbye. Son Goku asked nonchalantly, continuing. Under Sun Wukong's relentless pleading and cajoling, Reynold sighed and could only let him stay. After all, bringing this lad along would make explanations much easier. Lazuli, on the other hand, wore a dark expression. She had barely managed to keep her children off the spaceship, and now this creature had joined them. As for whether Chi-Chi knew about this, Reynold didn't care, he would leave Sun Wukong to deal with that himself. On the spaceship, Sun Wukong automatically headed to the gravity room to train as if it were second nature. Reynold hesitated for a moment, then simply decided to leave the martial arts fanatic to his own devices. Aboard the ship Reynolds gazed at the scenes outside the cosmos. Countless galaxies flashed by and the boundless starry expanse filled him with a profound sense of awe. It could be said that this was his first time truly reaching outer space aside from using instant transmission to travel to other planets. Even Lazuli wore a dazed expression like a rustic villager who had never set foot in a city. It would take approximately 3 weeks to reach New Namek. Reynolds had no intention of wasting time. He planned to either train in the gravity room or deepen his bond with Lazuli. Soon 3 weeks passed in a flash. On this day Reynolds arrived at the ship's cockpit and saw a green planet appearing on the display screen. "Respected Master, the spaceship has arrived at the destination Namek," the ship's AI system announced. Reynolds then operated the controls to land. Before long the spaceship pierced through Namek's atmosphere and touched down smoothly. Reynolds opened the hatch, leaped out and stood on the long mist ground. Behind him Lazuli and Sun Wukong landed one after another. After more than half a month stepping onto solid ground again, the three of them greedily breathed in the air of Namek. A few seconds later a presence rushed toward Reynolds and his companions. Reynolds stored the spaceship into a capsule and calmly looked up at the green figure in the sky. Seeing a Namekian who looked almost identical to Piccolo, Reynolds knew this was a warrior-type Namekian. This kind of Namekian possessed formidable combat strength, primarily responsible for protecting the planet's safety, while the strongest ones guarded the Great Elder. They were the top-tier warriors of this planet. Before Reynolds could speak, the green figure quickly rushed towards Sun Wukong. The Namekian seemed visibly excited and asked, "Are you Mr. Sun Wukong?" "Ah. You know me." Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, I saw you during your battle with Frisia on Namek. Even though it's been a long time, I can still recognize the benefactor of Namek at a glance. Haha, I never expected to meet a survivor of that great battle on Namek." Sun Wukong laughed heartily. "And who are these two?" The Namekian finally noticed the two companions beside Sun Wukong. One of them had a tail and looked somewhat weary, while the other was a woman. Her icy gaze made her seem unapproachable. Seeing Lazuli like that, he couldn't help but shiver. Reynolds, seeing that the two had finally finished their chat, said calmly, "It's like this, I'm a friend of Goku's. I came to Namek to make a wish using the Namekian dragon." He then added, "And this is my wife Lazuli." The Namekian nodded, understanding in his heart, how could a friend of Mr. Goku be a bad person? Sun Wukong smiled and asked, "So what's your name?" The Namekian replied, "You can call me Dean Mr. Goku and esteemed guests." Mr. Goku is the benefactor of Namek, so his companions are naturally also benefactors of the Namekians. Hearing this, Reynolds' heart swelled with excitement. As expected of Sun Wukong, with this lad around many troubles were avoided. Soon he would know the whereabouts of his mother. How could he not be thrilled? Reynolds said in a heavy breath, "Then please lead the way, Mr. Dean." Dean nodded, then soared into the sky. Reynolds exchanged a glance with Lazuli, and together with Sun Wukong they followed Dean. Before long Sun Wukong met the Great Elder, who looked somewhat familiar. He remembered that this was one of the 7 ordinary elders from before. Later Frisia attacked Namek, causing the previous Great Elder to fall. Before his last breath he named Muri as his successor, and thus Muri became the new Great Elder of Namek. He also inherited some of the previous Great Elder's abilities. Great Elder Muri appeared very kind with bright eyes that bespoke great wisdom. "Hello, Great Elder Muri," Sun Wukong greeted with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Goku," the Great Elder replied gently. He then continued, "I have already learned of your friend's purpose. I have notified the other elders to bring the Dragon Balls here." "Haha, that's truly appreciated." Sun Wukong clasped his hands in sincere gratitude. He then nudged Reynolds' shoulder and said, "Reynolds, you owe me one." Reynolds laughed heartily. Naturally. While waiting for the Dragon Balls to arrive, Sun Wukong, ever sociable, struck up a conversation with Great Elder Muri. He even went on to recount the crises Earth had faced. This sent a cold sweat down the Great Elder's spine. Even a slightly stronger enemy would spell disaster for this planet. Even the way he looked at Reynolds became filled with respect. Compared to Earth's constant upheavals, Namek had always maintained a low profile, enjoying a decade-long peace. Reynolds felt like an outsider listening to the two chatter on. After a while several presences approached. It was the young Namekians delivering the Dragon Balls. Seeing the orange Namekian Dragon Balls piled on the grass, Reynolds asked Great Elder Muri, "Great Elder, is it ready?" Since summoning the Namekian dragon required the Namekian language which Reynolds did not know, Great Elder Muri personally came to act as interpreter. Great Elder Muri nodded, walked slowly to the Namekian Dragon Balls and shouted, "Come forth, Purunga. Grant my wish." Reynold wondered why the Great Elder had to shout. Was Purunga hard of hearing? As the Great Elder's words fell, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted in golden light. The sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds and countless bolts of lightning flashed through them. Soon a colossal dragon appeared in the sky. Seeing the Namekian dragon for the first time, Reynold was astonished. Compared to Earth's dragon, the Namekian dragon was several times larger. It resembled a 100-meter-long mutant lizard exuding majesty. The Namekian dragon's eyes glowed red and an ethereal voice echoed in everyone's ears, "State your wishes, I can grant 3. Lazuli was stunned by the imposing presence of this dragon, which seemed even more majestic than Earth's dragon, though Earth's dragon was no more. "Mr. Reynold, please state your wish," said Great Elder Muri. "I want to know about a female Saiyan named Jimmy who was on planet Vegeta when Frieza destroyed it. Where is she now?" After waiting so long, Reynold finally asked this question. He breathed heavily, waiting for Purunga's answer. The Great Elder relayed Reynold's words to Purunga in the Namekian language. Purunga's eyes flickered with red light for a moment before it said, "She is not in this universe." "What?" Purunga's answer caught everyone off guard. Lei felt his mind buzz. "Not in this universe. What does that mean? Did she go to another universe?" After all, the old Kai had mentioned that besides the 7th universe there were 11 others. "Where is she now?" Lei asked Purunga, his voice trembling and his aura sharpened with inexplicable anxiety. The terrifying aura instantly made everyone present change their expressions. Especially the Namekians. Most combat-type Namekians had a power level of no more than 100000. Facing the volatile Lei, they were all terrified. Even Sun Wukong was greatly shocked, so Lei had indeed held back last time. Because Sun Wukong had fallen unconscious earlier, he didn't know how the battle between Vegeta and Lei had ended. But when he asked Vegeta, he saw Vegeta looking at him with a smug expression. Vegeta's nostrils flared with pride. Because at that moment he had truly surpassed Sun Wukong. Only Lazuli holding Lei's hand with concern helped him regain his composure. Then Purunga's voice came again, "The 6th universe. Please teleport me th." Before Lei could finish, Grand Elder Muley stopped him. Seeing Lei's puzzled expression, Muley said, "Mr. Lei, you still have 2 wishes." The considerate Grand Elder explained to the impatient Lei. Understanding dawned on Lei. He began to think. Then a flash of inspiration struck. He remembered Buu's incredible regenerative power, which was truly monstrous. As long as a single cell remained, he could completely recover, far superior to the Namekian ability to regenerate as long as the head was intact. It even surpassed Cell's ability to regenerate as long as the core in his brain wasn't destroyed, even if his entire body was blown apart. After all, Cell had the weakness of a brain core. As for Buu's weakness, the only way to kill him might be to deplete his energy until he could no longer heal his injuries. Lei decisively chose to obtain an ability similar to Buu's. When Grand Elder Muley made the wish to the dragon again, the Namekian dragon's eyes flashed red once more and Lei's wish was granted. Lei waited for a long time but felt no change in his body. He looked at the dragon in confusion. The dragon quickly explained, "You now possess a constitution with extraordinary regenerative and healing abilities. Because Buu's constitution is unique to his race, it wouldn't be suitable for you. So I granted you a healing and regenerative ability similar to Majin Buu's but slightly inferior to his original constitution." After explaining, the dragon floated quietly in the clouds waiting for the 3rd wish. Lei cut a small wound on his arm and sure enough it healed instantly. However, a tiny bit of his energy was consumed. As expected, healing the body required a price, energy. Each time he was injured, his energy decreased. The more severe the injury, the more energy was consumed. Only when his energy was completely depleted and he could no longer heal would he be truly killable. Because then there would be no energy left to repair the broken body. Feeling no discomfort, Lei was no longer afraid of encountering powerful enemies and losing. Within the same level no one could rival him. He only wondered how strong the god of destruction and the angel mentioned by the old Kai really were. At this thought, Lei grew excited, a smile spreading across his face and his mindset shifted. This was the confidence brought by super regenerative and healing abilities. Seeing Lei like this, Grand Elder Muley swallowed hard. That smile seemed a bit sinister. Slap. Suddenly a crisp sound of a slap echoed through the silent space. Everyone turned to the source. Lazuli had struck Lei in displeasure. Lei Nuo looked aggrieved. Don't get too cocky. Lazuli glared at him. Immediately Lei Nuo acted as if nothing had happened and began pondering what wish to make next. After much deliberation he looked at Goku and Lazuli and asked, do you two have any wishes? Sun Wukong stroked his chin and said no. On the North Kai's planet North Kai gritted his teeth in anger seeing that Goku still hadn't remembered him. Because of the halo above his head he always felt humiliated in front of the other Kai, constantly being teased. At that thought he couldn't help but shed tears of grievance. Lazuli thought for a long time and then shook her head. Lei Nuo pondered for a moment, then his eyes darted as he said, Shenlong, please enhance the parts and body of the android before me. When Lei Nuo uttered the final wish even Lazuli was stunned for a few seconds. Palunga's eyes flashed red again. Then he remained in place waiting. As a wish-granting dragon he was quite conscientious. Lazuli felt her eyes grow red. She had never thought to enhance her own parts but her husband had chosen this as a wish. She tightly embraced Lei Nuo's waist unwilling to let go. Seeing this Lei Nuo's grin stretched from ear to ear. Lei Nuo's choice was simple unlike No. 18, who was a modified human, and No. 16, who was entirely mechanical. No. 18's modifications were only to certain tissues to make her more suited for combat with an infinite energy supply system implanted. This did not affect her original human tissues, it only enhanced her abilities. Thus the android gained immense power and the potential to grow stronger through training. Moreover, the modified parts could still be upgraded. The main reason was that Dr. Gero had lacked sufficient components to further enhance the androids. Otherwise with another upgrade she would have been invincible. After giving her husband a kiss Lazuli gave him a look that promised a reward tonight. Lei Nuo's expression froze. Although he was quite formidable in that regard, facing Lazuli's terrifying infinite energy was still overwhelming. Every time Lazuli demanded from him it lasted at least several hours, sometimes even more than 10 hours. Lei Nuo vividly remembered the slightly satisfied expression on her face. And now with her enhanced abilities she would probably last even longer. Seeing her husband's exaggerated expression Lazuli curled her lips, just wait until tonight. Lazuli gasped in amazement as she carefully sensed the changes in her body. She felt the power now surging through her rival that of her husband before he had awakened his divine strength. Every aspect of her being felt distinctly more formidable. Wukong. You should return to Earth. Lazuli and I are preparing to depart for the 6th universe. Having made his wish Lei Nuo addressed Sun Wukong. Ah. The North Kai told me I'm already among the strongest in the 7th universe, so please Lei Nuo take me with you. Sun Wukong pleaded earnestly. Hearing for the first time that there were other universes beyond this one, the martial arts enthusiast naturally wanted to experience them. Before Lei Nuo could refuse, Lazuli nodded in agreement. Seeing that Android 18 had actually agreed to his request, Sun Wukong was so overjoyed that had Lei Nuo not been present he might have embraced Lazuli in excitement. Before Sun Wukong could celebrate for more than a few seconds, Lazuli added, you must defeat me first before I grant your request. Wow, you said it, no backing out. Sun Wukong said with delight. Lazuli smiled faintly, naturally. Great Elder. Please have your people move back a distance. Sun Wukong instructed the Great Elder Mori, then narrowed his gaze. As a seasoned warrior, Sun Wukong treated every opponent with equal respect, never granting special consideration simply because of their unique status. When the arena was cleared, even the Namekian dragon Purunga observed the match with keen interest. Lei Nuo smirked, marveling at the dragon's carefree attitude. He then turned his attention away from Purunga, focusing directly on the two combatants. Just as Sun Wukong readied himself, Lazuli appeared before him in an instant, unleashing a punch. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed, so fast. He had no time to dodge and was sent flying by the direct blow. He crashed into the foot of a mountain before his backward momentum ceased, then was buried under a cascade of boulders triggered by the impact. The Great Elder Mori and several Namekians stared in disbelief, shocked that the former savior of Namek had been so easily defeated. DN in particular was wide-eyed with astonishment. Meanwhile Lazuli's gaze remained vigilant, even unusually grave. Rumble. The next moment a dazzling yellow light burst forth from the cracks between the rocks. Boom. Sun Wukong shot out from the rubble, a Kamehameha already forming in his hands. He had now transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, a testament to how thoroughly Lazuli's power had startled him. Yet Sun Wukong clung to his old habit of testing his opponent's strength first, no matter how formidable they were. Facing a fully charged Sun Wukong, Lazuli calmly met his energy wave with her own, the two colliding in a thunderous clash. When the two beams struck Lazuli's energy wave even managed to steadily overpower Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. Realizing this, Sun Wukong understood that he could not defeat Android 18 in his Super Saiyan 2 form. With a roar he transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. In an instant an overwhelming surge of energy erupted. The tide of the beam struggle immediately reversed. Boom! As Lazuli freed one hand and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts that struck the evading Sun Wukong, an explosion resounded in the air. The sky was filled with smoke. Both are incredibly strong. Great Elder Mori wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Mr. Sun Wukong seems to have mastered an even more powerful form, even regrowing his tail, truly a Saiyan. Sun Wukong stood tensely in the smoke, scanning his surroundings, for the android's lack of ki made it impossible for him to lock onto Android 18's position. Androids only revealed a fleeting trace of energy when they released their power, a brief window one could sense. But Android 18 was not foolish, she knew this weakness well. Suddenly the smoke near Wukong's ear was swept away by a kick from Lazuli. In desperation Sun Wukong raised his arms to block the strike. Ah! Sun Wukong's arms were pinned down by Android 18's leg, unable to pull back. If he forced a retreat he would be met with a flurry of kicks. Seizing the opportunity, Android 18 relentlessly fired energy blasts at Sun Wukong. Feeling the pain coursing through him, Sun Wukong was utterly astounded. Just a few upgrades had made the android this fearsome. Finally he had to endure the pain and forcibly wrench his arms free. Seeing her goal achieved, Android 18 delivered a series of side kicks that left multiple afterimages, all striking Sun Wukong again. Facing the powerful Android 18, Sun Wukong did not disappoint Reno, instead it ignited his fighting spirit. In an instant a fully serious Sun Wukong clashed with Android 18. But the current Android 18, relying on her infinite energy, engaged in a war of attrition. When Sun Wukong caught up she would engage in close combat, when an opportunity arose she would retreat and fire energy blasts from a distance. What could he do? If it were the pre-upgrade Android 18, Sun Wukong could have ignored her energy blasts entirely. But now each blast that struck him felt like being pelted by stones. Gradually Sun Wukong felt his stamina being drained, yet he was helpless. As his speed slowly diminished he could no longer keep up with Android 18's pace. In the end he had to concede defeat. Cough. Wukong, are you alright? Reno asked with concern, looking at Sun Wukong, who had returned to his base form. Sun Wukong was covered in wounds, not fatal but far from light. Haha, it's fine, Reno. A loss is a loss. Clutching his chest and panting, Sun Wukong spoke. After the battle Lazuli had fully grasped the extent of her newfound power. She was only slightly stronger than the current Sun Wukong, but if Vegeta joined the fight she would have no chance of victory. Yet Lazuli was astonished, was this really just a minor enhancement? Before the upgrade she was roughly on par with Son Gohan's mystic form, equivalent to about a 560-fold Saiyan boost. Now she could actually defeat a Super Saiyan 4, which had a 4000-fold multiplier. Mr. Sun Wukong. I never imagined you'd become this strong. The distant Great Elder Mori murmured to himself. Reno. But I really want to go. Sun Wukong pleaded once more. Before Wukong could say more, Reno gave Porunga a meaningful glance. Understanding instantly, Porunga gave an OK sign. A red light flashed in Porunga's eyes and he instantly teleported Reno, Lazuli and even Sun Wukong to planet Salad in the 6th universe, the planet where Reno's mother Jimmy resided. After completing this, Porunga instantly transformed into 7 Dragon Balls that rolled to the ground. 6th universe, planet Salad. The 3 were instantly transported there. Seeing the unfamiliar landscape, Reno knew that this was likely one of the planets in the 6th universe where his mother now lived. Huh? Sun Wukong looked utterly bewildered. Reno couldn't help but smack him on the head. Ouch. We're now in the 6th universe. Seeing Sun Wukong's slow reaction, Reno stared at him as if he were a monkey. Ah. Ha ha ha, Reno, I knew you were the best. Sun Wukong said, then gave Reno a bear hug. Just as he was about to say a few more heartfelt words, he caught sight of Android 18's murderous glare. Sun Wukong. Hey, you're not from around here, are you? Hand over your valuables. A female voice threatened from not far away. Hearing this, the 3 turned to look. Reno, Lenore and the others turned their heads to see a young girl with a black spiky hairstyle wearing loose purple pants and a pink bandeau strolling over leisurely. She looked hot-tempered, clearly a formidable big sister type. Yet her appearance was quite captivating. Originally Califla was training nearby, but upon noticing 3 humans who seemed out of place she assumed they were lost space travelers and decided to extort them. But these 3 completely ignored her. How ill-mannered. I'm talking to you 3. Hand over all your valuables. Califla said irritably. Reno completely disregarded her outburst and asked with confusion, are you also a Saiyan? Because Reno could sense the Saiyan blood flowing within her. Califla narrowed her eyes and began to scrutinize Reno as well. Reno had coarse thick hair that stood upright clad in a dark gray training suit. His physique was well proportioned, neither too lean nor overly muscular like a bulky brute. But what caught the eye most was his fluffy tail which looked soft to the touch. She nodded inwardly, he was the perfect dream man, so she claimed him for herself. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. Califla asked, you too? As a Saiyan she could also sense the Saiyan blood in them. Reno and Sun Wukong nodded. Seeing they were cooperative, Califla smirked and said, I don't know why you have tails, but as fellow kinsmen you'll fight me. Califla pointed at Reno and laughed, if you win I'll grant you any condition. If I lose you'll be my man and I'll have your back from now on. Hearing this Reno's body stiffened. Lazuli's expression turned dangerous as she glared at Califla. Reno, let me go first, okay? Seeing Califla's challenge, Sun Wukong grew excited. But before he could charge forward, Reno grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. Then he turned and gave Lazuli a reassuring, confident look. Seeing that Reno didn't take her seriously at all, Califla smirked triumphantly. This was exactly what she wanted, for him to underestimate her. Who was she? The most ferocious Saiyan on planet Salada, known far and wide. But outsiders would surely underestimate her because she was female. With her combative nature, anyone who got tangled with her would end up losing. Now Reno and Califla were locked in a silent stare-down. Reno could clearly sense that her chi was weak, but since they were in another universe she might have a way to conceal her energy. Califla was equally surprised. Despite Reno appearing almost devoid of chi, his combat approach was unexpectedly meticulous. Indeed, she had only dared to pull this stunt because their energy seemed low. Califla erupted with fierce energy and charged at Reno. As she threw a punch, he met it with his own fist. In an instant the shockwave from their clash surged outward. Not bad. Califla praised. No wonder he was the man she had her eye on. Bang. 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 Their figures exchanged blows, each punch landing solidly, making Sun Wukong's fists itch with excitement. What surprised Reno was that this tailless Saiyan had an incredibly high base combat power. Did all Saiyans in this universe lack tails? Ha! Take this. Taking advantage of Reno's momentary distraction, Califla gathered a powerful energy sphere and fired it at him. Boom! A huge cloud of dust rose. Califla dusted off her clothes, looking somewhat disheveled, and thought gleefully, he didn't disappoint me, he's quite strong. But the next moment a chill ran down Califla's spine. Reno had somehow appeared behind her. With his chin resting on his hand, Reno looked at her curiously. The Saiyans of this universe seemed different from those of the 7th universe. No tails, yet remarkably strong base combat power. Facing Reno's back, Califla gritted her teeth and said, I concede. Without any surprise, Reno said, since you lost, tell me about your Saiyan race. Califla was taken aback and asked dubiously, you're not from this planet? Reno nodded. I'm a Saiyan wandering the cosmos. Those are my companions. Reno pointed at the amiable Sun Wukong and then at the stoic Lazuli. That's my woman. After a brief self-introduction, he expressed his desire to visit Califla's home. This made Califla's face flush crimson. Gone was her earlier arrogance. My place is a mess. And I have a younger sister, she said, flustered. Reno waved it off as unimportant. Seeing no objection from him, Califla couldn't refuse, after all she had lost, and had to honor his request. Following Califla for a while, they arrived at a village. As Reno had guessed, the Saiyans here had no tails but possessed significantly higher base combat power than those of the 7th universe. Of course, that was only compared to the Saiyans before planet Vegeta's destruction. Considering the current Saiyans of the 7th universe, it was a different story. Along the way, every Saiyan who spotted Califla fled in fear. The 3 of them exchanged glances. Just how terrible was her reputation to cause such a reaction? Califla's face reddened in anger. Those bastards! After Karafura led the 3 of them back to her home, her younger sister Kair approached cautiously, glaring at Reno and the others. Karafura blinked and quickly called out, "Sister, these three are my guests." "Oh, is this your first time bringing friends home, sister?" Although Kair looked puzzled, she did not show it outwardly. "Enough, your sister and the guests have things to discuss. You can go out first," Kair urged. "Oh, okay." Kair turned and left the house. Seeing the somewhat messy room, Reno teased, "Not bad, really has character." Kair gave an awkward smile and asked, "What exactly do you want to know from me?" Seeing Reno get straight to the point with a serious expression, he said, "I want to know where this is." Because that Namek dragon god had said his mother was on planet Salada in the 6th universe. Since he happened to meet locals, he should at least figure things out. Although he knew this was the 6th universe, there was no specific location and he wasn't sure where exactly the dragon god had teleported him to. This at least gave him some direction. Although he could have asked for a favor after winning, Reno glanced at Karafura's slender figure and her poor family situation and really couldn't bring himself to do it. He could only ask relatively simple questions. Karafura paused and said, "This is planet Salada. As for those scions from planet Salada you mentioned last time, I don't have much to say. I don't know which scions you're referring to, but the scions on our planet Salada are born without tails and tend to be rather peaceful," Karafura explained. Hearing Karafura's explanation, Reno thought to himself that indeed the scions of the 6th universe were different from those of the 7th. Having gotten the information he wanted, Reno said, "Thank you. In that case I'll be going now." Just as Karafura was about to invite them to stay for a meal, the three of them suddenly disappeared from right where they stood. This made Karafura's eyes widen in shock. "Goku, go play by yourself. I'll call you when we're done." Seeing that Son Goku seemed a bit restless, Reno instructed. "Ah, okay." The moment he finished speaking, Son Goku flew off. This made Reno's eyebrow twitch. If Son Goku kept challenging people everywhere, people would probably start questioning their own lives. Are all scions this battle-hungry? Inviting anyone they meet regardless of strength? Razlie asked Reno, frowning as she watched Son Goku's departing figure. That's just an exception. Reno knew Son Goku too well. No matter who it was, as long as he felt it was appropriate, he would go up and challenge them. Truly someone of his caliber. Then where are we heading next? Razlie asked Reno. To visit the king of this planet, Reno said calmly. Then the two of them headed toward where the strongest aura was coming from. Swish. 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 When Reno and Razlie approached a palace, they promptly gave up flying and relied on their powerful footing to turn into countless afterimages in the dark night, evading the vision of nearby guards. Inside the palace hall, it was filled with luxurious furnishings, obviously a residence built by the wealthy and powerful. Standing in the shadows, Reno saw the king of Salada seated on his throne. Reno couldn't help but look down on him. He never expected the king of planet Salada to also be a corrupt ruler indulged in wealth and pleasure. Up there, come down and chat for a bit. Suddenly the king of Salada spoke, his gaze fixed on the hidden location of Reno and Razlie. Yo, didn't expect you to have some skills, you king. Reno walked slowly toward the king of Salada with his arms crossed, speaking with a smile. Facing Reno's aggressive demeanor, the king of Salada did not seem flustered but instead asked calmly, "Are you a scion from the 7th universe?" Reno raised an eyebrow and remained silent, which was taken as an acknowledgement. "I see. Then what is your purpose in coming here?" the king of Salada asked. "To visit the king of this universe." Reno grinned and added, "And to find someone here. Probably a scion who came to this universe for unknown reasons decades ago." Hearing this, Reno's breathing instantly became rapid. "Then I beg King Salada to tell me her location." The king of Salada chuckled. "Then let me see if you're qualified for me to tell you where she is." The moment he finished speaking, the king of Salada rushed toward Reno like a flash of lightning. Reacting quickly, Reno used instant transmission to appear behind the king of Salada and delivered a fierce side kick. The king of Salada crossed his arms and barely blocked Reno's kick. In the next moment he used his hand to directly push Reno flying, and the instant he landed he was subjected to the king of Salada's relentless assault. This older than half-a-century king of Salada actually had some skills. Reno couldn't help but praise him in his heart. At this moment the king of Salada was also shocked by Reno's terrifying strength and couldn't help but stop his movements. The fight between the two didn't leak even a trace of aura. It seemed they were both tacitly cooperating, and at this moment, apart from the three people in the hall, no fourth person knew that an intense battle had just taken place here. You're quite strong. I wonder how strong you'll become after awakening your Super Saiyan form, the King of Salada said with some admiration. What's this? Super Saiyan. That's something they knew decades ago. Before Reno could even explain. The King of Salada smiled confidently and arrogantly. Young man, being confident is a good thing, but being overconfident is a bad thing. Ha! Golden aura instantly surrounded the King of Salada's hair. The aura emitting from his body nearly destroyed the entire palace. Cracks even spread outward. The King of Salada didn't care at all and grinned at Reno. You kid, become my disciple and I'll teach you how to become a Super Saiyan. Reno scratched his head and turned around looking bewildered, meeting eyes with Razlie. Ah well. What would that funny old geezer's expression be if he saw my Super Saiyan 4? Humph. Don't be ungrateful. You have no idea what this form can. Before the King of Salada could finish his sentence, his pupils instantly contracted. You. The King of Salada looked at Reno, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 4, in terror. Even his voice was trembling with fear. Although he had never seen this form before, the overwhelming pressure was already pressing down on him. Alright, I'm done joking with you. Are you going to tell me where that Saiyan from the 7th universe is, or should I beat it out of you? Reno stared at the King of Salada with a half-smile. The King of Salada. I won't say anything, then I'll meet my great-grandmother. Guess whether I'll speak or not. Until Reno exited his Super Saiyan 4 form, the King of Salada still hadn't fully recovered. However, Reno had learned an important piece of information from the King of Salada. She was working as a coach at a training camp. Instantly Reno began searching for Karafura's key. As a local she should know. Since the King of Salada hadn't fully recovered yet, how to ask. Before leaving, the King of Salada trembled and asked, what kind of form is this? Reno gave him his back and replied, Super Saiyan 4. After obtaining his mother's location. Even Razlie's breathing became rapid. It was her first time meeting her future mother-in-law, and clearly she was also getting flustered. Your Majesty. Soon after Reno and his companion had left, a flood of soldiers rushed in, each carrying top-grade weapons and clad in armor made of extraordinarily rare metal. It was clear these guards were soldiers specifically tasked with protecting King Sadala. Presences began converging from all directions as well, because the overwhelming pressure that had rent the heavens earlier was so powerful that they had to come verify the king's safety. Night fell. Caulifla sat on the rooftop eaves staring blankly at the moon. With a sudden whoosh, Reno and Lazuli teleported to her side. Holy crap. Startled half out of her wits, Caulifla instinctively threw a punch. Reno caught her fist and gazed at the flustered girl with an amused half-smiling expression. Ah, it's you. Caulifla breathed a sigh of relief at Reno's arrival and was even a little delighted that he had come to see her. Even Caulifla herself didn't understand what had come over her. The normally fiery-tempered girl turned gentle whenever she was around Reno. Could this be the legendary love at first sight? Reno smiled lightly. Miss Caulifla, would you do me the honor of joining me for dinner? Lazuli simply closed her eyes, unable to watch the scene that made her blood pressure spike. After all, almost every city had a defense force, and that old coot King Sadala hadn't even given them a precise location. How were they supposed to find anyone? The best approach now was to pull strings, and the only person they knew on planet Sadala was Caulifla. So she had to let her man sell a little charm. Even so, she gnashed her teeth in fury. Ah. Caulifla was startled, but when she saw Reno's sincere eyes she automatically murmured Haha, then let's go. Reno placed a hand on Caulifla's shoulder and used instant transmission. In the next moment they were standing at a spot he had carefully prepared in advance. He then quickly tossed out a capsule. With a loud bang, a spaceship materialized on the spot. Caulifla only felt a flash before her eyes, and then she was staring in shock at a spacecraft dripping with cutting-edge technology. Like a country bumpkin she looked left and right. It wasn't that planet Sadala had no spaceships, it just had never seen a high-tech vessel like this. Wow. So cool. Caulifla's eyes sparkled as she stared at the spaceship. Seeing how unsophisticated she looked, Reno sighed. This girl was almost pitiful. Even after boarding the ship, Caulifla still felt as if she were dreaming. Caulifla, have a seat. Reno pointed to a stool nearby, signaling her to sit down. Dinner was about to begin. Caulifla's eyes lit up and she sat down with a plop. She had meant to wolf down the food, but the thought of Reno watching made her switch to slow, delicate bites. She was being unbelievably prim. This made Lazuli's brow furrow deeply. As a woman herself, Lazuli knew all too well that Caulifla seemed to hold feelings for Reno unlike any ordinary acquaintance. Seeing them like that, Reno smiled helplessly. When the meal was over, he got down to business. "Miss Caulifla, may I ask a favor of you?" Caulifla, now well fed and satisfied, said magnanimously, "Name it. As long as it's within my power, I'll make sure it's done beautifully." Reno paused for a moment, then asked, "About a few years ago did a female Saiyan suddenly appear, one with a tail just like mine. And now she's a military officer who trains warriors," Reno explained in detail. That's a bit difficult," Caulifla said with a note of regret. Reno gave a wry smile when he heard that. The best way to find someone was through gentle and sensible means, unless absolutely necessary. He truly did not want to resort to force. "But I do have a friend who is the captain of the defense force," Caulifla went on. "I hope he can help you." Reno's eyes lit up at once. "Still, this is my first time on a high-tech spaceship like this. Could I stay for the night?" Caulifla smiled innocently. Reno nodded in agreement. It was already late and he needed to make some preparations. After arranging an empty room for Caulifla, he returned to his own quarters. Lying in bed, Reno felt an irrepressible excitement. On only the first day in Universe 6 he had found a clue about his mother. He was absolutely thrilled. The next moment Lazuli was already straddling Reno without his noticing. She pouted, her face flushed, staring at him intently. Reno immediately guessed she was sulking over Caulifla. And in the next breath he also guessed exactly what she was about to do. Before Reno could react, Lazuli deftly stripped off her clothes and his. Then with affectionate longing in her eyes she pressed herself against him. Thump thump thump. Wandering through the ship without paying attention, Caulifla found herself outside Reno's room. As soon as she drew near she heard fiercely explosive sounds. Her face instantly turned crimson. She meant to leave right away, but curiosity made her creep up to the door and eavesdrop. As if sensing the commotion outside the door, Lazuli put in even more force. The spine-tingling sounds immediately overwhelmed Caulifla. She listened all the way into the middle of the night before she finally succumbed to sleep. At dawn Reno clutched his waist and looked at Lazuli, who was wearing a thoroughly satisfied expression, the entire night. This woman was demanding it more and more often. Stamina like that drove countless men to madness and left countless women speechless. Just as he was about to open the door, Caulifla abruptly woke with keen senses, quickly composed herself and pretended to be on the verge of knocking. "Oh, good morning, Caulifla." The instant Reno opened the door he saw Caulifla about to knock and greeted her with a smile. "Ah, good morning, Mr. Reno." Caulifla returned the greeting with a smile. But Lazuli, already dressed, also stepped out, crossed her arms and looked at Caulifla with a knowing, half-smiling expression. Lazuli knew full well that Caulifla had been listening outside all night. This pose was a blatant warning: "You can't keep your hands off my man." Caught off guard by the implication, Caulifla's face flushed crimson. She glanced at Reno and saw that he wasn't paying attention, so she took a deep breath. The look she shot Lazuli was seething with hostility. After breakfast, Caulifla led Reno and Lazuli into a technologically advanced city. Outside a house. After Reno knocked on the door a few times, the door suddenly fell off its hinges. The corner of his mouth twitched violently. Immediately an alarm blared inside the house and a fully armed robot walked out. A display screen sat where the robot's head should be and an extremely scrawny Saiyan appeared on the screen. "How dare you? Who would dare break into the Defense Force captain's home?" On the other side of the screen, Kaba asked warily through the robot. "Hey. It's me, Jia-Bei." Caulifla carelessly appeared before the camera. "Oh, it's you, Caulifla." Upon seeing it was an acquaintance, Jia-Bei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then Caulifla explained the reason to Jia-Bei once more. After much deliberation, Jia-Bei nodded and said, "Very well, just come find me at the defense team." Then he added, "Oh, by the way, fix the door first before you come." Lei Noa. Before long, Caulifla with complicated feelings led the guilty Lei Noa and the exasperated La Zili to find Jia-Bei, who was waiting for the group in front of the building. "Hi Caulifla, long time no see." Jia-Bei took the initiative to greet Caulifla warmly. Caulifla also smiled and greeted him back. However, Caulifla's smile was somewhat forced. But Jia-Bei didn't mind and then looked at Lei Noa and La Zili with a gentle smile, saying, "You must be the two who came to ask for my help, right? Let's talk in my office." Lei Noa nodded guiltily. Then he followed Jia-Bei along, burdened with deep thoughts. How on earth was he supposed to tell Jia Bei that while fixing a door the house was accidentally demolished? He couldn't just spend another amount of time fixing the house and come over again. Then he shook his head and decided not to tell Jia Bei about the house demolition for now but to hide it as long as possible. When the time comes he would deal with it then. What's wrong with Mr. Lei Noa? Is everything alright? Jia Bei looked at the nodding Lei Noa and asked with concern. I didn't demolish. No, nothing. Already with a complicated mind, when Jia Bei asked this he felt his mind blank and almost slipped up. Jia Bei looked puzzled at the nervous Lei Noa, who was making confused explanations, scratched his head showing he didn't understand, and then continued to lead the way. Seeing that Jia Bei wasn't too concerned, Lei Noa felt relieved. La Zili covered her mouth, barely holding back from laughing out loud. This was the first time her husband had been so embarrassed. Kali Fula was also a bit guilty but not as exaggerated as Lei Noa. After all, not only did they ask Jia Bei for help, they also demolished his door. Moreover, while fixing the door they even destroyed the house. Although it was partly her fault too. Sigh. How to bring up this indecent matter? When Lei Noa came to his senses again, they had already arrived in front of the defense team building. As soon as they entered the building they felt various strange gazes. Not only Lei Noa but all four of them started discussing. Lei Noa was a bit puzzled but didn't think too much, just thinking that the unfamiliar faces that suddenly appeared were curious. Until they went deeper into the floors, various discussions grew louder. So it's another one who found connections. TSK. Sigh. I'm most annoyed by these people who rely on connections, weak and troublesome. Various sarcastic remarks made Lei Noa's anger rise. La Zili's face darkened as she turned to look at the group that was cursing the loudest. What are you looking at? Wait to get dealt with. Ha ha ha. A large group of men laughed unscrupulously. Even Jia Bei stayed silent as if he was already used to it. Instantly a fierce killing intent flashed in La Zili's eyes. Usually, although La Zili seemed very gentle, that demeanor was only shown when facing Lei Noa, for the two had been inseparable for a long time. But when alone she was like an iceberg beauty. Suddenly Lei Noa stopped walking with understanding and his violent aura could no longer be restrained. Overcome with extreme rage, Lei Noa instinctively transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form. The overwhelming pressure coupled with the visual impact of the Super Saiyan 4 transformation instantly stunned everyone. Especially for Kali Fula, who had previously only thought Lei Noa was somewhat handsome and stronger than her, but now Lei Noa was utterly devastatingly handsome. Overflowing with a domineering aura. It was the look of a man who could not bear to see his woman bullied, the unmistakable message that today if you dared to lay a finger on her he would not hesitate to destroy you. Though consumed by rage, Lei Noa could still distinguish friend from foe. The powerless Kali Fula and Jia Bei were unaffected by his aura. But those garrulous Saiyan brutes were in dire straits. Their faces drained of color as a wave of warmth spread through their legs. Wait, Lei. Before Jia Bei, who had sensed the ominous atmosphere, could finish his words, Lei Noa let out another earth-shattering roar and a terrifying aura erupted toward the heavens. Ah! Lei Noa's face was as ferocious as a predatory beast. The entire building collapsed instantly under the unbearable pressure, shattering into pieces. Rumble. The force of the collapsing floors surged outward in all directions, extending for several kilometers before subsiding. In an instant half the city was reduced to rubble. As the building crumbled into ruins, countless innocent Saiyans emerged from the wreckage. The Saiyans of the 6th universe inherently possessed stronger base abilities than those of the 7th universe, so their formidable combat power was not surprising. A mere building collapse was insufficient to slay such Saiyans. They stared at each other in bewilderment. What had happened? Just moments ago everything had been peaceful, then an oppressive aura had suddenly manifested, and before they could react the building had collapsed. They couldn't help but turn their heads toward Lei Noa's direction. All of them gasped. What an overwhelming and violent aura. But in Lei Noa's eyes only the ugly visages of those brutes remained. He couldn't help but wish to quickly find the person he sought and then annihilate this entire planet. Now that matters had escalated to the point of unavoidable violence, he had nothing left to lose. Suddenly Lei Noa extended 2 fingers of his left hand and pressed downward with force. The Saiyans who had just risen from the ruins were once again crushed back to the ground by the terrifying pressure. Lu. Lei Noa, you. Jia Bei approached Lei Noa, pointed a trembling finger at him, yet could not utter a single word. Indeed, under such circumstances anyone would have been unable to tolerate it. Move aside or I'll strike you down as well. La Zili's cold voice rang out. At this moment La Zili harbored not a single iota of goodwill toward the scions of this universe, only boundless loathing. Kali Fula was naturally of a hot temper, and when circumstances turned contentious she naturally sided with Lei Noa. Suddenly a massive energy sphere formed in Lei Noa's hand. The terrifying power radiating from it filled every scion present with the dread of death, plunging them all into despair. What's going on? We merely came to work. The building was suddenly destroyed and now we face senseless execution. At the very least tell us why we are to die. But beneath the crushing aura none could speak. Stop. In the next instant a female scion withstood Lei Noa's pressure and positioned herself before the assembled scions. Lei Noa was taken aback. Who was this? Were there skilled warriors on this planet named Salada Star? But when the woman lifted her face both sides froze in astonishment. It was quiet all around. Lei Noa simply stared at that woman in midair, the energy sphere in his hand slowly dissipating. After a few breaths Lei Noa lost patience first and tentatively said, "Mom." This familiar voice made Ji-mi, who was looking at Lei Noa's face, tremble. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears and she hurriedly cupped her son's face. "My son. I thought I would never see you again in this life." Lei Noa also had tears in his eyes, tightly embracing his mother's slender waist, greedily inhaling the unique scent of his mother. As if unwilling to forget. Lei Noa looked at his mother, who had entered the middle age of a siren due to the passage of time, yet she still appeared charming. Although she was over 60 years old she looked like a young girl in her 20s. But this atmosphere was interrupted by a furious roar. "Lei Noa. Even though you are a siren from the 7th universe, how dare you recklessly slaughter your fellow siren from a brother universe?" King Shalada angrily pointed at Lei Noa's nose and roared. "Ah! Cough cough cough." Then, because he had shouted too loudly, he felt his throat going hoarse. Only then did Lei Noa remember that within a radius of several thousand meters the siren who had been subjected to the pressure of his imposing aura were still in a suppressed state. Even the weaker ones had already fallen unconscious. Lei Noa waved his hand and the pressure finally dissipated from these siren. However, they were all so exhausted that they almost collapsed to the ground, unable to move a single muscle. "Lei Noa, what exactly happened?" Ji-mi asked rationally. Hearing this, Lei Noa's face darkened as he looked at King Shalada and said, "Humph. I came with Jia Bei to the Defense Force building to look for my mother's files. Yet your subjects were disrespectful, spewing foul language. They even dared to provoke my beloved girlfriend. Tell me who could bear that?" As soon as Lei Noa's last words fell, his eyes became even sharper. King Shalada was utterly shocked, unable to believe that such scum existed under his command. Immediately afterwards embarrassment spread throughout his body. When he came to his senses he didn't know how to explain his earlier impulse to Lei Noa. Lei Noa, with his arms crossed, watched King Shalada gradually become flustered and found it amusing. Kali Fula came over and said, "King. Is that true? I was there at the time." Just as King Shalada was red-faced and at a loss for how to explain, Kali Fula came over and explained. Those words stunned everyone present for a moment. Even Ji-mi was briefly taken aback. Was this the kind of kin she had considered herself to be? Some of the siren below felt even more ashamed. They had originally thought he was someone trying to pull strings, but who would have thought that a great god had arrived? But what was done and actions must bear consequences. "Hey! Great sir! Today we brothers misjudged the situation. We thought you were someone coming to see Jia Bei for favors. But one person takes responsibility for their own actions. Please great sir, spare Shalada Star." At once dozens of people stepped forward to admit their mistakes, hoping to protect Shalada Star from being affected by sacrificing their own lives. Lei Noa looked at these people who dared to admit their faults and couldn't help showing a hint of admiration. But words spoken are like water spilled. Instantly he condensed beams of light in his hand and pierced through the bodies of several people. As the bodies of the few crashed to the ground, Lei Noa said slowly, "Since they have received punishment, I will not destroy this planet." Then he looked at the ruins below and said to his mother and La Zili, "Let's leave first. It's not convenient to talk here." Then the three of them left one after another. Inside the spaceship retrieved from the capsule corp, Reno watched his wife and mother chatting animatedly, completely oblivious to him sitting lost in thought in the corner. Reno could only stare blankly, wondering if they were treating him as invisible. Truly. Yet after enduring years of separation, finally reuniting with his mother, only someone who had been parted from family for so long could truly comprehend this emotion. However, his mother and Lazuli had been chatting for several hours. Reno had no choice but to wait impatiently. After all, a mother and son reuniting naturally had much to share, though it seemed as though he might not be their own. Once their conversation appeared to wind down, Reno was about to interject. "Mom, you have no idea how thrilled your daughter-in-law and I were when we learned you were in the 6th universe." Lazuli then continued her lively exchange with Jimmy. Reno sat silently with his arms crossed by the window. "Oh, wonderful, just wonderful." But the progress was astonishing. She had already started calling her mother-in-law within such a short time. Lost in thought for a long while, Reno suddenly opened his eyes. Strange. According to proper protocol, Sun Wukong should have arrived the moment he unleashed his energy. But so much time has passed. Could something have happened to Wukong? Reno frantically searched for Wukong's energy signature. How? How is this possible? He exclaimed in shock. There was no trace of Wukong's aura on this planet, as if he had never been there at all. Ah, Reno, what's wrong? Jimmy noticed his son's increasingly grave expression and asked with concern. At that moment Lazuli also turned to look at her husband, somewhat displeased. Is it such a crime to have chatted a bit longer with one's mother-in-law? Reno replied, I can no longer detect Sun Wukong's energy. Sun Wukong? Jimmy, unfamiliar with the name, asked in confusion. Yes, he is a companion who traveled with me, but for some unknown reason I cannot reach him now. On another planet, Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 4 form stood covered in wounds, gazing at Hit with his hands casually in his pockets, his expression one of utter disbelief. The timeline shifted back to before Reno joined the defense force. Sun Wukong had accidentally encountered Hit, who was carrying out an assassination mission, and upon discovering he had been seen, Hit initially planned to eliminate the witness. However, after sensing Hit's formidable strength, Sun Wukong immediately challenged him to a fight. Hit, who had been preparing to strike, paused in surprise before accepting the challenge. Before engaging, Sun Wukong mentioned there was an even stronger opponent nearby, and to prevent Reno from interfering he proposed they move the battle to another planet. Consequently, Sun Wukong boarded Hit's spaceship and traveled to a planet far from Planet Salad. The outcome proved devastating, as Sun Wukong was overwhelmingly defeated by Hit's special techniques. Returning to the present, Sun Wukong still hadn't discerned the pattern of Hit's attacks. In the next instant Hit materialized before him, so incredibly fast. Using his time skip ability, Hit landed a direct punch to Sun Wukong's face, sending him stumbling backward. Once again confronted with these bizarre techniques, how was he supposed to counter them? Had it not been for the extraordinary power amplification of his Super Saiyan 4 form, Sun Wukong would likely already be dead. While Sun Wukong grew increasingly flustered, Hit remained casually composed with his hands in his pockets, displaying complete indifference. How could his time skip be so easily countered? Sensing this, Sun Wukong erupted with massive spiritual pressure, sending shockwaves cascading outward. Meanwhile, on Planet Salad, Reno immediately detected this overwhelming energy and instantly teleported to the location. Hit's brow furrowed. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong gathered the devastating energy blast in his palms. The terrifying power radiating from the technique was enough to unsettle even Hit. A tremendous explosion rocked the area, creating a momentary vacuum. Sun Wukong stood panting heavily on the battlefield, his clothing torn to shreds by the blast's aftermath. Sun Wukong grinned. If he couldn't defeat Hit directly, he would simply annihilate the entire battlefield with the Kamehameha. He refused to believe Hit could move faster than the attack itself. Even Sun Wukong had sustained serious injuries from being too close to the blast. Yet in the next moment Hit emerged pale from the smoke, walking steadily toward him. His pupils contracted in terror as Sun Wukong felt death's proximity for the first time. Just as the Kamehameha was about to strike Hit, the assassin activated his time skip ability. After all, time skip only halts time for everyone except himself for a mere fraction of a second. Hit exploited that brief temporal window to evade the Kamehameha, though the blast's shockwave still left him wounded, just far less severely than Sun Wukong. Facing Sun Wukong, who had collapsed and nearly lost his fighting capacity, Hit activated time skip once more with a complex expression. He never expected such a powerful opponent in this universe. Just as Hit's fist was within meters of Sun Wukong's neck, a pair of powerful arms grabbed it, completely halting his advance. Hit froze in shock upon Reno's sudden appearance. He immediately attempted another time skip to strike with his free hand, but Reno effortlessly blocked the attack, leaving Hit bewildered. Reno's fury erupted when he saw Sun Wukong, having reverted from his Super Saiyan 4 form and barely alive. His own companion nearly killed. It was a direct insult to him. Despite his injuries, Hit's time skip proved useless against Reno, who effortlessly countered each attempt. Reno found himself mildly astonished by this ability to pause spacetime itself. No wonder he could defeat Sun Wukong. But against Reno, who commanded the very fabric of spacetime, this power was nothing more than child's play. Reno could slow the flow of time around him. This ability alone was more than enough to overwhelm Hit's time skip. Reno. Wait! The severely wounded Sun Wukong called out, his voice trembling as he watched Reno mercilessly dominate his opponent. Wukong. Are you alright? Seeing Sun Wukong struggling on the ground, Reno immediately tossed the badly injured Hit aside and rushed to support him. Realizing he had drawn Reno into the conflict, Sun Wukong pleaded desperately, "Reno, let him go. I was the one who requested this fight, it's not his fault." Hit, feigning death on the ground, overheard these words. For the first time the cold-blooded assassin felt a warmth spreading through his frozen heart. Reno glanced dismissively at Hit lying on the ground and escorted Sun Wukong back to their spaceship on planet Salad. If those senzu beans hadn't been nearly depleted by that Yakalo fellow, would Wukong have suffered such a beating? Upon seeing Reno reappear alongside the severely injured Sun Wukong, Lazuli's brows furrowed. Was there truly someone in this universe capable of wounding Wukong so badly? Reno hastily placed Sun Wukong into the medical chamber for treatment. Gnashing his teeth in frustration, Reno stared at the final 3 senzu beans in his hand. When he had first sought them from Lord Cat, only these remained, yet surely more must have existed somewhere. Once they returned, he would make certain to give that Yakalo a thorough beating. As days passed, Sun Wukong's injuries nearly healed, prompting Reno to finally reach out to Shin. Shortly after Shin departed the world of Void, a massive temporal rift tore open on Earth. Through the fissure emerged a figure strikingly familiar, clad in dark martial arts attire with jet black hair that seemed unnaturally eerie. Had Sun Wukong been present, he would have been utterly astonished. This was clearly himself, yet radiating an evil aura so fundamentally opposed to his own righteous nature. Black Goku hovered silently above a city, extending his senses to detect the key signature of Sun Wukong. To his bewilderment, he discovered, strange. Kakarot of this timeline is not in this universe. Without further hesitation, he headed straight toward the world of Void. Correct, this devious individual was Zamasu, who had wished upon the Dragon Balls to obtain Sun Wukong's body, then used his time ring to traverse alternate timelines, confronting various versions of Sun Wukong to grow progressively stronger. However, the Sun Wukong of this particular timeline appears to be absent. Nevertheless, it does not matter. If he eliminates the Supreme Kai of this realm first, he can prevent the God of Destruction from delivering an unwelcome surprise. On the planet of the Kaioshin, the old Kai was leisurely flipping through a mysterious magazine when suddenly he sensed a dense aura of darkness behind him. He spun around instantly and saw the signature grin of Goku Black. Ah! Why, you're not Son Goku. Upon seeing who it was, the old Kai immediately realized the truth. Though he bore an identical appearance to Son Goku, the overwhelming darkness radiating from him left no room for doubt. Pfft. The old Kai stared in shock as he felt Goku Black's hand piercing his abdomen. Ancestor! Who are you? Just then Gibbet arrived and witnessed the horrifying scene. His eyes nearly burst from rage. His power erupted in an instant as he charged toward Goku Black. How dare he kill the ancestor? Unforgivable. Yet Goku Black was momentarily stunned upon seeing Gibbet, for a Kaioshin's attendant possessed the ability of instant transmission. Only by eliminating them unexpectedly could one remove future threats. But this foolish attendant chose not to seek out the God of Destruction of this timeline, instead opting to attack him directly. Truly ridiculous. On an inverted triangular planet, a purple cat sleeping peacefully suddenly shuddered, and then... well, there was no further consequence. For at that very moment the old Kai's life had already been extinguished by Goku Black. Meanwhile, on the planet Sadala in Universe 6, Reno watched Ashen and offered a friendly smile. Son Goku also returned the greeting with a smile. Ah, Reno, how did you end up in the 7th universe? Unaware that Ashen had wished to visit Universe 6 on Namek, Ashen looked at Reno with confusion upon seeing him across universes. Reno chuckled and replied, Lord Kaioshin, this is my mother. He gestured toward the woman standing beside him. Those words left Jimmy momentarily stunned. Could this truly be the Kaioshin of the 7th universe? Though he had never met the Kaioshin of Universe 6, he had encountered its God of Destruction and Angel. When he was fleeing from Frisia's forces back then, he happened upon a fat purple cat and a woman wearing a halo around her neck. Before he could even process what was happening, he was pulled into a spatial vortex and transported to Universe 6. At first he had no idea they were a God of Destruction and an angel. But Quapak's insatiable appetite often led him to appear on various planets, and through coincidence Reno heard the rumors. Now that their own universe's Kaioshin stood right beside them, a surge of excitement filled him. After everyone chatted for some time, they all grasped Ashen's shoulders. On Earth in the 7th universe, Goku Black stood amidst the ruins, locked in fierce battle with a green-haired Broly. Are mortals in this timeline this powerful? Goku Black raged silently within himself. Before confronting Broly, he had just battled Vegeta of this timeline and nearly killed him. If not for this oafish giant arriving, Vegeta would have certainly died. In his own timeline he had never witnessed such a form. It seemed he would need to unleash that particular transformation. Ha! With a mighty roar from Goku Black, Broly was forced backwards several steps by the overwhelming godly ki pressing down upon him. By now Goku Black's hair had turned a pale pink, the hue of corruption, as an evil godly aura encircled his body. Leaning against a ruined structure, Vegeta gazed at the transformed Goku Black, his expression one of utter disbelief. But the mindless Broly let out a deafening roar and charged forward once more. In an instant Goku Black appeared behind him and delivered a devastating chop to the back of his neck. With a heavy thud, Broly fell to the ground. Though Broly was immensely powerful, he was still only in his Super Saiyan form, no match for Goku Black in his currently active state. One strike and he was rendered unconscious immediately. While Vegeta as a mere mortal could not perceive the godly ki, observing Broly lying motionless on the ground made it abundantly clear to him this transformed state was completely unlike the ordinary form Goku Black had displayed moments before. Nevertheless, to protect Earth and his beloved Bulma, he forced his still recovering body forward and charged toward Goku Black. Humph! Presumptuous fool! Goku Black sneered as he watched Vegeta power up and charge at him. A single energy wave pierced straight through Vegeta's chest. With Vegeta's anguished cry, the outcome was sealed. But in the very next moment several figures materialized out of nowhere, startling Goku Black greatly. Among them was a Kaioshin, which meant he had killed the wrong one. He had actually murdered a candidate god of destruction. Panic seized Goku Black. As he prepared to flee to another universe, Reno blocked his path, radiating an aura of divine power. His killing intent was so intense he could barely contain himself as he locked onto Goku Black. The group that had just teleported back stood bewildered, watching Reno intercept Goku Black, then glanced at Son Goku beside them, equally confused. Looking at the ravaged Earth, if not for seeing Vegeta pierce through the chest, one might have thought this wasn't Earth at all. Wait! Vegeta was shot through. With no time to question who had appeared in the sky, Son Goku hurriedly rushed to support Vegeta. Meanwhile, Goku Black's face was etched with astonishment upon seeing Reno, who also radiated godly ki. Another mortal who had awakened divine power. Reno was absolutely furious. He had only been away for a few days and Earth was already under invasion once more. Did they really think they could come and go as they pleased? Seeing Vegeta and Broly both lying helpless on the ground, he could only imagine the ferocity of the battle they had endured. Vegeta's body had been pierced clean through. Reno darted toward Goku Black at incredible speed. Before Goku Black could even react, Reno became a red afterimage, hurtling forward. A single punch struck Goku Black's vital point, sending him staggering. Before he could regain his footing, Reno unleashed a relentless barrage of blows upon him. Ha! Having taken beatings continuously, Goku Black finally panicked. He rapidly powered up and increased the distance between himself and Reno. Through this brief exchange, Goku Black realized the enormous gap in strength between them. His chances of victory were truly slim. A coward like Goku Black facing a powerful opponent did not think of fighting but of fleeing immediately. Reno's anger only intensified. Using Son Goku's body to cause destruction, yet only ever bullying the weak, this wretched impostor was leagues away from the real Son Goku. Goku Black opened a space-time tunnel with his fingertip. Seeing this, Reno's power surged dramatically and he condensed a magical burst, launching it directly at Goku Black. Goku Black stared at the rapidly approaching magical burst, completely frozen in terror. With a massive explosion, this Goku Black, who had attempted to execute humanity's annihilation plan, was utterly erased from existence. That concludes this book. I must apologize, it was poorly written. This was originally intended as practice material and I never expected it to be this bad. However, with growing experience, this marks the end of the author's first novel. Around February, a new book titled Dragon Ball Shocking Yamcha is My Ancestor will be released. I promise it won't be nearly as terrible as this one. Everyone interested is welcome to give it a chance. If anyone has suggestions for what kind of stories they'd like to see, feel free to discuss them. The author will do their best to fulfill requests. End of book.